goods that are necessary in everyday life. One thing about this pandemic uh, is that there are no definite reminders and steps on how we're going to deal with them. And the vastness of the effects, no, uh, can be seen not only in our country but also in other countries. In fact, it's really global in nature, and you know how important the impacts and huge the impacts are because the recent U.S. election, we will know that, I mean, we're aware that the coronavirus handling has been a major problem, no? An issue alongside with the economic aspects that are associated with the coronavirus. Uh, when we talk about business operations, it was very clear to everyone that we're now doing it much different uh, from the way we used to do things. We're confined in our private spaces, and if we are to operate in our professional or public spaces, there are so many things that we need to take into account. But one thing has become clear, and that is we're dealing with a different set of challenges that need to be addressed uh, in a very timely manner. In fact, with some sense of urgency, because the economy of a community can actually collapse. And you know the impacts if the business operations in a community collapses, the effects would be as considerable as the health effects, okay, of this pandemic. Uh, we dealt with massive layoffs. We suffered from disruption in the delivery of goods, both essential and those that are not so essential but has become a part of our everyday life. And there's a shift in the way we consume them. I think everyone has experienced uh, and has realized that actually there are only a few things that we really need in order to survive, and that pertains to our basic needs. And this is the reason why, even if we have observed that a lot of industries and services, were greatly affected, there's also a set of services and industries, okay, that grew and thrived. And we're talking to, say, for example, delivery of food, uh, services that are associated with financial, I mean, ensuring that the flow of finances will be assured. And if you're going to look into these things, the importance of the internet, the web, and other forms of ICT have greatly surfaced. This is very evident in higher education institutions and also in secondary and elementary educational institutions. Even the most difficult task of shaping the mind, okay, of our young, which has traditionally been undertaken in a face-to-face manner, now is being done using different learning, flexible learning modes. And we have to deal with a number of modules and the parents too. And I think that this goes to show that the society really has to come up with a collaborative approach that involves not only the persons affected, but the members of the different sectors that should operate amidst the challenges, okay, of this historically significant pandemic. Gone are the days when we can just go out and be participants in a sporting event, or not really gone are the days, but I think they did for a while, and at this point we're wondering as to when we can travel. We know that the tourism and travel industry are the ones that are greatly affected by this. I think that the airline industry, they suffered so much losses. I think 80% of their operations was really greatly affected. And this has implications on other sectors and at different scales. In communities that are considered as tourist destinations, there's no economic activities that are going on at this point because people have stopped moving from one place to another. And this basically opens, okay, our eyes, okay, to the importance of preparing for another, or for the continuous impacts of this COVID-19 pandemic. Because I think that every one of us, we are aware that it hasn't stopped, it hasn't been concluded, and we're still continuing our dealing, okay, with this pandemic. And this is where the importance of your activity, the one that we're doing right now, becomes very clear. We need to do research. We need to do a number of studies that will allow us, okay, to look into the different components. And there are various, and there are many components that we need to look into, so that we can continue our business operations, our economic activities, our provision of livelihood, that basically allow the movement of primary goods and services that we need in order to simply survive. And I guess this, even if we can consider this as a very challenging and to a certain extent sad episode in our history, we can look at it in a different way and concentrate on the positive aspect and the positive question, okay? And that is, how can we systematically and efficiently deal with these thousands of concerns that basically stall our growth and have posed a number of problems to our daily existence and have curtailed the rate of growth that community and our nation faces at this point, or face at this point. So with that, I think that I can only express my gratitude to all of you, to all the organizers, okay, of this research conference. And I'm going to say that learn as much as you can, gather as much strategies, okay, and learnings that you can get so that we will be equipped with not only the knowledge, but strategic approaches that will allow us to deal with the problems of this pandemic, so that we can perform better and we can be successful in dealing with the challenges that are now associated with the new normal. Good morning, everyone, and good luck, and hopefully we can have another sequel, okay, to this conference. Thank you, and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nantes, for a very timely, relevant, and inspiring message to us. And now, allow us to present the overview of the webinar. So, let me first read the overview. The First College of Administration, Business, Hospitality, and Accountancy, and Graduate School International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the New Normal, with the theme Fostering Culture of Research and Innovation Amidst Pandemic, is a joint income-generating project of the second year and third year DBA students as part of the requirements in the subjects Advanced Research, Presentation, and Strategic Marketing. So in line with the mandate of 1987 Constitution, and Republic Act number 772, otherwise known as Higher Education Act of 1994, particularly Section 8, Paragraph A, to formulate a recommend development plans, policies, priorities, and programs on higher education and research, and Paragraph B, formulate and recommend development plans, policies, priorities, and programs on research. The DPA students initiated to take part of the university's aim to continuously improving its delivery of instructions, undertake educational researches, and community extension projects. So the said activity aims to, number one, give opportunity for academics and disseminate their research findings to a wider audience. Number two, provide an avenue for interaction between and among academicians, researchers, and extension workers. Number three, build networks and linkages with other researchers in other colleges and universities. Number four, gain valuable knowledge and skills from research experts and gurus. And five, come up with a research output and innovation through collaboration among professionals. So for our webinar etiquette for today, number one, you should use your phone or computer for audio, not both. And then keep your phone or computer microphone lines muted, especially for our participants. And then make sure that you don't share the link publicly because it's unique for you. And then use the chat box for any technical issues that may arise. And all the questions will be addressed at the end of the Q&A, if there will be. And then please be respectful of others' time. And then all registered attendees will receive a certificate of participation after completing an evaluation, which will be posted after the conference. Okay? And now, I guess we have to move forward to the next part of our conference. And this is the plenary sessions that will be introduced to us. Okay? So let us begin with the plenary sessions for today. Let us invite the Dean of CABHA and the advisor, of course, no other than Dr. Chona B. Kayabat, to introduce our very first plenary speaker.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for standing by. We dealt with a lot of technical difficulty this morning. But anyway, dito na po tayo. Salamat na marami sa inyong pagkakabay. I'm very proud and I'm very excited to introduce our first plenary speaker this morning. I met this man, this wonderful person, a research guru, last year, the same date in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, wherein our students also organized, our DBA, MBA students last year organized at the same international research conference in Vietnam. This man is a 2018 most outstanding teacher ranked STO Pampanga by the Department of Education, and rank 2, Region 3, Department of Education. He received an honor awards program of the Civil Service Commission 2019, Dangal ng Bayan Regional Winner, Most Outstanding Government Worker. He is 2019 Outstanding Research Advocate of the Philippines by the Center for the Promotion of Campus Journalism Incorporated. He is 2019 National Awardee, Gawad PAT or Pagtuturo na may alam at talento. He is 2019 Most Outstanding Teacher, First Instabright National Awards for Educators. A 2019 Asian Achiever Awardee of the 39th People's Choice Award. He is a Master of the Department of Education, San Matias National High School, a researcher and a book author, publisher, president of Beyond Books Publication. He is a renowned and very much sought after resource speaker, not only in Asia. I would like to introduce to you our first plenary speaker for today, Dr. or soon to be Dr. Sir Leonilo Doy Capulso. Let us all welcome him. Sir Doy.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, Dr. Chona?
Yes, sir. Very clear.
So, thank you to Southern Luzon State University, to this first College of Administration, Business, Hospitality, and Accountancy International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the New Normal. So, for this morning, I'll be sharing my insights on designing quantitative and qualitative research in the new normal. Knowing that this is a multidisciplinary research, we also will be sharing insights in the field of the academe and also in the field of industry and in business. So once again, I am Leonilo Capulso, CEO and President of Beyond Books Publication here in Pampanga. So many say that we are in the new normal, while others would say this is the next normal. But regardless on how we try to approach it, one thing is certain: we are all affected in education, in business. But just like the Miss Universe, we also would like to see the silver lining in everything. For example, for those who are Christians, to those who are Catholics, we used to go to church in hearing mass, but now we hear mass in front of the screen, just like our family who would normally do that every Sunday. Even our House of Congress and House of our House of Senate would normally try to conduct their session halfly through face-to-face, and the other participants could be done through virtual participation. And as much as we want to collaborate, no? As much as we want to connect, we also have to respect the health protocols being implemented in different areas in the countryside. And one common denominator of all these things is COVID-19, okay, the global pandemic. And how global or how COVID-19 really affect the academy, affect industry, and how would it affect the way we conduct research. In the screen, you see some pictures of COVID-19 and the vaccine. Now everyone is actually competing, trying to get the first vaccine for COVID-19. But in order for us to achieve all this, we know that in the medical field, we cannot afford 95% confidentiality level, just like research. It's supposed to be at least 99.9%. That is why it takes a lot of initiative from people in the lab, in the medical field. And here, we see the importance of doing and conducting scientific research. We've been also following up some survey results, even as to the trust rating of our local and even international leaders. We rely so much on research. As to the business side and industry, we also are very much reliant on the customer satisfaction as to the delivery of our products. Unfortunately, we are also being fed by a lot of fake news in the internet, in the social media. So it takes a lot of skill to really decipher which is right and what is wrong, which is correct and which is not. That is why Robert Kiyosaki, one of my favorite author in business, in empowerment, would say, the richest people in the world look for and build networks. Everyone else looks for jobs. Now, as we try to loosen our protocols for COVID-19 in order to give at least livelihood to our brothers and sisters who have been stagnant for quite a while, in order for them to survive, they have to look for jobs. While rich people continue to build networks. And this is also true with research. So, in order to proceed to our main agenda, let's try to have a short recall based on the theory of recall. In order for us to go through into new knowledge, we need to have at least the previous background in order for us to connect this new knowledge and for us to design research in the new normal. Let's try to have some basic definition of research from different authors. Like Clark and Clark in 2010 said that research is a careful, systematic, and objective investigation which is conducted to obtain valid facts and draw conclusions. So this is what we are doing to present now. The conclusions, the findings of our researchers in different fields, and establish principles regarding an identifiable problem in some fields of knowledge. That is why this conference is a multidisciplinary. Juan Baleka, a founding president of Asian Qualitative Research Association, is now in Africa, used to be in Cavite, Silang Cavite, said that research is a scholarly activity that consists in addressing a specific problem through collection, analysis, and interpretation of data or scientific information of facts. Earlier, our university president tried to narrate to us the things we miss doing face-to-face and the things we are deprived of because of COVID-19. And that is why we continue to search ways in order to try to go back to the new normal or to the next normal. But we also would like to do it without compromising the health and safety of our fellow men. Now, what is the legal basis of conducting research? Why do we conduct research? For example, in the field of education, we have Basic Education Act of 2001 or Republic Act 9155, which emphasizes that all educational research in the academy, may it be higher education or basic education, should be based in research. So as leaders in the academy, we must be able to base all our decisions on the research findings normally presented in this kind of platform of research conferences or even in the published journals. In the Department of Education particularly, we have DepEd Order 39 series of 2016, which is an adoption of basic education research agenda. It tries to identify possible topics that can be conducted in basic ed that will respond to the needs of its stakeholders. Later on, in passing, I will go through the possible topics that we can use in doing research in the basic education. And of course, in higher education like the Southern Luzon State University, we know that conducting research is part of the trifocal functions of the higher education institution. So aside from teaching and community extension, research is one of the criteria if you want to be quality assured, if you want to be assessed, if you want to be promoted, and also in order for you to benchmark your institution to the global community. So why do we conduct research? May it be quantitative or qualitative research? Maybe those who are in the graduate school, we just have discussed this, but for the purpose of this conference, and later on will guide us in trying to determine and in trying to design which research are we going, which design we are going to adopt, will also depend on the kind of purpose we have. Okay, so one of the purposes of conducting research is to solve a specific problem. Aside from beyond books publication who caters to authors, especially young authors, I'm also handling practical research subjects in the basic education here in Schools Division Office in Pampanga, particularly in San Machado. I'm also handling 20 schools as research coordinator in trying to promote research productivity. And we always emphasize to students and teachers that all our research initiative always starts with a problem. Now, having said that, in time of new normal or this next normal, if this emerging educational and business paradigm, what are the problems that we encounter? And if you are able to determine that specific problem, it is also the time for you to do research. So that's the reason why we are conducting research. We also conduct research to improve the way people do things. For example, we keep on discovering new ways of solving our traffic conditions in the Philippines, trying to enhance our government bureaucracy in order to serve more people and the common good. We also conduct research to test the existing theory. There were things which were used to be true before or years ago. Okay, the things we've been believing, like for example, simple as the number of planets in the solar system. Now, research would tell us that there are something new, and we continue doing research for these purposes to test that new existing theory and eventually introduce something new. To discover, this is what I'm saying, something new that was not known before. So as researchers in the multidisciplinary fields, this will be our contribution as researchers, as scientists in the field of our expertise. Also, we do research to learn about certain topic of interest, may it be in business, may it be in the industry or in the academy. We do research in order to broaden our study. In few days, I'll be defending my final paper on research productivity in basic education, which particularly identifies predictors of research productivity of basic education in the Philippines. So that is my area of concern, and that is exactly what the reason why I'm doing research. And maybe our presenters later on would always determine their research purpose. And of course, to those who are in the graduate school, who are mostly part of this participants, we are doing this to complete our school requirement or a program requirement. That's according to Wambaleka in 2019. But how do we characterize research? What makes research different from other fields of knowledge? What makes research different from an ordinary conversation? So, research deals with specific problems because it is there to help solve a particular problem. So all our research initiative, will actually focus on a particular problem inside the classroom, in the industry, or in an office. For example, if you are a business owner, for example, and you realize that your business is not improving, no? The return of investment is getting lower and lower, you may conduct a study for that, and eventually you would realize that there are some reasons why the business is not growing. Also, research is empirical. We cannot base research from fake news. Okay? Not everything that we read in the social media are correct, but later on I will tell you, because of COVID-19, we could as well maximize social media. It is based on experience or observation. That is why in conducting research, it can be based on our own personal encounter with the participants or based on empirical data, as numbers, as you may say. Research is supposed to be systematic. It follows a certain specific process and specific sets of guidelines and principles. Doing quantitative research and qualitative research, though they have the same concept of understanding, but they have different processes of conducting them. No? Even their different approaches in quantitative and qualitative research have their own specific guidelines. Research is also credible. That means it is based on real facts that anyone who follows your method or steps can also find it. That is why later on, as we try to discuss the quality of your study, particularly in doing qualitative study, credibility is one way or is one of the criteria that we look into consideration. Then it's supposed to be logical. Logical means it is based on evidence that is convincing to readers and listeners. To those who have that simple logic, this is a syllogism. So all our conclusion must be based from the findings. So this is, here we're talking about deductive and inductive approaches in conducting research. And of course, you have to be critical, and this is where my mentor would always tell me, try to prove more. There must be something more, which is beyond the text. No? A careful evaluation of the data we collect. Okay? Now, on the simple research process, regardless of approaches or design that we do, research always starts with identifying a topic. So, what topic we would like to focus on in education, in business, in engineering, in science. After that, we try to identify a specific problem from that particular topic. Then we try to write down specific research questions from this particular problem. What are the questions I want to answer? In the classroom, in doing action research, we try to determine what particular problem that we encounter inside the classroom that we want to make an intervention with. Then, to broaden our understanding of the topic, we conduct literature review. That is why in the graduate school, we are taught to at least conduct 100 to 200 research review, particularly those connected to our topic. And then try to synthesize that and try to draw something new. Okay? Then plan your research study. From this literature, we can now make our research study. Okay? What approach are we going to use? And eventually, it is during this time that we sometimes change, we sometimes shift, and we sometimes innovate. And implement our research study. This is now the implementation stage, and during this time we might be encountering some glitches just like we had earlier, but here in the form of data gathering, which we will also talk later on. Now, one of the challenges that we will encounter in conducting research, in designing research in the new normal. Then analyze your data. After gathering our data, what is our data telling us? Okay, what is that something new that we want to share in the field of our expertise? And of course, interpret our data. What is the implication of my study to human life, to business, to education? And of course, draw our conclusion. And I would always remember this, that research activities and research initiative does not always end when we are done with our study. We don't conduct research just to put them in the shelf or in the database. Okay, but one way to make sure that our research activity, research study is utilized is to present it in this kind of platform, in an international conference, or publish it in an international journal, which we will later on also discuss. Okay, because the purpose of research is to discover something new and to tell people, hey guys, I have something new, I have a new find, and I want you also to utilize this. That is why one of the characteristics of research is its capacity to be duplicated by other researchers in different fields. Now, we try to determine now what's the difference between quantitative and qualitative research method, data, and analysis. Okay, based from our source, if you try to look at our screen, this was actually lifted from the source. So if you try to look at the difference between quantitative and qualitative in the perspective of focus, qualitative research focus on the quantity, on the feature of the study, while quantitative focus on number, how much. Okay, that's also eventually would determine what kind of data gathering and data analysis we will be using. When it comes to philosophy, mostly qualitative research is on phenomenology or understanding the lived experiences of our participants, whereas quantitative research is more on positivism. Okay, and I will not elaborate that. I know you have discussed that in your classes, but because of the scarcity of time, we will proceed. As to the method of qualitative research, we do it by observation, particularly of the culture, of their environment. That's why we write it there in ethnography. On the quantitative side, we use experiments and correlation. And later on, we want also to see if there is significant difference or relationship. On the goal of qualitative research is to understand the phenomenon. Like for example, why there are students who are quitting online class, why there are parents who are saturated, why there are suicide, why online class is not sustainable. Okay, you try to understand. While in quantitative research, what we do is to predict. Like for example, in the study I'm conducting now, I want to determine among my variables which will predict research productivity. So you do that also by testing hypotheses. Okay, that's why we have hypothesis testing using statistics. Qualitative research, when it comes to design, is flexible, which is emerging. That means to say, as you go along the way, as you try to iterate to the script, to the transcript, you come to discover something new to the experiences, which is actually hidden behind those texts, behind those experiences. Whereas in quantitative, that is structured and predetermined. You cannot alter that, okay? On qualitative research, numbers is not particularly in the sample size. That is why I would normally tell our researchers, you don't normally ask, okay, you don't normally focus so much on your sample size in your qualitative study, because as much as, for example, you want 20, at a certain point that you reach your saturation point, you could actually stop. Okay, whereas in quantitative research, you are particular with a large random and representation sample. And also here, because of the new normal, and even before, we make use of some digital platforms in order to determine our sample size. We have browser.com as our digital calculator. All you have to do is just to input the population of your study, and then the confidence level that you want to subscribe to, and the calculator would tell you how much participants or respondents you need. On to the data collection, qualitative research normally done by interview, by observation, documents, and artifacts. And now, as I will mention later on, you can also use social media as the basis of your data gathering. Then, on the quantitative side, you normally do questionnaires, scales, tests, and inventories, and a lot more. Although sometimes you can also do some open-ended question in your quantitative research just to triangulate your data. As to the analysis, which I will elaborate in a while, qualitative research focuses on inductive approach, okay? Because you try to base it from their experiences and try to put them together and draw up what they are trying to say. On quantitative research, however, it is on deductive, and you normally use statistical method in trying to draw analysis. And to your findings, most of the findings of qualitative research is comprehensive, description, detailed, and holistic. Whereas in quantitative, it's precise and numerical. Okay? So as to the kind of data that we gather, based on our source, quantitative data normally consists of descriptive statements. That is why in teaching practical research, when I tell my students, when it comes to the third research subject, where they have their III, okay, I would tell them that their research design would determine their aptitude. If they are into numbers, then they go to quantitative research. If they are into narration, into writing, they can adapt qualitative research. Because qualitative data is more on the descriptive statements. That is why transcripts are very important. While quantitative data are those measured and expressed numerically. That is why we do different statistical tools. We can use Excel, we can use SPSS for that matter. Qualitative data are text-based, while quantitative data are number-based. Qualitative data are statistical analysis, or is harder. You hardly use statistics in quantitative data. Although at a latter part, if you want to do some mixed method, there is some kinds of transformation that you do to make some kinds of frequency counting. Whereas quantitative data are statistical, okay, in nature. So you do statistical analysis. Collecting your data using interviews, written documents, and observation, while data in quantitative study is collected using survey, as explained earlier. So to summarize the kind of analysis that we do, it is clear in our screen that qualitative analysis is more on exploratory and subjective. That is why normally we don't generalize in our qualitative research, because that is only true to a particular subject. That also explains why we have only a very limited participants. Whereas quantitative analysis is conclusive and objective. That is why we want to capture a particular sample that is a representative of the population. So we mentioned already that how do we do our analysis, as you can see in the screen. No? It is subjective analysis, more concerned with the non-statistical data. It is the typical data include color, gender, nationality, religion. Okay, that's the typical data that is included, because you try to consider that in their own experiences as you try to discover different approaches in conducting qualitative study. The sample is small and non-representative of the entire population. Actually, in conducting qualitative research, we could even have a research with only one study. I remember one international workshop that I attended. It specified that, for example, if you're doing narrative analysis of a significant person, one participant is enough. But of course, the data gathering and analysis is very crucial. Then, research methodology is exploratory. You try to explore the experiences. Whereas in quantitative analysis, as mentioned, it is objective analysis. You are actually being limited by numbers. Typical data include measurable quantities such as the length, the size, the weight, the mass, and the many other characteristics of quantitative study. Their analysis is concerned with how many or how much a certain phenomenon occurs. It's on the frequency and its relationship to other variables. The sample is large because you actually depend this on a formula, or in the case if you are doing digital platform, based on the calculator, the digital calculator. Research methodology is often conclusive. So we mentioned that already. As to the purpose, and to the results, we mentioned that, but we are actually showing this to you to highlight the difference of data of quantitative and quantitative analysis when it comes to their purpose, to the kind of data being gathered, to the form of data, okay, to the type of data analysis, to the kind of researcher's role. This is one thing I want to specify. If you are conducting qualitative research, we are actually the main instrument as a researcher. That is why we also have to validate ourselves. No? So in order to validate ourselves, there is this particular rubrics where we conduct a particular pilot interview to a particular participant who is not the original participant, and let this person rate us as our capacity to conduct the interview. Or another way to do that is to allow our research question, which is actually crafted by the researcher, to be validated by experts in the field of expertise. Whereas in doing quantitative analysis, researcher and their biases are not known. You don't normally reveal that. While in qualitative, you actually, as much as in, for example, in phenomenology, especially in Mustaka, he was always emphasizing that if you're doing phenomenology, particularly transcendental phenomenology, you have to observe and the idea of epoche, of bracketing. You have to bracket your own bias. But at the latter part, you also have to tell your participants what are your biases so that they will know how to maximize your data. Okay. As to the result, I said qualitative research is particular, while quantitative analysis is general. So this is another way of presenting the different approaches of qualitative and quantitative research. But of course, if you want to go deeper, you can actually put the two approaches together. And this is what I am doing now. I am doing a triangulation mixed method, a concurrent triangulation. And I use the joint display analysis in order to arrive to my merging or my merged schemes. So that explains why mixed method or conducting mixed method takes a lot of time, takes a lot of expertise from people around you, and takes a lot of patience for that matter. Now, after you conduct your research, I said research doesn't end when you are done with your paper. It's supposed to be presented in a conference like this following a particular format, in this case the EMRAD format, or trying to publish it in an international journal. And how do we do that? This source from medium.com give us a paradigm. No? If you try to look at the size, the structure are actually very revealing. When you try to do if you convert your study, may it be action research or full-blown research, applied research, converting them into an EMRAD format will follow this format. So look at your introduction part. It's a little bit bigger. So it starts from a general concept going to a more specific concept. And your introduction answers a question, why? Why are you conducting this? And because of the EMRAD format, okay, your literature is incorporated in your introduction. In research or in action research, this is the background of your study. Okay, so we don't follow anymore the Germanic format where we try to separate the review of literature from our introduction. But this time we try to incorporate our review of literature into the introduction, and later on a good friend of mine from Medicaps University in the person of Dr. Ravindra Pathak will be discussing to us how to use the EMRAD format in citation, no? Using the APA format in incorporating that in the EMRAD format. Then the method part. The method will answer how did you conduct your study. And then the result. If you try to realize, result is a little bit bigger or much bigger than your method. So that will explain what happened. What did you find out? What is that something new that you discovered? And it goes now to another most important part of your study, which is conclusion. your conclusion or discussion, your discussion is as big as your introduction, and it tells or it answers the question, so what? So what now? Oh, and this is where my mentor, Dr. Dexter Balahadja of the University of the Assumption, is always trying to encourage me to prove more. What else that data is trying to tell us? What is something new that is being presented by the data beyond the text? And then we try to conclude our study. To a more descriptive part, I am sharing you another sources from the source. No? So, in presenting now your paper, converting your paper, your study into an EMRAD research journal format, you start with your title. Okay, I know that Attorney Noel is Dr. Chona will be publishing majority of the papers will be presented here, and we actually are following this format to be published in an international journal, a peer-reviewed journal based in Oman. So the format of our paper, which is following an EMRAD format, if you could see, starts with your title. Okay, your title is actually answering the question what it's about. So it's supposed to be brief, informative, and readily searchable by a person or a machine. So when I go, for example, to a Google Scholar or other open online sources, when I type your keywords, it's easier to find. And other authors would say your title should not be more than 13 or 15 words. But of course, different authors have different beliefs. But at least that's the standard. Your abstract, if you try to look at your abstract, it is resembling your EMRAD format. Why? Because your abstract, as it says, it is the summary. It is the capsulized version of your study. So what is it in a nutshell? So that is why your abstract also covers the EMRAD. It should have your introduction, it should have your method, your results, and your findings. Okay, so, and then the discussion. Follow the EMRAD logic and highlight the major findings. So you try to include your findings also in a nutshell in your abstract. So in your introduction, it asks the question, why did you do it? Okay. What is the problem? As I've been telling you. Okay. So what's the importance of your study? What was known? What is unknown? And your research question, why are you doing this? Okay, what is the gap of your study? Okay, then you have your study site. Okay, if you see it is not fully covered, it is a broken line because it's supposed to be incorporated between your method and your introduction. Where did you do it? Why here? Why in that particular field? Okay, why in that particular jurisdiction? What is the relevance of your study? This may be part of a method, or you could actually initially touch that in your introduction. As to your method, that will actually answer how did you do it, as I mentioned. Not only methods used, but also the justification. Why did you use that particular method? For example, why did you use this particular qualitative approach, and why did you use this particular quantitative approach? In the discussion, which is actually the meat of your study, that is what I'm working hard now with the help of my mentors and other friends in my area. What does it mean? What does these findings or the results is telling us? Okay, you try to explain the results. Are the objectives achieved? What are the limitations of this study? What are the implications of this study to the future study? Now that we are in the emerging paradigms of business, of industry, of education, others would say, we are now not only in the fourth industrial revolution in education and in business, but we are now approaching to the fifth industrial revolution. So what is your study trying to imply as its contribution to this new normal, to this next normal, to this new paradigm? And then, of course, your conclusion. What are your major findings and what are their significance? It says, don't simply repeat what has been said in the discussion. what you're supposed to do in your conclusion is trying to capture everything, the essence of your discussion, and try to synthesize that in your own words. Then you can actually do your acknowledgement, particularly if they are funded by a university or an LGU or NGO, and then your references. So for details, you have here the other elements. Since because I don't have the luxury of time, I will not discuss that. So you can just capture my screen. So here, what can we see? So in doing EMRAD format, you have there the different EMRAD format, the purpose, the verb tenses of the EMRAD format, and the elements per particular section. Okay? So, what are possible topics that we can do in the field of education, in the field of business? Again, because we don't have the luxury of time, I will not elaborate so much. I'll just go through this. Anyway, I'll be sharing my slides to Dr. Chona and Attorney Joel or Noel Nanyes, who were the ones inviting me. So for those in the academy, because this is a multidisciplinary research, research is actually based on the 4 things based on basic education research agenda. For those who are in the academy and basic ed, you know this, okay? So our research study, be it quantitative or qualitative study, can focus on teaching and learning. It can also be on child protection, particularly in the digital platform, human resource development, and governance. Okay. There are also 3 cross-cutting themes that can be incorporated, like gender and development. But I know this is not only for the academy. You can also use this in the field of business and industry. Also, risk reduction and management, which is very timely, and inclusive education, which I will also mention. So, these 4 themes actually respond to the needs of the 4 educational stakeholders of the academy, like the students, the parents, the LGUs, and the leaders. So, there you go. As you can find in the screen, so the teaching and learning responds to the needs of the students and teachers. Child protection concentrates on the needs of the students. Protection of students. Human resource and development address the concerns of teaching and non-teaching staff, particularly on development. Governance focuses on administration and stakeholders' engagement. So, on teaching and learning, you have sub-themes, as you can see, instruction, curriculum, assessment, and learning outcomes. You can focus on that 5 sub-themes in teaching and learning. And a particular topic are flash on your screen. I will not elaborate anymore so much, but some of them can focus on student achievement, particularly in this distance learning, competence, values, behaviors, personality traits of students doing online courses. You can do research on that. You see ICT application, particularly its implication now in doing online learning. On child protection, you can do studies on prevalence, child protection, teenage pregnancy, bullying, particularly cyberbullying, drugs, child labor, and gambling. On human resource, you have 3 sub-themes of teaching and non-teaching qualification and hiring, career development, employees' welfare. Okay? As to the governance, you can conduct study on planning, finance, program management, transparency and accountability, evaluation, customer satisfaction, disaster risk reduction, and management. In the field of business, these are the 4 critical business behaviors that we can look into when we conduct research. Based on my research, okay, these 4 critical business behaviors can also be your research focus, like on driving mass personalization in doing your business, creating exponential value, leveraging ecosystem, and embarking risk. For example, in conducting research, your business can look into mass personalization. It is the most familiar behavior to business leaders, classified by digital technologies, allowing companies to offer personalized products and services at scale, which significantly improves customers' experience and leads to higher revenues. So if you want your business to prosper, to develop, you might venture into how can you make your client or your product more responsive to the personal needs of your customers. So the more customized your product, the more ROI you will get. Okay? On creating exponential value, what do we mean by here? Every time we engage with our client, we don't only offer one client. That's why maybe if you are from the Philippines and you go to a fast food chain, for example, and when you try to order, they will also offer you, how about this, ma'am? Would you like also to buy this kind of product? So that is creating exponential value. You try to offer to your customer other value, other products that you have alone, or later on connected to your partners, which will be my next point, okay? So by integrating digital or online channels and creating new business models using predictive mechanism in business, organizations can unlock new revenue streams and expand their customer base by shifting from selling one-off products, this is what I'm saying, to offering subscription to other products and associated services. So what are these associated services? So associated services are services you get by leveraging ecosystem. What do I mean? So when businesses increasingly collaborate with multiple partners beyond their supply chain network, they are leveraging ecosystem. For example, in the Philippines, there are those schools and universities who don't offer a particular program, but because they determine a particular need, what they did is to partner with another university and offer that particular program in collaboration with that university. So special program, I saw this from this site, San Beda University, Liceo de Cagayan University, offering Master of Laws program. University of the Assumption, for example, had been collaborating with other university in other way of partnership. And of course, other university, my former school, University of Perpetual Health, Delta System, and even the basic education, the Department of Education had been partnering with different organizations and schools. Dr. Chona CABHA, we also partner with Taiwan University exactly a year ago. No, when we had our multidisciplinary research conference in Taiwan and also in Ho Chi Minh. So companies are no longer forced into silo by the limits of their resources, and instead, they can bolster their innovation capacities and offer consumers broader propositions through existing and new partners. So those companies who used to be our competitors are now supposed to be our partners. And that's exactly what Beyond Books is doing now. Beyond Books, my company, is a self-publishing company who caters to authors, particular teachers who would like to publish their resources. So what we did is to partner also with different organizations and institutions here in the Philippines and even abroad. That's exactly where I met Dr. Ravendra Pathak from Medicaps University in India. And lastly, embarking risk. We know that risk was list of the consideration before. This is the most difficult behavior for many organizations to adapt because as much as possible, we try to remove risk in our consideration as it goes against the traditional management approaches. But the fourth industrial revolution in business or business 4.0, business leaders are now accustomed to undertaking initiatives with the least risk and fewest resources. But in the digital era, in our platform now, however, it is important to embrace risk, to stay ahead of the competition, to venture and provide better value to customers. That is why we said conducting research is also discovering something new. And that might also mean embracing, okay, more risk, but that also will also open new possibilities, okay? So if you know the story of Coca-Cola, for example, Coca-Cola was actually initially a failure because when the proponent of Coca-Cola was developing a medicine, it doesn't meet the criteria, but he tried to venture into risk. He made it into a cola, and now he can tell me that the owner of Coca-Cola is not rich. So that is what it means by venturing into risk. Ensuring quality results in quantitative research, we normally do it by, for example, in doing reliability testing, we use the Cronbach Alpha. And based on George and Mallory based in Jana University, Cronbach's Alpha is normally used by this. No? If your cronback alpha is greater than 0.9, your questionnaire or your data is excellent. 0.7 or 0.8 is good, but only up to 7, which is acceptable. If your data, your questionnaire is 0.6 to 0.5, it's questionable and poor. And if it is below, less than 0.5, it is unacceptable. That is why you do a lot of rewarding, you do a lot of revising. Whereas, in doing qualitative study, what we have is trustworthiness, no? In contrast to reliability and validity. And how do we do that? For example, in the area of credibility, how do we measure credibility of our data? In my case, I use member checking. What does it mean? For example, after I do my themes, after my data analysis, I present it to my participants and allow them to feedback to me. Are these data reflective of your thoughts? May analytical categories. It strengthens the data. You can also do triangulation as a way of building credibility. Next is transferability. Transferability is done through thick description, meaning describing the behavior and experiences and context of the study. So that is why in your setting and in trying to describe the data, you also try to give a better description, okay? Then dependability and confirmability of your data, we do audit trail. That means to say transparently describing the research steps. What are particular steps you did? So we have to itemize them step by step. Okay, that actually brings us to the last. Okay, so the records of the research path are kept throughout the study. That will bring us to reflexivity. Reflexivity is done through a diary. Okay, that is what I have now. No, I had a diary the moment I started my data gathering, even I started my research study. That's examining one's on conceptual lens. No, in conducting grounded theory, we do memos. No? How do we interpret the data? Explicit and implicit assumptions, preconceptions and values, and how this affects research decisions in the phases of qualitative study. Because we don't have the luxury of time, let's try to do it very quick. Now, in the new normal, what is the role of technology in education and in conducting research? So in conducting educational study, we know that there is the shift from face-to-face to online home-based learning, and that because that is where technology plays a very significant role. Technology is changing the dynamics of education and even in business, especially the relationship between the teachers and students, customers and providers. Bishop Pablo David, the Bishop of Caloocan in the Philippines, once said that before, teachers would say that their phones are not allowed inside the school. But now, the school is inside the phone, which is very true. Okay? As just like what we're having now, we are talking, we are facing each other in front of the screen. So educators, school administrators, and business owners should reshape the educational spaces, the business spaces, in providing a better learning experiences to support educational evolution. Okay? Now technologies are transforming the way how education actually happens, how business actually happening. So teachers will use technology to replace old models of standardized rote learning and creating more personalized, directed experiences for students, according to Andrew Kim. And I think that's also hold true with business. So in conducting research, therefore, let's try to maximize all online modalities like gathering data. Just like what I did. I initially wanted to do face-to-face interview, but because of COVID-19, and opted to do a virtual interview with my participants. We try to maximize open access journals and resources. No? If we don't have the library, you cannot access your library. There's now a lot of open access library and journals in the internet. Let's try to look at the secondary data in a new perspective. Before, secondary data is less important. But one of qualitative research approach, which is ethnography, try to capture data in the internet, in a particular group, in the Facebook, for example, and try to discover a particular phenomenon. And that is actually part of the concept of ethnography, using only secondary data and later on using that secondary data to connect with the owner. However, there is a saturation in online modalities. Research studies show that doing full online study can sometimes be saturating and cannot be totally sustainable. That is why it is a challenge for us, educators and business owners, to be flexible. We offer flexible modality. We try to be exclusive. No, we try to be inclusive. We try to include everyone, parents, stakeholders, stockholders in that case. And lastly, let's try to be personal so that it will not be saturating and less sustainable. Let's try to be more personal in dealing with our students, with our customers in the digital platform. Okay? And to end, my favorite saying, St. Francis of Assisi said that in this new normal, we could actually adapt this. Start by doing what's necessary, okay, in your business, in the academy, then do what's possible, and suddenly we will realize that we are doing the impossible. So before I end, I just would like to share the Beyond Books publication, who is now in partnership with this conference, that this is what we do. We help teachers and authors publish their book in a self-publishing perspective, adopting the US way of publishing, different from the mainstream publication. So these are the books we have published and more. And these are the authors that we had already. Some of them were already promoted because of Beyond Books publication. And if you want to be one with us, the number is there. You can just capture the screen. And we give different packages for teachers. So once again, thank you very much for listening. I hope I was able to share insights with you on how to conduct research in the new normal. So I am Mr. Leonilo Capulso, the President of Beyond Books Publication, a master teacher in San Matias National High School, Schools Division Office of Pampanga, Central Luzon, Philippines. Once again, thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. Let us give them a virtual clap. Ayan. So, the topics that you have shared with us really give us insight in our research undertakings, especially in our institutions. Thank you so much, sir. And may we invite you once again for the awarding of certificate. Let us first present our slide. So let me read the text. Republic of the Philippines, Southern Luzon State University, Lucban, Quezon, CABHA Graduate School. Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso, PCEO, Beyond Books Publication, for sharing his expertise as resource speaker during the first College of Administration, Business, Hospitality, and Accountancy, and Graduate School International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the New Normal, with the theme Fostering Culture of Research and Innovation amidst pandemic, with the topic Designing Qualitative and Quantitative Research in the New Normal. So given this day, 28th day of November, at Lucban, Quezon, Philippines, signed Juris Dr. Joel N. De La Cruz, Chairperson, Dr. Chona V. Kayabat, Advisor and Dean of CABHA GS, Dr. Duana Paula A. Aliaga, Program Chair of BBA and MBA, Dr. Mary J. Ailey, Dean of Graduate School. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Capulso. And yes, sir. So Dr. Capulso will be staying with us, and we will be seeing him in as our panel reactor a little bit later. Sir, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Now, let us proceed, moving on to our next plenary speaker. Let us request the presence of Dr. Chono V. Kayabat to introduce our second plenary speaker. Okay.
Unang mic natin. Ayan. Uy, sakyan ito aking laptop. Okay, good morning once again, and thank you very much, Palaguna. Dr. Doy Leonardo, Yunilo Doy Capulso. Sir, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Can you hear me? Okay. Our next speaker is a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy in Mathematics Education. He is still in his dissertation now with another degree in Doctor in Educational Management. His previous experience, he became chairman of the mathematics department of the College of Accountancy, Business Administration, and Computer Studies at San Sebastian College, Recoletos, Manila. He was the director of Research Center for San Sebastian College of Recoletos, Manila. He became also the dean of the College of Arts and Sciences of San Sebastian College, Recoletos, Manila. He became dean of the Institute of Graduate Studies of San Sebastian College in Recoletos, Manila. And he became also the dean of the School of Business of the La Salle College of St. Benilde in Antipolo. He became chairman of the General Education Department of the La Salle College of St. Benilde in Antipolo. At present, he is the dean of the Lasallian Mission and Student Life of the La Salle College of St. Benilde in Antipolo. He is now a full-time faculty of the same college. I would like to present to you this morning our next speaker, Dr. Winston S. Siru. Good morning, Dr. Siru.
Good morning to all of you. Okay, so let me present my screen. Good morning to all of you again. Greetings of peace. I hope you are all safe. No? And thank you, of course, for inviting me over, especially to this training. Okay, so after the intensive presentation of Dr. Capulso, we are guided on how to choose an appropriate topic for our research. Now, if you are going to choose a quantitative type of research, you better listen. Because the next step for that is to consider how you're going to answer your research objective. So I will present now some of my insights on how are you going to apply statistical analysis in your research activities. Right? To make sure that we are applying the statistical tools also to address our research problem, especially on a quantitative type of research. Okay. As discussed by the previous speaker, in a regular research process, statistics is present. So in this standard nine-step research process, 5 involves research activity. So indeed, okay. Okay. Can I proceed? Okay, can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, in dealing for statistical inquiry cycle, a research problem setting should be clear. The first thing we need to do is to make sure that we have set a clear problem. Okay, this will set our direction, of our paper. After which, we need to take on planning. We must know what we really wanted to measure. The research design and the variables that we need to consider to address our research problem. Then third, with the data collected, we need to clean it up by checking missed items and non-response items. These missed items may affect the result of our research. So later on, I'm going to discuss how we're going to dwell about this. Then fourth is data analysis. So we need to deal with the data accordingly by checking first the distribution type, because distribution is very important. And then we also need to check on the statistical tool, which may not lead to, so that in order for us to lead to a correct interpretation of the result. And lastly, we need to make sure that statistical procedures applied leads in answering the research problem before coming up with our conclusion. This will also lead to an extension for another possible research problem. Okay? So we may also continue our previous research as an offshoot of that previous research. Now, the main objective of statistics really are these four things. One, whether your objective is to compare. Okay? This will give us the differences between the central tendency, especially for the mean and median, of variables. Another thing is correlational. Correlational research give us the strength of relationship between variables, while regression assess if change in one behavior predicts another one. And of course, there are some counterparts of a parametrical test to a non-parametrical test. So you don't need to worry about how you describe your data, because there will be some counterparts in other statistical tools. Now, another thing that we need to consider is the level of measurement, or the types of variables that we are going to engage in, because this plays an important role in our analysis. So this will also be our guide in formulating our research questionnaire. Now, these are some things that you could check on based on the characteristics of the data that you're going to gather. May it be a nominal, an ordinal, interval, and a ratio type of data. So just make sure, regarding the common mistake between treating an ordinal data and computing it using appropriate tests. So there's a thin line difference being an interval and an ordinal, which is the common mistake of most researchers. Sometimes questions applying Likert scale, which is an ordinary data, were treated using weighted mean instead of median. We can only do this Likert scale, if the differences between scales that we usually apply, such as 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, were properly defined in such a way that they have equal intervals between scales. Otherwise, we need to apply median. Now, let's say, for example, how this data really affects, the statistical tool that we need to apply. Let's say, for example, we consider performance of students. There's a different way to get this. We can represent it by getting the examination scores, or probably the grade equivalent, or the interpretation, okay, or even remarks. Now, this changes how are we going to make or choose our statistical tool. Okay? It will fall on the different type of data, being a ratio, an interval, an ordinal, or a nominal. This will greatly affect the statistical tool that we need to apply. Okay? Say we wanted to measure central tendency. Okay? So in applying central tendency, for example, having this data type, remarks, equivalent traits, and some scores, this will have a different characteristic in terms of the type of variable. So depending on the type of variable, if the intention is to measure central tendency, we only limited on this specific statistical tool, such as mode, median, and min-mean, respectively for data nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio, respectively. Okay? So be mindful also, that all statistical tools applicable for interval is also applicable to ratio type. So technically, we are using a 3 different tool for a 4 different data type. Now, so of course, we don't have the luxury of getting everyone on a research process. Okay? Another thing we need to consider is the sample determination, which is the common mistake. Most of the time, people just select 100. I don't know where that 100 came from. Okay? So you need to apply some formula in order for you to generate your sample size. Okay? We can apply sampling to determine the sample size, but we need to consider these items: sampling error margin, confidence level, population size, of course, which is what we refer to, and probably proportion, only if the proportion is available. Sometimes, if we have information about this proportion, you may include it. So this will be based on the dichotomous data. Now, be mindful also that the main objective of our sampling design is to infer unfinding of the population itself. Though, of course, differences from samples and population can be established due to chance or probably on proper subject or respondent selection. So we also need to take that into consideration. Now, even the social or the social weather station or the Pulse Asia apply this methodology. So we usually see that they include 1,200 respondents applying positive, negative 3% error margin and confidence interval of 95%. But if they wanted to increase this, you just need to change the error margin by a little more, about positive or negative 2%, and thus the effect is increasing the sample size. Okay. Now, of course, you just don't select your margin of error. You need to consider, the SMART, right? So I believe everyone are already familiar with it, take note that as we decrease the percentage of margin of error, it increases the sample size that we need to collect in our research, and thus make our research output more reliable. But we also need to check our timeline. Okay? Take note, as we decrease our margin of error, it will increase our sample size. In effect, we need a lot of time. So you need to check on your time availability, or else you will not finish your thesis or dissertation as you wanted to be. Now, you have something procedure that you could consider. Okay. So say that is random or non-random. The manner of how we collect our subjects, our respondents, whether we make use a random or a non-random something has an effect on applying our statistical tool. Okay? Take note, there are some assumptions that you need to consider before you apply some statistics. Parametric statistics, like for example, t-test, whether that is independent or dependent, the analysis of variance that we are fond of using, or probably taking the relationship by applying the Pearson product correlation or a chi-square test. Those statistical tests need to be collected at random. Okay, so if you wanted to apply that, you gotta check on how you collect your data. Okay? Whether you do it on a simple, systematic, or probably a stratified or cluster sampling. While on non-parametrical statistics, okay, these measures usually apply on a non-random sample. Now, another error that you might commit is that is population specification error. So what is this? So this is how we do not understand who exactly we should ask to survey. So you need to be firm who is your target respondent is. Okay? Another is sample frame error. The sample frame error usually occur when the wrong subpopulation is used to select a sample. Okay? So this is more on subpopulation selection. Then the third is selection error. Okay? So when we select respondents, and they self-select their participation in our study, and only those who are interested respond to our call. This actually is committing a selection error. Okay? And for a non-response error, this happens when potential respondents were not reached, or probably they refuse to answer your questions or questionnaire for that matter. If this happens, you should replace your respondents in accordance on the manner you originally set, selecting your samples, and then meeting, of course, the required sample size as you targeted initially. And of course, lastly is sampling error. So because of this, of variations in the number of representation of sample that corresponds. So for these sampling errors that can be controlled, we need to be careful enough on our research design. You also need to consider large samples. So bigger samples equates to a more reliable result. And of course, establishing multiple contacts, to assure representative response in case there will be a problem, connecting with your respondents. You may do this, by applying different methodology, which the previous speaker already had mentioned. Okay? But for quantitative, it's more on a questionnaire type of research and experimentation. Take note that one cannot discount the application of such collection of methods using direct, whether that's from direct, indirect, registration to experimental method. Okay? Especially right now that we are in the challenging times, that movements of people are limited on online transactions, but we can be resourceful enough, okay, on how are we able to collect this information, to our target respondents. Some, of these instruments, can be applied through online, okay, enable for us to collect this data. Some of these applications are free of charge for basic applications, and some have minimal fee for extended versions. I believe most of you are familiar with some of these basic applications, such as the SurveyMonkey and the Google Forms. Okay, you just need to select any, okay, that best suit you, for you to be able to reach your objective. And of course, you need to take into consideration, okay, the familiarity of your target respondents, or else you might encounter a non-response error. Okay, so it's not just your viewpoint, okay, on yourself. Also, you need to consider your respondents. Now, in the manner of presentation, after having collected your data, okay, you have three basic methods that you could apply. Probably do it on a textual or a tabular. Okay. Though we have three ways to present our research output, be that a textual, tabular, or graphical, we are limited on combining, two methods, like probably combining textual and tabular, or textual and graphical, but not tabular and textual, or probably the combination of three. So that's an overkill. So but for research journal publications, they are following some guidelines. You have to check on that. Most of them are using the textual form, okay, if necessary. So our next speaker hopefully covers this topic, especially in APA in text citation referencing. Okay. The common mistake, that we actually commit, in using statistics is applying bad samples, or considering a small sample size. Take note, as you decrease the sample size, it makes your result less reliable and misleading graphs. Okay, I don't know if you have seen the graph posted before by the IAT, misleading bar graph, that the bar graph is longer but the percentage is bigger. Okay, so we have to check on that. Okay, and some pictograph probably distorted percentage or controlled data. Of course, how you load the questions and the manner of asking questions, it should be systematized. Okay? And refusals of these respondents, of course, to answer in your research activity. Another common mistake is taking correlation as causality. They are taking it on the same perspective, which is not. Okay? And of course, self-interest being precise in numbers is very important, okay? Especially in statistics, you must consider about 3 decimal places up to 4. Okay? So this will really affects the possible result, no, of the research activity. Of course, showing, of course, ng partial pictures and deliberate distortion of your research output. Now, there are numbers of graphs that you could make use of, but definitely you cannot just choose any that you want. Okay? Take note that the first thing you need to do is to check on the type of data before choosing a particular graph. Now, the next is, am I too fast? So just because we're late, I'm trying to catch time. Okay. Now, remember that the first thing we need to consider is the kind of data that we are engaged in before choosing a right statistical tool. But other than that, you also need to consider normality. Okay? Is your data normally distributed? Okay. So, such determining the shape affects the kind of statistics that you're going to apply. Or probably, it's approximately normally shaped. This can be checked by first setting up an histogram, okay? Check whether that is normally distributed, okay? Based on the looks of the graph, okay? Or probably a dot plot, okay? And check on the percent index, whether it complies with the percent index requirement, and outliers. Okay. So if everything goes smoothly and the data is normal, you have a different statistics to apply for. And if that is skewed, you need to check on its counterpart, which later I'm going to discuss on. Okay. You also need to consider the size of the distribution and its shape, because it really matters. When there are small distances between these points, okay, most of scores or data collected are close to the mean and the standard deviation is small. Now the distribution will be narrow. But when there are large distances between the data points, the scores are further away from the mean and the standard deviation tends to become larger. Why am I saying this? Because this really matters, especially in comparing data sets. If they have a different dispersion, you'll be also using a different statistical tool. So, a large outliers, whether that will be positive or a negative distances, will really have an effect on the variance and standard deviation as have a positive increase. So, let's consider the case of the Paris climate agreement. Okay. So to say, we wanted to flatten the curve of the pollution generated, which was, of course, enforced last November 4, 2016. This is actually a response, to the threat of climate change by keeping the global temperature, rise this century below 2 degrees Celsius above in a pre-industrial levels, and for us to pursue efforts to limit this temperature and increase even further to a 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay? Or probably flattening the curve for COVID-19 so that everyone would come out of their houses, right? So this is actually being done. These measures are being done. Okay? by our government, okay, by implementing community quarantine, okay, by the interagency task force or the IFT. So we can control this, no, distribution type, no, whether the data will be picked or not. As I already mentioned, the distribution type, no, is plays an important role, no, in choosing the right statistics that we can apply. The type of distribution, no, really have an effect on the appropriateness of the statistical tools to be used. Like for example, symmetrical distribution. Mean is most appropriate. Okay, so most of the time you just compute, no, without checking on the type of distribution. But take note, check for the distribution before choosing statistics. But whenever we encountered a strongly skewed distribution and containing outliers, median is inappropriate as compared to mean, even if we are dealing with interval or a ratio type of data. Because median is more resistant to outliers compared to mean, no? And the mean is most influenced by these outliers, right? Which may lead to misinterpretation of our result. To check on the outliers, okay? Data should be checked for extreme high or extreme low values, okay? Which we commonly call outliers. And these outliers can strongly affect the mean and standard deviation, the variation, no, of our distribution. Again, the variation also affect the kind of statistics that we are going to apply. So we can check on the outliers by computing and check if they will conform with this formula, the quartile deviations formula. You might also need to consider replacing the outliers, no? And then choose another sample. If outliers will not be present in your data set, well then you may use the mean. Okay. But why we are doing this? We are doing this, of course, in statistics to test our hypothesis, right? So what we are trying to prove or even disprove. Okay. So this null hypothesis assumes that the observation, no, is only due to chance. No. While for alternative, it will be the opposite of it. That it will show that the observation is a result of the real effect. Let's say we want to compare two data sets. Okay? Having a null hypothesis of mean 1 is equal to mean 2. Right? Which shows that there is no difference between two population means using a parametric measures. And the alternative hypothesis states that there is difference between the two population means. But of course, we usually incorporate none only in our research. Now, but how do we know whether this hypothesis need to be accepted or rejected? We have three ways to do that. One is applying the traditional method that we are familiar with, but p-value is usually applied for research journal publications. Okay? So we hardly apply confidence interval, But when our objective is to check on a single data whether it conforms with the range of acceptance of a confidence interval is more applicable as compared to the traditional and the p-value. Another thing we need to consider before applying statistical tests is the level of significance, because this really plays a vital role in the research result. Note that the higher level of significance, the lesser of possibility of rejecting the null hypothesis. So you can really control the result. But the level of significance, take note, should be established before the collection of data, since it has an effect on the rejection and non-rejection of the null hypothesis. But most of the time, researchers fail to recall and focus more on the rejection of null, since research journals are more interested on a significant result. So it leads on manipulation of research result. If you're going to change your alpha level, which in contrary to research ethical standards. Take note, you cannot just change your alpha, because increasing alpha also increases in committing a type 1 error. Okay, what is a type 1 error, type 2 error? If you want to minimize committing a type 1 error by making your alpha more stringent, we can also reduce a type 2 error by increasing the analysis power, by increasing sample size and relaxing our alpha level. So the main thing is, if you increase your sample size, it will give you a more reliable result. You just need to change your confidence interval. Now, there are 4 things that I want you to bear in mind. P-value and T-value are just counterparts. They may use both or probably one. Again, most of the time we use a p-value, since we already have access with the software application computing our statistical analysis. P-value and T-value is just the same. So you cannot even just change the level of significance. Take note, it may result to a questionable research output. So initially, you establish that part. So you cannot reject normality for no reason at all. You need to give some explanation to that. And lastly, randomization of data is not permissible, and extrapolation. And even accepting null hypothesis, you don't accept null. The correct term is you rejecting the null hypothesis. But you are not really accepting the alternative. You just fail to reject null. Now, this is the standard steps that you can look into when you apply hypothesis testing. First, to gather your data, of course, and then you set up hypothesis together with the level of significance. So take note that that is to be initially done. Then select appropriate statistical tests, and then have it computed using software applications. And then you have to check the p-value, the t, or probably the confidence interval before making your decisions. But the thing is, how do we really choose our statistical tool? So with so much information on what to do with this data set, what are the requirements for choosing the right statistical tools? What is really, is the guidelines in choosing as such. Right? First, match your research design with your statistics. Okay? So the research design, the statistic is dependent on the kind of research design that you go, the research design. So statistics will depend on the research design since you already predetermine your research design. And then use the step-by-step process in choosing a question. So one is, what type of research question are you asking? Okay, you should be clear about that. And then what type of variables and number of variables you want to consider. Then the type of data that you have and its characteristics, be that a skewed or being a normal data. So some example that I could share to you is, so for example, we wanted to use a descriptive, okay? So let's focus on the IQ since everybody is familiar with this. What is the IQ score in a given population? It's a question pertaining to answering a descriptive type of research. Okay? For correlation, we could ask, is there a relationship between an IQ level and an EQ level in a given population? Okay? And can EQ score predict IQ score for predictive analysis? Then we can also apply a comparison test or a cause and effect relationship. Okay, the question probably is the IQ level higher in one group compared to another? So take note, talking about IQ, diba? But in a different perspective. Okay, so the question will be the basis on how are you going to make use of this statistics. Okay. Some of these basic statistics, especially for descriptive, are the mean, median, and mode. Okay? Note that for central tendency nominal data should be done using mode. For ordinal, we can make use of median, okay? And then for interval ratio, we can use the mean, okay? But for nominal, we can not describe it, for dispersion and location, okay? For ordinal, median is the most appropriate measure, okay? And interval for scale. Ordinal interval ratio can be applied, in measuring the mean absolute deviation, if you are fond of checking out how data were dispersed, okay, or the data type, okay, variance and standard deviation. They also share the same statistics for measure of applications such as the quartile, decile, and percentile. But I believe this is not usually applied in research, but you could also use this. So the basic sample t-test, okay? So we can use of the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test for nominal data, Wilkinson test for a non-skewed distribution for ordinal. While for skewed, we can apply the sign test. For interval and ratio, we can apply a c-test or a t-test depending on the sample size. So you better check on the sample size. And if you are using a dichotomous type of data, okay, and you wanted to compare one sample to another, okay, you can apply the t-test for proportions. So here are other statistical tools that you may check on if the objective of the research is to compare, together with their data type. Now, this is another guide for you to look into comparing two groups. Right? One for unpaired data design, okay, or independent samples. The second is to determine the data type, okay, or per design. Next is to check the distribution type, whether that is skewed or approximately normal. We also need to consider the dispersion, okay, or the spread of the data, okay, before we are going to apply, this statistical test. Assume that you're going to apply an independent t-test, but if that it does not meet the assumption of equality of variances, you cannot apply the t-test. You may look into considering Levin's, the Brown, Forsyth, and the Wells test to apply on your hypothesis testing. Okay? And then for per data, okay, if that is nominal or ordinal, or when I say parametric, I'm talking about interval and being a ratio type of data because they share same statistical tools. So you can use a McNamara test for ordinal, you can use a sign test, we can use a sign rank test for parametric, you could apply the per t test. Okay? So again, for ordinal, if that will be skewed distribution, you need to apply a sign test. Okay? Now, if the objective now is to determine the relationship between two variables, okay, we opt to measure association, okay, between these two variables. For interval, you can make use of Pearson R. For ordinal, we have a different sets. We have Spearman gram, Kendall's tau ABC, and of course, you can just choose any. You have to check on the rectangular dimension, as reflected in the presentation. And nominal, for nominal data, you can apply this chi-square test. Now, the diagram shown will also set as a guide for you to measure association between variables. Okay? So you cannot just apply anything, So most of the time we are fond of using the Pearson, R, but take note that is only limited in applying the parametrical test. Okay? So if you're dealing with the nominal, you better check on the chi-square test, and if that is an ordinal, okay, apply the Spearman test. But if the relationship is more than two variables, you have to check on the nominal data in a multiple regression analysis. Okay. Okay. Some of this regression analysis that you can apply are these sets. Okay. If you wanted to test causation, we will apply regression analysis. Okay. So again, correlation and causation are two different things. Okay? We can consider simple regression if the intention is to plot it in a straight line, okay, with one independent variable. And multiple regression if we have more than one independent, and considering all of these independent variables are predictors of the dependent. If we already assume that these variables are good predictors. But if you wanted to test whether these independent variables are predictors, we should apply the stepwise regression. Okay? But not all these forecasting analysis, take note, are on a straight line. Okay? You got to check the scatter plot first. You cannot just say, I'll be using multiple regression, I'll be using stepwise. No. Okay? Check how it is plotted using the scatter plot. And that will give you a clue on the kind of distribution that you're going to deal with. So if you see a directional which forms a line, that's the only time that you're going to make use of a simple linear regression or multiple regression. But if that is not giving you a straight line track, okay, you need to consider applying the polynomial regression analysis. And if you have a dichotomous data, okay, apply logistic regression. Measure how well does the regression line fit the data. We can measure this prediction level. Okay. A better regression, how this variable, predicts in terms of its magnitude and percentage to the dependent variable. Now, so the comparison between the correlation and regression. So sometimes people compute first the correlation and then opt to go to regression, okay? Just because they have made use of the correlation. Note that the correlation sets the direction and strength of relationship, while regression is applied when we want to predict the dependent, and it is better than using the mean. Okay. Note that the R squared is the common area or the common value between the independent and the dependent variable, which causes the effect of the relationship. Okay. Bear in mind that correlation really is not causation, because causation indicates a relationship between two variables, okay, that it affects the other variable, unlike with correlation. It's non-directional. Okay. Let's say, for example, we consider eating chocolate with the body weight of an individual. Okay? So, eating a lot of chocolates increases body weights, in the first diagram. Okay? So, meaning, if you eat a lot of chocolates, the tendency is you become bigger or heavier, rather. Then people with more body weights and are more hungry, okay? Thus, they wanted to eat chocolate. So that's two different things. So as you can see, they also have a different forecast if you're going to plot it in a scatter plot. So we need to be careful on applying a correlation and extending it to correlational analysis. Okay? It doesn't mean that you make use of regression just because you apply correlation. Okay? We should base our decision on some published researches whether that variable indeed is related to another variable before you pursue of getting the regression of these variables. Okay? Because you might encounter this kind of problem. Okay? So take note that not because you choose two different variables, you could just test whether they have relationship to each other. Okay? So consider also the compounding variable or probably the lurking variable. Let's say, for example, in the chocolate consumption and the body weight of an individual. Okay? Say genetic. Genetic is a factor for chocolate consumption and body weight mass. So it may be considered a spurious relationship where these variables are associated but not actually really, not causally related. They are associated, but they are not causally related. Okay, due to, of course, probably either coincidence or presence of a certain third factor, no, or unseen factor such as genetics. So, compounding variables note influences these dependent and independent variables, and thus causing a spurious association. So you might think that one variable is really affecting the other one. So probably there's another variable that really affects them. So say crime rate, no, with the restaurant patronage. Okay, so you may weather probably is the main factor on the restaurant patronage and not the crime rate. Okay? For lurking variable, no? Say for example, you wanted to check on drinking habits that it has a direct effect on the heart disease. You probably one variable is that really affects the heart disease is diet and lifestyle, and not really drinking habit of an individual. Right? So before choosing variables to measure relationship, especially the regression analysis, you need to check on your references and researches, before choosing your variables. Okay? Another thing that you need to consider is the confidence interval and the prediction interval. Okay? So there are two different things. Okay? Confidence interval takes all cases with a given value of x, everything in the data set. While the prediction interval, is for you to compare a particular case, for a given value of x. Okay. Okay. Now, but how do we really choose this statistical test? Okay, so this is another way for you to determine the kind of test that you can dwell in. If you wanted to apply analysis of variance in your research activity, okay, you can use it to compare two or more categories or groupings with a continuous response. So continuous response, be it an interval or a ratio type of data. But of course, this data set in ANOVA, main objective is compare things. This is just an extension version of the thesis independent, right? But the common mistake is after a researcher, found that there is a significant difference, he only mentioned that there's a significant difference. Take note that you need to apply a post-hoc analysis, probably using a Hans significant differences, DHHT, or the TACI test, or even the CPA test, to mention a few, so that you could check what particular variables gives really a significant test and what is higher as compared to another one. So this can be done using a post-hoc analysis after analysis of variance. Okay? So this diagram will give you a point of view in selecting an appropriate test, for comparison. So anyway, I will give my presentation to the organizers, for your consumption. Okay. Now, most of the time people wanted to focus more, or the researchers wanted to focus more on applying parametrical statistics. But because they are familiar with that, because most of us really were educated used to use parametric statistics. But take note, there's another one, a counterpart of that, which is a non-parametrical statistics that you could apply for. If these requirements of being a parametrical test or parametric test were not met, so you can shift to using a non-parametric test, but still it will answer your problem. Okay, so some advantages of applying a non-parametrical procedure is that it makes less stringent on the data. Okay, it can sometimes be used to get quick answer with little calculations, of course, because you'll be needing a magnitude calculation using a memory statistics. It also provides an atmosphere for you, when there is no reliable or universally accepted underlying scale for the original data, and there are some concerns, especially on the result of the standard parametrical test, that can be criticized for the dependency on an artificial measurement. Okay. Another is the same critical value could be used for all data sets, okay, with the same number of observations, because every data set is reduced to ranks. Then, second, to the last is it can be treated, the data can be treated which are simply classificatory. And lastly, sometimes the data do not constitute a random sample from a larger population, because non-parametric usually, we only use a small sample size. So if you don't have the luxury of collecting a big sample, you may opt to use the non-parametric procedure. Okay. So some parametrical tests in the tabular form are shown. Okay. Here is the parametric counterparts, of statistics to a non-parametrical test, but still the purpose, we will going to meet the purpose. Okay. So let's say, for example, we wanted to use the t-test for independent samples. Okay. And that is being used when you compare two means. It can be done using a mean-mediated a Mann-Whitney U test or a Wilkinson-Sandbrand test. Still, we could reach our objective by comparing to the behavior of two data sets. Okay? Again. So here are some assumptions for a Kaiser test. Okay. So it should be random, and the sample should be large, and it will suffice all the required number of items per cell. Right? And we have a different assumptions for goodness of fit and test of independence or homogeneity of the proportions. And take note, in Mann-Whitney, we also apply a simple random selection. Okay, the same way its counterpart, that it is independent, but this time we'll be utilizing it with an ordinal data. Okay. And for a sign rank test, we also have for the Kruskal-Wallis test. Right? Now, let me simulate this thing, okay, using the result of a research. Okay. So let's say, for example, we have a topic on leadership integrity and readiness among HEI administrators. Okay. So if we have these questionnaire, okay, we wanted to get the age, the gender, the civil status, its educational attainment, designation, the department they belong in, and the school that they work in, the number of years, and their current position in the number of years in their present position. Okay, and then having this questionnaire to measure readiness for leadership role. Okay. Also, leadership integrity scale measurement. Okay. So we also have this interpretation. Okay. Okay, for leadership readiness. Okay. and leadership integrity scale. Okay, so for example, we have those things. No, we could come up with a different statement of problem. Okay, to address our research objective. Okay, one probably could ask for the demographic profile of the respondents. Okay? Second, a question of what is the level of leadership readiness since that is being measured through a scale, even the leadership integrity. No, we can have it computed. And then if our interest now is for comparison, let's say for example, we wanted to compare the leadership readiness of our respondents in terms of gender, civil status, their educational attainment, their designation, and the type of the department that they are in, okay? And replicate it no, in comparison their leadership integrity, okay? A possible question also is measuring the association between leadership integrity, okay, with the profile variables. Another is association between readiness with the profile variables, no? And the main thing is we associate now the leadership integrity and readiness of our respondents, okay? We could also check that out by measuring significant relationship of these respondents. So as you can see, we have two types of relationship measurement. Okay. And then, what factors can predict this integrity, leadership integrity, and leadership readiness of these respondents? Okay. Now, to answer question number one, so we have this data collected, no? The age, gender, HEI, the HEA, the educational attainment designation. We need first to set what kind of data are this, and then we could check on the counterpart statistics. So for age, we can make use of a mean and a percentage. Okay, a gender, it's a nominal. No, same with the civil status, we can use percentage. Okay. The highest educational, though it's ordinal, it's better presented in a percentage distribution. The same with designation, we could use a median and a percentage distribution. For department, it's nominal, okay? So apply percentage. So percentage is a counterpart of mode in representing in your research output, no? Years in company and years in present position, they are both scaled and can be presented using mean, and probably if you want to have the interval of these years of service in company and in their position, you could also apply the percentage. Okay. Now, for the level of leadership readiness, okay, since this is ordinal, you can make the combination of a median and percentage presentation, the same with the leadership integrity, since we make use of the interpretation of this leadership readiness and leadership integrity. Then for the fourth, the significant differences between leadership, as compared to their profile variables. Now, note that the leadership are in terms of scores, which is an interval, and the groupings, for gender and civil status, because we only have two of that, male for female, for gender and civil status, single and married, so we can apply a t-test independent, okay? And then for more than two categories, such as the higher education attainment, designation and department, we can apply for a one-way analysis of variance. If significant differences arises, we could extend it to post-hoc analysis, just what I had mentioned a while ago, the DACA test, the HSD, or the SHIPA test, in order for us to really determine what gives these significant differences among comparison of these categories. Okay, so here are some sample. Okay, so if the probability is less than 0.05, if our level of significance set is 0.05, we may say that to answer question number 4, we could say that male is more ready to be a leader than female. Okay. Next. No. So for question number 4, using ANOVA, you could check on the diagram in the sig value, and the sig value is the probability. If that value is more than the 0.05, therefore there is no significant differences. Thus, okay, highest the educational attainment do not matter. Okay, they have the same level of leadership readiness. Okay, the same with the result for designation, no significant difference, since that is still higher than the probability value of 0.05, which is the level of significance. Okay, and no significance also with respect to department, using leadership readiness, since that is also higher than the 0.05. Okay, another problem is setting the differences. Okay, of leadership integrity. This is almost more likely the same with the previous one, but the only difference is this time we're dealing with leadership integrity. The previous one is readiness. Okay, same thing. If you have two data or two categories, such as the gender, civil status, we need to apply the t-test independent. While for more than two classification, that will be a one-way analysis of variance. Okay, so same procedure of interpretation. Okay. Now for association, okay, if we wanted to dwell on the interpretation level of the leadership readiness, okay, which is an ordinal, and the profile variables, okay, we need to apply the chi-square test. Okay. So here you could find the result, whether that's significant or not, in the Pearson chi-square test. This is a result coming from the SPSS software. Okay, so since that is still higher than the 0.05 level, so we can say that there's no association between gender and leadership readiness. Okay? Then for association between leadership integrity and profile variable, applying chi-square also is applicable. Okay? And then, if we wanted now to cross the leadership integrity and leadership readiness, we can also use the chi-square test. Okay. But this time, this will give a positive result. Thus, you could say that there is an association between leadership readiness and leadership integrity. Okay. Okay. So this is the crosstabs of that. Okay. Offshoot. Okay. The second to the last question. Okay. The first one, if we wanted to focus on the interpretation side of the leadership readiness scale and the leadership integrity scale. But if we wanted to focus more on the actual score, since there's a numbering in the data, okay, we could also do that. If that is now the reference point of the data, thus the data will be scaled, and now the measure that we need to do in order for us to measure the relationship should be Pearson R. Okay? So in Pearson R, there will be two reflection results of that, okay? But they are all the same, okay? So you need to check on if there will be a one asterisk of the data, meaning that is significant at a 0.05. If you see a two asterisk, it will denote that that is significant in a 0.01 data, okay? So as you can see, the sig value or the probability value is a 0.000, would mean that there is a strong relationship with leadership integrity, okay, and leadership readiness among higher education institution, administrators, okay. Though it's negative, still there is a relationship. Okay. Lastly, is how are we going to make use of a multiple regression analysis? Let's say, okay, we wanted to predict what particular independent variables would predict the level of leadership readiness and leadership integrity of an individual. Okay, so these things are skilled data. So it should be skilled in order for us to make use of multiple regression. But this time we're going to make use of the stepwise, no, in order for us to test whether age, no, have a significant effect, okay, or years, no, in the university or the present position, okay. If we assume that they are already, no, factors, contributing factors, no, for the level of leadership integrity and leadership readiness, well, then we don't need to use the stepwise. But I recommend that you use a stepwise. Okay. Okay. So here you'll see, no, if you're going to plug in the SPSS, that there is the R square, no, which is the percentage effect of these factors, no, in predicting your leadership readiness. Okay, so as you can see, only, no, the years in company will predict it. But if you are going to make use of a regular linear regression, this will be your modeling because you already assume, no, that they will have a significant effect. Because using a regular regression, it will not delete all those factors with no effect at all. Okay, it will assume that every independent variables that you incorporated, no, are really affecting your dependent variable. Okay, but if you're going to make use of a stepwise linear regression, as you can see, no, okay, only the years, no, of service in the company have an effect to modeling, okay, or on the variable, okay. So meaning, no, the number of years in the company is a contributing factors in determining the leadership readiness of an individual, but it has only a minimal effect of 3.6%. Now the question is, where is the other percentage? The 90 plus percentage. Okay, the 90 plus percentage is actually variables which are not included in your research. Now, this is the time for you to reflect this in your conclusion or probably recommendations that you need to consider other variables to test this modeling. Okay, yeah. Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sirug. So everyone knows that learning statistics is really a challenging one as part of the researchers, but with the topics that you have presented, it really enlightened us. Thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you. Welcome.
And please allow us to present to you your certificate of appreciation. We share the slide. So let me read the text once again. Republic of the Philippines, Southern Luzon State University, Lukban, Quezon, CABHA Graduate School. Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Winston S. Sirug. So Dean, the Stallion Mission and Student Life, for sharing his expertise as resource speaker during the first College of Administration, Business, Hospitality, and Accountancy, and Graduate School International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the New Normal, with a theme fostering culture of research and innovation amidst pandemic. With the topic, data analysis and statistics in writing and research. So given this 28th day of November at Lukban, Quezon, Philippines, signed Juris Dr. Joel N. De La Cruz, Chairperson, Dr. Chona V. Kayabat, Advisor, Dean of CABHA GS, and then Dr. Joanna Paula A. Aliaga, Program Chair of DBA and MBA, and Mary Jane A. Lee, Dr. Mary Jane A. Lee, the Dean of Graduate School. Thank you so much once again, sir. Let us give him a virtual clap. Thank you, sir. So Dr. Ciro will also join us in a bit after the presentation as our panel reactor. Okay, and now, as one of the highlights in this conference is the presentation of research papers that will soon be published in the Journal of Economics, Finance and Accounting Studies, or Journal of Business and Management Studies. So even though we are working lunch as of now, I know everyone is really excited and nervous that this is it. So to our presenters, please be reminded that you are given only 10 up to 15 minutes to present your paper. And to our participants, please be reminded to turn your microphone on mute, and please also turn off your camera while they are presenting. Thank you so much. So let's start by inviting our first presenter on the virtual floor. I guess they're ready. So our first title po is Assessment on the Implementation of Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education, or UNIFAST, basis for a proposed action plan. So this paper will be presented by Mr. Gerald D. Urigan. So let's give the floor to Mr. Urigan. Thank you.
Good morning po.
Yes, sir. Good morning. You may present your slides.
Again, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well despite of the pandemic. To the organizer of this conference, I would like to thank for having me here as a presenter. So I am Gerald Dacuba Porigan, and I will be presenting my study entitled Assessment on the Implementation of Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education, or the UNIFAST, basis for a proposed action plan. So the purpose of this study is to assess the initial implementation of the UNIFAST, specifically the TES, or the Tertiary Education Subsidy. For the background of this study, to allow the citizens full access to quality education by providing adequate funding and to increase the participation rate. Naririnig po kaya ako ng lahat?
Yes, sir. You're clear.
Okay po.
But can you please present your slides, sir?
Okay po. Sorry. Okay na po kaya? Am I presenting the...
Yes, sir.
Nakikita po kaya yung PowerPoint presentation?
Sir, can you please maximize?
Okay. Okay na po?
Yes, sir. You may proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So once again, good morning to everyone. Sorry for the technical problem. So once again, my study is entitled Assessment on the Implementation of the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education, or the UNIFAST, the basis for a proposed action plan. The objective of this study is to assess the initial implementation of the UNIFAST, specifically the TES, or the Tertiary Education Subsidy. So to allow the citizens full access to quality education by providing adequate funding and to increase the participation rate in tertiary education, the universal access to quality tertiary education Act or Republic Act 10931 was enacted and passed into law on August 3, 2017. This gives preference to the poor but academically proficient and highly motivated students. The implementing rules and regulation of this law recognizes the complementary roles of public and private higher education institution and technical vocational institution in the tertiary education system, and the invaluable contribution of private tertiary institution to the education system. So to support the cost of tertiary education or any part or portion thereof, a tertiary education subsidy or TES was established for all Filipino students who shall enroll in undergraduate post-secondary program of state universities and colleges, local universities, private higher institution, and all technical vocational institutions. As a public school teacher and researcher, this study was taken into consideration to assess the enactment of this law in all higher educational institutions in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon Province and to analyze the problem encountered by the student beneficiary, if any, to propose an action plan that will enhance the implementation of this act, by means of which student beneficiaries' concern will be addressed and all necessary adjustment on the part of the higher education institution and Commission on Higher Education as well as the UNIPAS Board to administer this program will be made. So the findings that can be drawn from this study may be a great help to the following. To the UNIPAS beneficiaries. This study will be a big help to the beneficiaries as they are the main primary recipients of the program and the good governance must be accorded to them. The Commission on Higher Education, the findings of this study can serve as their guide in improving the program that assigned to them. To the researcher, this study is important to the researcher being a public school teacher so that he can provide both students and parents the proper guidance on the features of the program and motivate students to finish their desired degree. And to the future researcher, this study is also a significant to those who will undertake the same line of research, as this can serve as a guide and reference in getting information needed in conducting the same area of this study. This study used a combination of a quantitative and descriptive type of research to quantify and analyze the relationship between the variables to assess the initial implementation of the UNIPAS TES in all higher education institutions in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon Province. Determining the sample size among the total population, this study used the Cochrane sampling technique. This formula was considered because some of the colleges and universities have large populations. This study has 250 sample respondents among the 720 total populations of UNIPAS TES beneficiaries in all colleges and universities in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon Province. So to facilitate the collection of necessary data while observing the ethical ways of doing research, the researcher asked permission from all campus directors and school administrators of all colleges and universities in the 4th District of Quezon Province through a request letter signed by the researcher's advisor. So upon approval, the researcher sought help from the Student Affairs Office to generate the information needed. The researcher also observed the non-disruption of classes for the students' beneficiaries during the collection of data by answering the survey questionnaire made by the researcher and validated by 3 professionals. The Data Privacy Act was observed and all the gathered data was treated in utmost confidentiality. After the assessment, the following are the findings revealed from this study. So the majority age of the student beneficiaries is 19 to 20 years old, which covers the 59% of the total 250 respondents. There are also more female students, composed of the 70% of the total respondents than male students, and only 3.2% of the respondents are married. The result from the respondents also showed that there are more UNIPAS TES beneficiaries in private colleges than the state universities in the 4th District of Quezon. The private colleges accommodate 180 beneficiaries, or the 72% of the total respondents, while the remaining 28% or 70 beneficiaries came from the state universities. This study found out that the respondents strongly agreed that the tertiary education subsidy gave them more motivation to strive harder and serve as a source of inspiration to finish their study. Thus, it only proved that the Unifast TES has impact on the students' persistence, which is a factor to finish the college degree. Based on the response of the respondents, it shows that they are aware that DES has impact on their academic performance. The recipient agreed that due to their scholarship, they are more influenced to attend class regularly and encouraged them to aim for high grades. It also motivated them to explore knowledge and skills and allowed them to participate in varied school activities as well as to focus on their lesson and projects. The benefits that they received enable them to engage in activities and lessons by providing necessary resources, which encourage them to seek new knowledge and skills and feel at ease in doing their lessons and projects. However, the students moderately agreed that due to TAS, they feel satisfied in whatever grades they receive and does not give them worries to miss their class schedule. So in general, the Unifast TES benefits really affect the academic performance of the students. In terms of the impact of Unifast TES on financial capacity of the student's beneficiary, this study found out that the respondents strongly agreed that their tertiary education subsidy aid them to provide their educational needs, assist them to pay school fees on time, and relieve their financial burden in school. It also helps them to realize the value of money and give them reason to spend it wisely. On the other hand, they agreed that their subsidy helped them to save money, taught them to become accountable in managing their finances, helped them to avoid them to pay debts, and also sustained their social needs. This study also proved that the only serious problems encountered in the initial implementation of the Unifast TES among the higher education institution in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon, as perceived by its beneficiaries, are the late release of funds and the limited enrollment period on the CHED portal. Aside from these two, they considered other problems they encountered as less serious and do not really affect them. For the conclusions, so after analyzing the findings of this study, the following conclusions were drawn. There are 7 state universities and colleges and 6 private colleges in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon Province. However, in the municipality of Atimonan, Calawag, and Binyanan, only private colleges exist. Under the provision in Republic Act 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, provides prioritization among the students to become beneficiaries of tertiary education subsidy, or the TES. However, this prioritization shall not apply to Filipino students in cities and municipalities with no existing state university and colleges or local universities and colleges campus. Thus, there are more student beneficiaries of TES among private colleges than SUCs in the 4th Congressional District of Quezon Province, because the 3 aforementioned municipalities doesn't have SUCs or LUCs in their respective municipality. Financial matter is one of the main concerns before entering college. The financial subsidy really helps the student in different ways. Thus, college students are fully aware of the impact of the benefits they are receiving under the Unifast TES program, such as the impact of their persistence, which give them more motivation and inspiration to finish their college degree. Positive impact on their academic performance and gaining more financial capacity in different expenses they incur in college. The Unifast TES, just like any other program, also encounter different problems, but as perceived by its beneficiaries, the only serious problems are the late release of funds or the amount of benefits for them and the limited enrollment on the CHID portal. UNIFAST Act is just in its early stages of implementation since this act was signed into law last October 15, 2015, and the IRR was approved last May 11, 2016. And the first batch of the tertiary education subsidy under the UNIFAST was only chosen during the academic year 2017 to 2018. Therefore, being on its initial period of implementation, it's just normal to encounter a problem as the program is implemented. So for the complete details and data of this study, it will be published soon, and you can ask for more information regarding this study on me. So that will be all for my presentation on my study. So thank you so much for.
Congratulations, Mr. Urigay, for your presentation. So we will be presenting 3 titles, and then afterward, we will be calling our panel actor for the insights and additional comments. So now let's proceed with the second one, with the title, Students' Competencies and Learning Experiences on Bookkeeping of Grade 9 and 11 ABM Students in Canada National High School. So this paper will be presented by the 2 researchers, Miss Elaine R. Duvilla, Miss Glenda V. Lumanta, and of course, Miss Rina V. Dimesa. So one of them will present their papers. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
So, thank you for this good opportunity that we are going to present our action research entitled Students' Competencies and Learning Experience on Bookkeeping of Grade 9 and 11 ABM Students in Canada NHS. So, before I proceed, I would like to introduce our main author, Ms. Elaine Villa, and my co-author, Ms. Rina Dimesa, and yours truly, Ms. Glenda V. Lumanta. So now let us start with the background of the study. Okay, may nakakita po kaya yung PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let us start with the background of the study. The fundamentals of accountancy, business, and management 1 is an introductory course in accounting, business, and management data analysis that will develop students' appreciation of accounting as a language of business and an understanding of basic accounting concepts and principles that will help them analyze business transactions. That is from K-12 Senior High School ABM Specialized Subject of ABM May 2016, where bookkeeping is part of accounting, which recording of monetary transaction according to Tugas et al. 2016. Okay, let us continue. In Canada NHS, based on the true experience of the subject teacher during the school year 2019 to 2020, one of the students said, why do we need to take bookkeeping? Or in fact, they don't need this because they have other aspiring specialization. How bookkeeping could help them while they are in grade 9 only. Sad to say, majority of them don't want to take bookkeeping, but they have no choice because this is a prerequisite subject as an integration in technology and livelihood economics, TLE, that they need to take because the school wants to introduce bookkeeping, and it will also be repeating students to prevent shock if they are already in senior high school. On the other hand, in senior high school department, there was increasing number of enrollees of ABM. The previous year, school year 2018 to 2019, had only enrolled 5 students as the very first batch. Fortunately, this school year 2019 to 2020, the school had 13 enrolled ABM students. The said students have no negative feedback about the specialized subject on ABM. This is only means that they are prepared to the taken track, and one of the reasons why they became an ABM students was they had a close friends since junior high school. So now let us proceed to statement of the problem. Number one, what is the competency level of grade 9 and grade 11 ABM students in terms of competencies on bookkeeping? Number two, how do students themselves believe they learn bookkeeping? Number three, what are students' views or perceptions of current methods of teaching bookkeeping? And number four, what are the implications of learning and teaching bookkeeping of grade 9 and 11 ABM students? And then our hypothesis is there is no significant difference before and after studying bookkeeping. So now let us proceed to methodology. This study used quantitative and qualitative design through descriptive, comparative with quasi-experimental and exploratory studies with experience survey. It is also used non-probability sampling, such as purposive and stratified sampling. To analyze the data, researchers use unstructured questionnaire and open-ended questions used in interview to respondents with statistical treatment of weighted arithmetic mean and t-tests. Furthermore, this study focused on the competencies and learning experience of grade 9 and 11 ABM students of Kanda NHS. It was covered from June 2019 to March 2020. The researcher considered a maximum of 36 grade 9 and 13 ABM students, with a total of 49 students for the study conducted in the said school. Our research ethics is this study followed the ethical standard through the change of the name of the respondents, such as student 1, 2, 3, 4, and student A, B, C, D. Furthermore, the researchers asked also permission to the head of the school as well as to the respondents. Survey questionnaire was also validated by the experts such as master teacher, senior high school coordinator, and principal. The findings and discussion, okay? As we have seen on this table, okay, so we use the weighted mean here. The table shows that the pretest with a weighted mean of 14.22 became very low. Fortunately, after studying bookkeeping, it resulted to the highest weighted mean of 44.88. It means that the studying bookkeeping had a significant impact to grade 9 students of Kanda NHS. While on table 2, pre-test and post-test of grade 11 ABM students of Kanda NHS, the table shows the result of pre-test and post-test of grade 11 ABM students of Kanda NHS. It shows that there was a weighted mean of 23 in the pre-test. After studying bookkeeping, it had a result of 42.38. So it means that studying bookkeeping had also a great impact. Okay, now we'll proceed to table 3, comparison of grade 9 and grade 11 ABM students of Kanda NHS using t-test, assuming unequal variances. As we have seen on this table, the mean shows that there is a significant difference between pre-test and post-test of grade 9 with an average mean of 14.22 in pre-test and 44.88 in post-test. With a decrease of freedom of 65535 and t-statistic of 3.69, it only means reject null hypothesis. On the other hand, for grade 11 ABM, since the mean resulted to 23 on the pre-test and 42.38 post-test with a decrease of freedom of 65535 and with the t-test with a t-stat of negative 2.33. Therefore, studying of bookkeeping had really a significant impact to grade 9 and 11 ABM students of Kanda NHS. So since we have qualitative design, we have part 2 of our questionnaire. How do students themselves believe they learn bookkeeping? According to student 1 respondent, student needs to believe themselves that they need to learn bookkeeping because this is keeping of financial records in business, which is to know the cash flow or fund and expenses. It also classifying and summarizing in a significant manner and in terms of money transactions. While student 2 said that in bookkeeping, the student don't need a lot of knowledge to answer the challenges given by the teacher. The only way is to learn. The only way to learn is to catch up the topic, and you need to know how to analyze the problem and to journalize the every transaction. And our part 3 question: what are the students' views or perceptions of current methods of teaching bookkeeping? Researchers use alphabetical letter in order to protect the name of the students, which part of ethics in this study. As a respondent said that many of the students said that bookkeeping is hard because they believe that accounting is difficult subject that has more step or cycle, more on number, computation, and analyzing problem, especially to those who doesn't like mathematics. They think it's really hard. Accounting students, sometimes it is hard, but student please said that teacher used a productive, good, and useful visual aids and PowerPoint presentation. That's why the students are more interested to listen to the new topic and willingly participate in every recitation and activity that we had. Our conclusions here: number 1, studying bookkeeping of grade 11 APM students and grade 9 as an integration in technology, livelihood, and education, TLE, gave a significant impact which we have seen on their pre-test and post-test. Number 2, conclusion: respondents based on their qualitative response regarding on how students believe they learn bookkeeping revealed that bookkeeping is difficult, but if we could analyze more practice, techniques to improve knowledge and believe in ourselves, it will become easy. Further, students must learn bookkeeping because it is about financial records. Number 3, respondents said the teacher used a productive, good, and useful visual aids and PowerPoint presentation. That is why the students are more interested to listen to the new topic and willingly participate in every recitation and activity that we have. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Glenda Lumata, for your paper presentation. And now let's have the last one for our first presentation. Let us have the title Analysis of Inventory Management System of Selected Small-Sized Restaurants in Quezon Province, Basis for an Intervention System Manual, to be presented by Ms. Leia Nerdelita A. Bailet. Ma'am?
Yes,
Slide.
good afternoon, everyone. To our plenary speakers, Madam President, to our Dean, our professors, and participants, good afternoon. I'm Leia Nerdelita L. Bailen, and I will be presenting my thesis entitled Analysis of Inventory Management System of Selected Small-Sized Restaurants in Quezon Province, Basis for an Inventory System Manual. So let me now present my slides. Okay. So analysis of inventory management system of selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province, basis for an inventory system manual. Background of the study. Restaurant business belong to the category of micro, small, and medium and medium, sorry, and medium enterprise or MSME. MSME is any business activity or enterprise engaged in industry agribusiness and or services, whether single proprietorship, cooperative, partnership, or corporation, whose total assets, inclusive of those arising from loans, but exclusive of the land on which the particular business entity's office, plant, and equipment are situated, must have value falling under the following categories: micro, less than 3 million pesos; small, more than 3 million pesos, but not more than 15 million pesos; medium, more than 15 million pesos, but not more than 100 million pesos, as per Department of Trade and Industry 2008. This study aimed to determine the effectiveness of the system used in inventory management of the selected small-sized restaurants operating in Quezon Province. Specifically, it sought to achieve the following objectives: to describe the profile of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province, to determine the system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province, to identify the problems encountered by selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province in managing inventories, to analyze the impacts of the problems on inventory management of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province, and to ascertain the views of the selected small-sized restaurant owners in terms of inventory management. Significance of the study. To restaurant owners, this study would further enlighten them on the inventory management system of small-sized restaurants. As a result, they would be able to minimize wastage and pilferage. In the same manner, their income would be increased as well as their profitability. To business administration educators, this study may be used in teaching lessons relevant to inventory management systems. Likewise, they may use it as a reference material in preparing reading materials like manuals and books. To business administration students, this study would familiarize them on the importance and various issues of inventory management systems. The knowledge they would gain in this study would be valuable to them in their future jobs, particularly in handling inventory management systems of businesses. To future researchers, this study may serve as their reference material. They can also use it as a guide in conducting studies about inventory management system of businesses. Methodology. The researcher designed and used a structured type of questionnaire based on the objectives of the study. It was one of the tools in gathering the necessary data. This research instrument have a series of questions for the purpose of gathering data from respondents, which could be used for statistical analysis. The questionnaire was composed of 5 parts. Part 1 identified the profile of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province. The next part determined the system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province. Part 3 identified the problems encountered by selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province in managing inventories. The impacts of the problems on inventory management of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province were determined in Part 4. The last part of the questionnaire ascertained the views of the selected small-sized restaurant owners in terms of inventory management. The researcher also used an inventory guide. This research instrument was useful in getting the story behind the respondents' experiences. Permission was requested from the owners of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province to conduct the study. After the permission was granted, the researcher facilitated a survey and interview. Following a friendly greeting, the researcher gave a short explanation about the study. With a structured interview, all respondents were asked the same questions. All the questionnaires were retrieved after the respondents finished answering all the questions. Findings and discussion. The table shows the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, gender, civil status, and educational attainment. It was revealed that most of the respondents belonged to the age bracket 31 to 35 years old, with a frequency of 28 or 21%. Majority of the respondents are high school graduate or college undergraduates, with the frequency of 77 or 57%. This study shows that most of the small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province hire employees with minimum educational attainment. This is due to the fact that most of the employees of the restaurant are service staff. System used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of requisition. As revealed in this table, the respondents agreed that those listed were system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of requisition. Based on the findings, the systems used by the selected small-sized restaurants in terms of requisition, supplies which are not used are brought back to the stockroom is second to the lowest, which means that there are a number of supplies being taken out of the stockroom that are not actually needed in preparing the menu, and that after the preparation of the food, these excess supplies were left anywhere in the kitchen. Setting aside the supplies in a restaurant is not a good idea, since this might be totally left behind and there could be many implications from this. Based also on the survey that was conducted, a form is properly filled out for the returned items ranked as having the lowest score. This only implies that majority of the restaurants do not document the return of the excess items to the stockroom. This will pose a problem since the unused stocks will be counted as part of the inventory. This may again result to buying of supplies which are still available. Cash flow of the restaurant is also affected since the cash that should have been used for other needs of the restaurant will be used to buy the supplies which are still on hand. Theft is likewise encouraged since the unused supplies were already treated as consummated. If the return of these supplies were not properly documented, anyone can take them out without the awareness of anyone. System used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of stocks and storage, canned and bottled supplies. In this table, the respondents agreed that those listed were the system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of stock and storage. In a restaurant, keeping canned and bottled supplies in the proper storage containers is very important. Restaurateurs need quality food storage containers, ingredient bins, storage racks, and shelving to keep canned and bottled supplies fresh. System used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of fruits and vegetables and perishable foods. As revealed in this table, the respondents agreed that those listed were the system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in terms of fruits and vegetables and perishable foods. Under the system used in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurant in terms of fruits and vegetables and perishable foods, cooked meat and poultry are stored inside the fridge or consumed within 3 or 4 days. Cooked meat and poultry have a shelf life of 3 to 4 days if stored inside the refrigerator. Otherwise, the restaurant should have stored it inside the freezer, where it could last 1 year when put in an aluminum foil or freezer paper in a tightly sealed container. Problems encountered in inventory management in terms of inventory system used by the restaurant. As stated in this table, those were the moderately severe problems encountered in inventory management in terms of inventory system used by the restaurant. Employees of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province believed that the different small-sized restaurants encountered problems with inventory management due to existing inventory system. As disclosed, it could be attributed to the fact that when chefs dictate what supply to be bought, number one there, overstock of inventory may occur. Problems encountered in inventory management in terms of problems in inventory turnover inside the stock room. As can be seen in this table, those listed were the moderately severe problems encountered by inventory management in terms of problems on inventory turnover of the stock room. Based on the result of the study, A lot of the selected employees disclosed that the different small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province encountered slight problems in their inventory management in the aspect of inventory turnover to the stockroom. Although not that serious, several of them also pinpointed that large volume of meat, fish, and vegetable that were purchased in advance create some problems in inventory turnover in the stockrooms. Restaurants tend to overstock to avoid embarrassment when customer order food which the establishment cannot provide due to lack of supplies. In doing so, the restaurant overdo it by buying a large volume of meat, fish, and vegetables. Meat and fish can be stored in the freezer for a longer period, but not in the case of vegetables, especially the green leafy vegetables, which can easily spoil after a couple of days. This will result in huge volume of vegetable spoilage. Other than this, buying huge amount of supplies distorts the financial position of the business. Problems encountered in inventory management in terms of problems on stocks and storage, as revealed in the table. Listed were the moderately severe problems encountered in inventory management in terms of problems on stocks and storage. Vegetable spoilage is huge with weighted mean of 2.9. Most vegetables spoil after a couple of days. On top of this, vendors will entice restaurant owners and purchasers to buy in bulk, reiterating that they will give discounts to vegetables bought in volume. This is a problem of majority of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province. When restaurant owners let themselves be enticed by vegetable vendors or suppliers because of the discounts being offered, there is always a huge possibility of buying items that are not needed by the restaurant. Setting unneeded vegetable items will likewise increase the number of vegetable spoilage, thereby decreasing again the profit of the restaurant. Impact of the problems on the operation of the restaurant. The table revealed the impact of the problems on the operation of the restaurant. Majority of the selected employees were convinced that the problems encountered by the different small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province in inventory management have impact on their operations. A lot of them disclosed that cash flow was affected due to buying of supplies which are still available. After evaluating the findings gathered, the following conclusions were drawn. Most of the employees of the small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province were in the middle age. Majority were male, single, and high school graduate or college undergraduate. Most of them have a capitalization of not more than 15 million pesos. All are located in the busy area in the municipality of the property owned by the restaurant owner. Most have a maximum capacity of 150 persons. Regular employees are 6 to 10 personnel. Most cater Filipino foods. Most of the restaurants can be considered new in the business. Next, most selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province use the FIFO or first-in, first-out method in inventory management. Others practice the JIT or just-in-time theory, where supplies like ingredients for a special menu will be ordered only when needed. These supplies are not always seen in the stockroom due to the rarity of the usage. Problems encountered in inventory management by selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province were the chef dictating what to buy, resulting to overstock of inventory, large volume of meat, fish, and vegetables purchased in advance, prices of food not being reasonable, food and beverage inventory levels not being counted in the dining area, and huge vegetable spoilers. Next, perceived impact on the problems on inventory management of the selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province are overstock of inventory affecting the cash flow, distortion of the financial position of the restaurant, prices of food in the restaurant not being reasonable, food and inventory levels not accounted for in the dining area resulting to decrease in profit, huge amount of vegetable spoilage. And the majority of the small-sized restaurant owners in Quezon Province have their inventory management done by the owner of the restaurant using the FIFO method. Physical inventory count is done daily on certain items like canned goods, bottled water, soft drink, and canned juice to minimize theft and anomalies. All other inventory counts could be done weekly. And that ends my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leah Baylen. Of course, congratulations. So that concludes our 3 paper presentations for today. And now, may we request the presence of our panel reactor, Dr. Emilio Capuz, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have a good lunch. Ma'am, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is where Filipinos are good at. We are very resilient despite of all technical glitches. We still are able to continue, and that's how we survive. And I think that's one thing we need in this new normal. I only have some points of clarification and maybe insights to our 3 presenters. First, I would like to congratulate our presenters for very articulate, and it seems that they are very much knowledgeable about their topic. First, as to the first presenter, entitled Assessment of the Implementation of the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education or UNIFAS, Basis for a Proposed Action Plan, presented by Sir Gerald Origay. Sir, once again, congratulations. I only have some questions. First, correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw in the presentation that you employed both qualitative and quantitative approaches or methodology in data gathering. May I know how they are integrated? Sir Gerard?
Yes po.
Yes, sir. Did you get my question, sir?
Yes po. Sir, the quantitative analysis is used to the response of the students, while the descriptive type of research is used to analyze the result to come up with the what to call them this, and the proposed action plan. It was done through the help of the statistician of the university that I was enrolled.
Okay. So, sir, you're saying that the quantitative and the qualitative approaches were not given to the same group of participants?
Yes po.
What do you mean, sir?
Yes, sir. The quantitative was used based from the result of the survey questionnaire, while the descriptive approach used to come up with the proposed action plan.
Yeah, but these qualitative data were also drawn from the same participants, sir.
Yes po.
Okay. Then, how was the data integrated, sir? The quantity and the qualitative data, how were they integrated?
They are integrated, sir, based on the result. So, after analyzing the data, sir, from the respondents, I asked for the help through our statistician to provide a descriptive analysis regarding the result of the study.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Gerard. I was thinking if the quantitative and the qualitative approaches were combined, and then that is where you actually draw your action plan. That was I was thinking. That is why I find it more of a triangulation approach from your end. Otherwise, I was also thinking, was it not leading towards mixed method? Because otherwise, I'll be asking what was the approach used to compare and contrast the data. Just the same, sir, the presentation was very clear. I just would like to see clearly. That's exactly the reason why I'm casting this question. How they were integrated. Lastly, sir, the study was mainly to become the basis of an action plan. based on the findings of the study, what were the main elements that will be integrated in the action plan?
Of course, sir, yun po yung mismong problems encountered by the students beneficiaries.
Like?
That was the basis. Can I present po the table? Or yung,
not necessarily, sir. I just want to know at least important insights.
The problems encountered by the university's beneficiaries, sir, just like the late release of funds, which is commonly observed in all higher educational institutions, as well as the late enrollment on the CHED portal. So that was the basic consideration to provide action plan to improve the enactment or the initial assessment of that particular program.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Gerald. But how do you plan, sir, you said you will make an action plan. What action do you really plan to do out of those findings?
Actually, I already have, yes, for the action plan.
Okay.
It is also evaluated by the different student assistants, dean on the student OSA or the student service affairs office. So that was already evaluated, and I come up with a different action plan to provide, like for example, to provide a counseling program for those students who are beneficiaries with failing grades, and also to address some financial difficulties of the students in spending their benefits. Like for instance, they provide financial literacy program, and of course to the main on the CHED or in the UNIFAS part to provide the specific or the concrete guidelines on how to assess or how to accept the applicants, because it is not stated under IRR, and of course to review their different policies when it comes to releasing of the funds to avoid the late release of the benefits of the students.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Gerald, for that insight. So once again, congratulations. Proceeding to our second presenter. Again, I would like to congratulate the group of Ma'am Elaine De Villa, Ma'am Glenda Lumanta, and Ma'am Marina De Mesa with their studies, students' competencies, and learning experiences in bookkeeping of grade 9 and grade 11 ABM students in Kanda National High School. I appreciate their observance of ethical consideration and the way they presented data. I only have some points of clarification, just like the previous presenter. It was shown also that the study employed both quantitative and qualitative approaches. I don't know if they are used to compare and contrast the data, or they are used simply to triangulate the data. So that's one question I want to raise first to the second presenter. Ma'am?
Okay, good morning once again. We use quantitative and qualitative design. No? On the first part of our questionnaire, we use quantitative data, and then the second, third, and fourth part of our questionnaire, we use qualitative design. So the reason why we arrived in kumbaga on the first part, we have seen, based on the pre-test and post-test, we have seen the impact of studying bookkeeping. So obviously there was a great impact, no? And then dun sa qualitative response of the students, we have seen that yung qualitative response they had problems about studying bookkeeping. And based on their opinion, they experience difficulties in studying bookkeeping. But they also said that if they are going to analyze the problem, to have more practice, they could study bookkeeping since they really experience difficulties in bookkeeping.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Another point that I want to raise, since you mentioned that you use qualitative data analysis, may I know exactly how did you come up with your qualitative data analysis findings? What particular strategy did you use? If in quality you mentioned you use the post-test and pre-test method, I suppose you use the pre-test or the descriptive statistics. I want to know how did you do it in your quali?
Okay, we follow the questions based on the statement of the problem. So like here, how the students themselves believe they learn bookkeeping, what are students' views or perceptions of current methods of teaching bookkeeping, and what are the implications of learning and teaching bookkeeping to grade 9 and 11 ABM students.
Yeah.
So, ito po yung sinunod namin. So,
Yes,
it needs, yes po.
Ma'am Glenda, yeah, that's correct. We base our analysis on the statement of the problem. But my point is, how did you come up with that findings? Which qualitative analysis technique did you use? I'm asking, did you employ thematic analysis? Did you use other data analysis for that matter?
We have we have nothing to use, but we only use interview and written.
Okay.
Based on the questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. We normally use observation, interview, and even document analysis. But what we normally did, maybe you're correct, and maybe you missed that part. I don't know which part. When we gather our data through the interview, following our SOP as you did, so I congratulate you for that. What we normally do in analyzing data analysis is we try to put the codes together, try to find categories, and in order for us to do the themes. And the themes would serve as our findings. That's how we draw findings in contrast to statistics. That's exactly what I'm asking. And there are different ways of doing that, like lysis. If you're following phenomenology, there is mustakas and other things. Just the same, you were able to arrive at your findings. So congratulations for that. And lastly, ma'am, you said in the quantity part, you were able to determine that there is a significant relationship or significant difference because of your scores in pre-test and post-test. And you also mentioned you use quasi-experimental. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
How did you know that the post-test result was purely the effect of your intervention that is teaching the subject and not by other compounded variables?
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Ma'am, you said that you know that there is the significant difference because when you try to use statistics using your pre-test and post-test, your data shows that there is a significant difference because you did an intervention. We understand this is action research. I am also a master teacher in DepEd, so we are in the same line of field. When do we see that there is a significant difference? My question is this. Let me clarify. How sure were you that the results were purely the effect of your intervention, which is teaching the subject, and not because of other variables or other factors that might have affected the result? What do you think, ma'am?
Okay po. In our studying bookkeeping, from the very start, I conducted a pre-test in my students, grade 9 and grade 11. And then I use different strategies in teaching. The reason why one of the respondents said, teacher use a productive, good, and useful visual aids and PowerPoint presentation. Kasi nga ay sometimes students became boring dun sa, since our subject is really difficult. So there are different strategies that I use.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Ma'am Glenda. Thank you for your enthusiasm in sharing your study. And I hope you will do more study. My last point is actually for all of us who are researchers. This is an insight we learned from publishing in the international journals. As much as this is connected to the second presenter, I would like also to share this to the rest, especially if we plan to publish our study in the international journal. I congratulate the group of Ma'am Glenda for identifying their observance of ethics and research like anonymity. By not mentioning the name, you use instead the ID, no? Participant 1, participant 2. But in drafting our title, especially if we want to publish it in the international research, we also must be able to observe anonymity to our setting. Ibig sabihin, for example, if I'm conducting my study in San Matias National High School, for example, I will not mention the name of my school in the title as part of the anonymity procedure. So instead, what I will say is like this: an assessment of the performance of grade 9 and 11 student in one high school or in one government school in Region 3, Philippines. So, as much as possible, let's try to observe that if we plan to publish our study in the international journal. Because our study may be positive or may have positive and negative result, so we also try to protect the name of our institution. So once again, the group of Ma'am Glenda, congratulations.
Thank you po.
Okay.
Thank you very much po.
I'm down to the last presenter. The study is very relevant. That is why I only have 2 questions, and it's more on the related to the theme of our research. Number 1, since the study is all about business and its implication to local economy, particularly in Quezon, the presenter of the third study, analysis of inventory management systems of selected small-sized restaurants in Quezon Province, basis for an inventory system manual. May I know how would the study, those findings of the study, would impact now the local economy, particularly this time of COVID-19? The group of Ma'am Leia, Bailin, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon once again, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
So, as we all know, COVID-19 has a great impact in our economy. And since this is a restaurant business, so many people will still go to restaurants, if not to eat there, but to buy food. So, in this manner, it is not, the restaurant is not likely that affected. So, because food is the number one necessity. So, if the individuals or a group or people like us will not eat inside the restaurant, at least we will be able to buy something to alleviate our hunger.
So, ma'am, you're saying that despite of the pandemic, the study that you conducted and its impact are still relevant to the present time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So they can still use this study, like there are so many spoilage, so how to avoid those spoilage in order for the business to have a profit. Like in this pandemic, so we very much know that we need money in order to budget the necessities, to buy the necessities, including the food that we need in our daily life.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. My last question would be, since as I mentioned, the study is very relevant, I am a food body. No? I cannot survive without food. Maybe everybody, and that's one thing I like my wife. Aside from being a doctor of medicine, is also good in preparing food for the family, and that I appreciate. And one thing we miss, Madam, is going outside the country and even in the countryside, just going to the restaurants and eat our favorite food. But as what you said, now gradually restaurants are opening their doors even to dine-in customers. But when it comes to research replicability, we know that one of the criteria of a good research is for a next researcher to be able to replicate the study conducted. As you mentioned, ma'am, the impact would still be the same because restaurants still do operate. But for example, I want to adapt your study, but because it is COVID-19 now, there might be some elements of your study that I cannot replicate. So, what would you suggest now to researchers who would like to replicate your study in COVID-19 scenario?
Okay. Sir, first of all, of course, this study was done before the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes.
Opo. And then, to make for other researchers so that they will be able to replicate my study, maybe they would in the terms of how they could properly budget the money so that there will be no spoilage, no leftovers, and then no buying of excess ingredients. Okay, so that the money, instead of buying those excess, the ingredients that are still inside, or buying several meat, fish, and vegetables in advance, they could use the money in other necessities of the restaurant, like they could use it in making the restaurant more appealing, or other they could use it in making another menu for their restaurant and for their customers.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lei. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the presenters. Congratulations, Southern Luzon State University, Dr. Chona, and Attorney Joel for the opportunity, and to the rest of the team. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again, Dr. Capuzzo, and of course, congratulations to our three presenters. Moving on, before we proceed with our third plenary speaker and the health break, we still have two papers to be presented. And the fourth one, of course, is entitled Gender Sensitization, among faculty members of Southern Luzon State University, to be presented by Ms. Geraldine B. Advincula and, of course, Dr. Chona B. Kayata. You may now present your slides. Ma'am Advincula. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting our research. I am with Dr.
You're not audible, Ma'am Advincula.
No, can you wait po? Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting our research. This is about gender sensitization. Wala pang audio. Sandali lang po. I think we're having some technical issues here. I-share mo yung screen. Sandali lang po. It's already there. Hindi po nag-share. Yeah, I already. Na-share ko na po eh. My apologies po for the, yeah. My apologies po for the delay. Is it now working po? Naka-share na po.
No screen sharing.
Sa Google Meet. Sa Google Meet po eh. Naka-Google Meet po ako. Ito na po yun. Naka-share na. Ito po yun.
Okay, as they're fixing the technical problems, may I remind once again the presenters to please stick with a time limit of 10 to 5 minutes presentation. And then of course, to our dear participants, please wait for our evaluation to be posted after the closing remarks of the program. So please bear with us until the end of the conference. Okay, Ma'am Adinula, are you ready?
I am ready, ma'am, but I think
Yes.
something is wrong with
The presentation.
sharing of screen, yeah, from the MIS center itself. My apologies for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't. Ito po yung screen.
Wala lang pong screen sharing.
Yeah, I already clicked. I just don't know what's going on. Tensya na po talaga.
Yes, ma'am, no worries.
So, is it okay if I will just read the presentation? Without the screen. Can I proceed, ma'am? Hello?
You're not much audible, ma'am.
Hindi rin po ako audible. I don't, hello, ma'am. I am,
Yes. There you go. You
okay.
can hear me now.
Okay, so I'll just present now. And maybe the PowerPoint will be flashed later on. Hello?
Okay, ma'am, you may do.
Okay, so as I mentioned a while ago, I will be presenting, me and Ma'am Chona Kayabat will be presenting the research about gender sensitization among faculty members of Southern Luzon State University. For the background of the study, the role of state university has grown over the years as they have broadened their range of educational offerings to satisfy a greater and more diverse group of students. Thus, educational institutions at all levels, including Southern Luzon State University, specifically the faculty members, starting from the main campus as well as to different extension campuses and satellite campuses, have a great responsibility in educating the youth in a gendered lens. This process starts when a faculty creates classroom environment
that is gender bias free and encourage both male and female to realize their potentials. With the help of education, gender sensitization in educational institutions can create awareness among teachers, students, parents, and other members of the community about their roles in future as the men and women in the society. According to Gure 2016, gender sensitization means to create awareness to change the prejudices and discriminative behavior of all the human beings toward a well and equal behavior to all individuals and groups of individuals beyond their background in society. It is for everyone to enjoy their life fully without the pressures and dominancy of others. Furthermore, faculty members of SLSU anticipated that gender sensitization focuses only on gender sensitivity. This means that faculty members still have to gain additional information about gender sensitization. Due to lack of proper information and background about the said gender concern, the researchers realized the importance for the faculty members of SLSU in finding ways on how they can be more gender sensitized educators. Thus, this study determined the level of gender sensitization among the faculty members of Southern Luzon State University as to background characteristics, delivery of the subject matter, organization of the learning experience, design of didactic strategies, and selection of the learning evaluation. The problems encountered and the development of the enhancement program base will be developed from the findings of the study. For the significance of the study, so this will be significant for the SLSU faculty members. Once they become fully aware of what gender sensitization is, they will be more confident to teach and treat their students fairly and without any sort of gender bias. For the administrators, it will provide them a concrete idea on how they will be dealing with their faculty members without being biased on their gender, and will help them in dealing properly with the different stakeholders of the university. This is also significant for the Gender and Development Office of SLSU. This study can be utilized for the creation of different policies, programs, and activities related to gender sensitization. For the methodology, the researcher utilized the descriptive survey questionnaire among the 267 faculty members of Southern Luzon State University from its main campus in Lucban, satellite in Cagayan, and in different extension campuses located in Alabat, Catanawan, Gumaca, Infanta, Lucena, Polillo, Tayabas, and Chao, all in Quezon Province. These 267 faculty members are only about 75% of the total population. This study also used background characteristic checklist questionnaires and open-ended questions. Frequency and percentage, weighted arithmetic mean, t-test, and ANOVA were used as the statistical tools. For the research ethics, this research, to the best knowledge and belief of the researchers, does not contain any material previously published or written by another person except where due reference is made in the text. They acknowledge that the theoretical and methodological application are developments of the earlier work, and there is no known application that is without reference. The researchers sincerely state that this work is original. For the findings and discussion, the significant differences between the respondents' level of gender sensitization when grouped according to their background characteristics reveal that there is a significant difference when they are grouped as to age in terms of the delivery of subject matter based on the computed F value of 23.036 and that is greater than the critical F value of 2.90. For the organization of the learning experience, the computed F value is equal to 3.46. Design of deductive strategies is computed F is equal to 9.756. And the selection of the learning evaluation is computed F equals 16.506. For the there's also a significant difference when they are grouped as to sex in terms of the delivery of subject matter with a computed T is equal to 2.72. That is greater than the critical T equivalent to 2.101. And the selection of learning evaluation as computed is equivalent to 2.13. And not significant in terms of organization of learning experience, for the computed T is equivalent to 0.65, that's less than to the critical T, equivalent to 2.101. And design of deductive strategies that is computed the critical T value equivalent to 1.12. There's also significant difference when they are grouped as to gender specification in terms of the delivery of subject matter with computed F value equivalent to 307.688, that is greater than the critical F of 3.38. Organization of learning experience with a computed F value equivalent to 289.226, and the design of didactic strategies that is computed F is equivalent to 18.451, and the selection of learning evaluation with a computed F value equivalent to 31.520. Also, there is a significant difference when they are grouped as to gender specification in terms of the delivery of subject matter with a computed F equivalent to 307.688, greater than the critical F value equivalent to 3.38, and the organization of learning experience, the computed F is equivalent to 289.226, the design of deductive strategies, the computed F is equivalent to 18.451, and selection of learning evaluation, computed equivalent F is, the computed F is equivalent to 31.520. While there's also significant difference when they are grouped as to number of years teaching at SLSU in terms of the delivery of subject matter with a computed F value equivalent to 4.284, greater than the critical F equivalent to F 3.38, and the design of didactic strategies, the computed F equivalent to 7.240, and the selection of the learning evaluation, the computed F is equivalent to 9.480, but no significant difference in organization of learning experience. Computed F is equivalent to 1.411, that is less than the critical F of 3.38. Okay. There's also significant difference when they are grouped as to employment status in terms of delivery of subject matter with a computed F equivalent to 54.291, greater than the critical F equals to 4.38, the organization of learning materials, wherein the computed F is equivalent to 99.6241, the design of didactic strategies, where the computed F is equivalent to 31.169, and the selection for learning evaluation, where the computed F is equivalent to 21.889. There's also significant difference when they are grouped as the location of campus in terms of the delivery of the subject matter with a computed F equivalent to 42.103, greater than the critical F equivalent to 2.61, the organization of learning experience, wherein the computed F is equivalent to 20.492, and the design of didactic strategies, wherein the computed F is equivalent to 15.142, and the selection of learning evaluation, wherein the computed F is equivalent to 22.37. And for the level of gender sensitization based from the four variables, the highest variable with the highest weighted arithmetic mean is the selection of learning evaluation with verbal interpretation of strongly agree or highly sensitized. And then the next one, it is the design of deductive strategies with a weighted arithmetic mean of 3.63 in the verbal interpretation of strongly agree or highly sensitized, and then followed by the selection of learning evaluation with a weighted arithmetic mean of 3.59 with a verbal interpretation of strongly agree or highly sensitized. Then next is the organization of the learning experience
with a weighted arithmetic mean of 3.57 are strongly agree and highly sensitized. Then the last is delivery of the subject matter with a weighted arithmetic mean of 3.55 and the verbal interpretation of strongly agree or highly sensitized. Based from the conclusions, so majority of the respondents are ages 46 to 50, female, straight, teaching between 6 to 10 years, regular or permanent, and from the main campus in Lucban, Quezon. The level of gender sensitization among the respondents in terms of delivery of the subject matter, organization of the learning experience, design of didactic strategies, and selection of learning evaluation demonstrated a strong agreement and are highly sensitized. There's also a significant difference between the respondents' background characteristics as to the delivery of subject matter, design of didactic strategies, and selection of the learning evaluation. Majority of the respondents are ages, while sex and number of years teaching at SLSU for organization of learning experience has no significant difference. Problems encountered were issue on equal rights, issue on classroom management and instruction, issue on personal reservation, issue on suitability of instructional materials, issue on gender and development facilities, and issue on gender sensitization awareness. The developed enhancement program is ready for initial tryout and validation. Thank you and sorry for some technical errors.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Advincula. And of course, congratulations to both of you, Dr. Chona V. Kayabat. So to have our comments, insights, and reactions to our previously presented paper, may we request the presence of Dr. Winston Siro as our panel, sir.
I will do the reaction, so I will not wait for the other paper.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I first let me commend, of course, the presenters. Okay, the issue on technical difficulties. No, we know we are in the Philippines. No, internet is not actually conforming with the situation right now. But again, well presented report. Okay, so I just have some clarification and some insights. No, with the topic, no, gender and sensitization among faculty members of Southern Luzon State University. Okay. One is, why did you not consider all respondents instead, since you already reach about 75% of your respondents? Since you have total control of the faculty, no? So why not pursue the 100% population to get a more reliable result? So I'm not saying it's not reliable, but it's more reliable output, no, if we will increase up by our population instead, no?
Thank you, sir, for the
Yes,
question.
po. Okay po.
I appreciate that. It is also my wish to conduct the study having the 100% respondents, but I did that during the pandemic time, and it was also summer. And even if I really push them, because I use Google Form in gathering the data, and um, the time is also limited, sir, because I need to present it in due time. So
Okay.
I asked also Dr. Kayabat if 75% will be okay, and she said because of the pandemic, yeah, we also asked the member of the panel and they agreed. So maybe if I will be having another chance to conduct that, I will do it with a 100% population. Actually, sir, it's really my struggle, and it really took me some time to gather the 75% even because it was a pandemic. I did that, I think June, July of this year. So it's really during the hard times.
Okay, anyway, I'm not discounting. 75% is really a good number. No,
Yeah, yeah.
it should have been 100. No, though again,
I also
probably the faculty members have difficulty in internet connectivity.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I think my problem also was the satellite campuses we have in Polillo, we have in
Mm.
Manta, we have in Catanawan, and they are a little bit far. And connectivity is also our issue here.
Oh. Anyway, that's still a good number. No? Nangihinahan lang ako na you
Thank
almost
you. Po.
reaching the 100%.
Yeah,
Now,
thank you, sir.
I believe you use a Flickr scale, right, ma'am? With that, because I haven't seen the. So, and then you use up t-test and analysis of variance, though the presentation is only limited on determining the differences, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. The thing is, I did not presented the whole study because of the limitation of the slides.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's the methodology I did.
Yeah. So, but just a clarification. But indeed, you have found out, who's better and who's not, who has the higher evaluation and who has the lower evaluation regarding those factors with significant differences.
Yeah.
Because the presentation only limited on presenting that they are different, but but it didn't focus that is the older faculty, di ba, evaluate a higher sensitivity, than the younger one. Okay, that's the thing I'm looking for.
Okay. Maybe I did not present it that way, sir, but the entire research, it shows naman po.
Okay, so there is a post-hoc analysis to that effect.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good thing to know. Okay.
Thank you.
Another thing is that what's really the output out of this research after you have found out that indeed there are factors that give significant differences with the selection of learning, evaluation, and design of didactic strategies and the rest. Okay, what will be the end, output of this research?
Actually, sir, I came up with the enhancement program, and this enhancement program is also in connection with the gender and development program of the university. So I looked into the plan from the GAD office, and then based from that, I also aligned those programs that should be enhanced as also part of the result of the study because there's a question, an open-ended question related to the problems of the study, the problems encountered by the faculty members of SLSU. And based from that, I came up with the enhancement program that is also aligned with gender and development.
So there is an instrument, an instrumentation to measure these factors using a Likert scale together with an open-ended question, which is a qualitative type of research. Right? So did you utilize a mixed method for this?
No, actually, sir, it's a checklist.
Just a checklist.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you didn't cross-reference with this checklist with the other instrument. No. So that you could merge them anyway. You have only one title, right? So meaning all of the variables within your research output should support each other, right? So this will be a way for you to validate the relationship of the first instrument and the second instrument gather. No, even if it's just a checklist.
Yes, yes.
No, no.
I appreciate your suggestion, sir.
Yeah, po.
Thank you.
Yun na naman po. Pero congratulations sa well presented paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sir. I apologize. There's another one paper that I'm supposed to introduce. That's paper number 5. Okay, so the title is Workplace Skills and Competencies, an Industry Partners Appraisal on Work Immersion Program among Senior High School Learners. This will be presented by Mr. Michael Hermeco and Dr. Joel D. De La Cruz.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po. Okay. Good afternoon once again. Allow me to present to you our study entitled Workplace Skills and Competencies and Industry Partners Appraisal on Work Immersion Program among Senior High School Learners. Okay, for the background of the study, the Department of Education strengthens its K-12 basic education program with the issuance of the DepEd Order Number 30 Series of 2017 that serves as guidance of work immersion. The work immersion is a required subject that provides the learners with different opportunities like becoming familiar with the workplace, employment simulation, and apply their competencies in areas of specialization. The program aims to help develop among the learners life and career skills and prepare them to make decisions on employment. Through partnership building, DepEd hopes that the partner institutions will provide learners with work immersion opportunities. Industry partners play a big role in contributing valuable appreciation and understanding of commitment, involvement, and respect in the workplace. In the light of the foregoing, assessment of the skills and competencies of senior high school learners towards work immersion program as perceived by immersion supervisor of respective industry partners had been the premise of this study. For the significance of the study, the work immersion program opens a lot of great opportunities, not only for the students, but more for the industry as well as educational institutions. Through this research, learners have a chance to experience actual workplace situations which help widen their skills and competencies. The program also carries out motivation for the learners in facing the reality of life and to have a positive insight about it. Consequently, school leaders, teachers, and industry partners enable to foster collaboration in designing training plans that deliver excellent implementation of the work immersion program. It provides clear picture to both parties how activities carried out and improve the system, specifically monitoring and evaluation of the processes. This endeavor ensures that learners are equipped with the skills and competencies needed to have them serving in the 21st century workforce. For the methodology, the data were collected from the 32 industry immersion supervisors who handles and overseeing work immersion program of learners for 80 hours during the second semester of school year 2018 to 2019, chosen purposefully by the researchers. This study used descriptive research design, quantitative, work immersion skills and competency skill satisfaction were developed and used to assess the learners' performances in the workplace as observed by their immersion focal supervisor. Self-made questionnaire personally administered to respondents, which was validated by experts and implemented pilot testing to establish its reliability or internal consistency. Statistical treatment used was weighted average mean. Research ethics, the name of establishments and its corresponding owners of the industry partners for learners work immersion program were secured from the business permit and licensing office of two cities. Respondents were formally sent an invitation to answer the questionnaire and explain to them the purpose of the study. The proponents ensure the confidentiality of their responses and will use only for the intended purpose upholding the code of research ethics. Okay, so for the table one, the table one shows the occupational potency of the learners undergoing work immersion program in the workplace. The respondents have an overall rating of 3.77 or strongly agree, which signifies that there was high self-perceived work potency among the learners, which make them feel confident in executing course of action in managing work assignments. The learners were comfortable working with organizational personnel, can decide independently, have job autonomy, can work with ease, follow procedures, process and approaches, and creative means of communication. Hence, there was high agreement as to the work efficacy of learners in the respective immersion partner workstations. The result, therefore, of their performance reflects that they have accomplished the work immersion program excellently. It can be concluded that students are happy to experience learning outside the four corners of the classroom. They need exposure and learning the skills cannot be confined in classrooms where the environment is too limiting. For the table 2, the table 2 shows the respondents' level of satisfaction on the skills and competencies of learners undergoing work immersion program in industry partners' workplace. The overall rating of all the skills and competencies were 3.72 or highly satisfactory on the work immersion program possessed by the learners. It can be deduced from the results of respondents weighting that they've got greater satisfaction among the above enumerated skills and competencies such as teamwork, communication, attendance, punctuality, productivity, initiative, proactivity, judgment, decision-making, dependability, reliability, attitude, and professionalism, which improve their basic level of abilities for advancement that links on their chosen career path. This entails that learners were competent in the work assignment and learned the most in the aspects of communication and dealing with other people. Thus, the work immersion program taught them how to interact with other people beyond differences. Work immersion provides them an avenue to test themselves and apply what they have learned in a non-school scenario. They were also applied their previous trainings and able to experience the social interaction in work environment. Their experiences during work immersion will develop many skills and values that would help them as they transition from high school to real life. For the implication of the study implied that the skills and competencies of learners were further enhanced when they underwent actual work immersion, where they learned and acquired new experiences, lifelong skills, and right attitude, which can be best weapon in life. Learners who were exposed on job assignment relating to their strength performs and exhibits efficiency in completing the task. Through the collaboration of school with the industry partners, student skills and competencies had been strengthened up. Finally, work immersion program present lessons that will last a lifetime and virtues that can be used for the better life. And for the conclusions, the learners have high self-perceived work potency towards work, which enables them to gain confidence and executing courses of action in managing work assignments. The implementation of work immersion program gave the students greater complacency on their respective strand, which gave them opportunities to improve their learned skills from school. Thus, learners became holistically prepared and equipped with skills and competencies necessary to conduct oneself in a real-world setting as perceived by industry partners. The learners have gained lifelong skills and competencies along with attitudes and virtues toward work which are best weapons in pursuing a better life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nanyes, for presenting. And now, calling back, may we request again Dr. Winston Zero, of course, to read out our fifth presenter. Sorry,
Okay.
sir.
No worries. Okay. Again, thank you, no, to the presenter, Mr. Nanyes. Okay. Okay. I just again have some, clarifications, probably suggestions to improve your work. So with the factors on the skills and competency under your instrument, since most of them resulted the same verbal interpretation, have you not considered extending your analysis in terms of finding out the interrelationship of these factors?
Come again, sir.
Okay, with regards the result of the skills and competency, diba?
Yes, sir.
All of them have a result of HS, right?
Yes, po. Highly satisfactory.
Highly satisfied. Have you looked into checking on the strength of the relationship of these factors?
Actually, sir, there are statements under all the table presented in chapter 2 was the summary of all the skills and competencies that was rated by the industry partners. But since all the results of um, the results of all the were highly we do not look into the relationship. We just rely on the evaluation made by the industry partners. But we can incorporate the relationship of this high satisfaction rating given by the industry partners on the skills and competency, probably because in our school we are strengthening the technical vocational courses in which they are more exposed on technique on the skills or demonstration of their skills that they carried to the actual workplace when they undergoing their work immersion program.
So just a clarification. So this instrument were answered by the industry partners, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So is there an evaluation to the students, a counterpart evaluation?
Yes, sir. Actually, this is a continuation of the study. There was already an evaluation of the students as to their performances on the respective partners. But this is a continuation where we evaluate the context of the context of the industry partners with regards to the performances of the students undergoing a work immersion program in their respective business establishment.
Oh, okay. So there's a first study, but it focused on the students, and then now you're doing study that focuses more on the industry partners. Now, this is a good research that you could combine the two and then have it tested, to give a more valid and reliable result. No? So probably in your next study, you could merge the two researches.
Yes, thank you, sir. Actually, this is an action research. We're probably look into the problems that encountered by the students. So thank you for the suggestions. We have another study to be conducted as you suggested. Thank you so much.
And one more thing, no, one more thing. After you have given this evaluation, no, the appraisal evaluation to the industry partners, you also conduct a random interview, okay, to revalidate their responses in your questionnaire.
Yes, sir. We do the informal interview, but we do not make use of the mixed method. We only use the quantitative method in which we try to ask the industry partners to give their ratings and as to the performances of the students with regards to their skills and competencies being possessed during their immersion program.
So it should have been beautiful if you're already incorporate this one, because since you already have this data, it's more, it will give a more positive result in your research. So probably if you still have time, why not incorporate this data? You already have no access to this and you already collected it. Again, congratulations. So I'll be looking forward for the merging of the first research and the second research.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much po.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sibu. So now, let us pause for a 5-minute break. Then afterwards, we will proceed with the 5 more research papers to be presented. Thank you.
Ako na ba? Ako na.
Sino kasunod?
Okay, good morning, good afternoon once again. We are still in the conference. And before we proceed, let us acknowledge the partner agencies that help us make this conference possible. So we would like to acknowledge, thank you so much, Teacher Education Academy, Beyond Books Publication, E4E, Event for Everything, and of course, Medicaps University of Indore, India. Thank you so much. So this afternoon, we will have another plenary speaker to be introduced by the activity chairperson, no other than Juris Doctor, Mr. Joel De La Cruz. Let us give Sir Joel a warm virtual applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to take this opportunity. We are privileged today to have with us a distinguished speaker, and I will introduce his profile. So our third plenary speaker is currently working as associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Medicaps University, Indore, India. He earned his doctorate in mechanical engineering from Gyan Bihar University, India. He owns about 10 global patents and published 45 plus articles in the peer-reviewed international journals and over 20 conferences proceedings, and has delivered 25 plus lecturers in the international and national conferences. He is a fellow of the Institution of Engineers in India, International Engineering and Technology Institute, Hong Kong, Indian Nuclear Society, Assessment Team of Quality, Certification London, a World Book of Record London, South of Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our third plenary speaker, Dr. Rabindra Pathak.
Dr. Ravendra, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, nice introduction of me. Unashamed. My screen is visible for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Southern Luzon State University and President of this university, other keynote speakers, and the presenters. It is a great privilege for me to produce some outcomes of my work here. Today, we will discuss about this API in-text citation and reference guides. So today I will share about this how we can use that and what are the limitations and why we are using this. So everything will be I will share with this presentation. And time is less, so I will come on the topic. So what is the purpose of the presentation and why I choose these topics? So first of all, to overview reference practices in research. And secondly, to explain why it is necessary to cite the source we use to support that we write in our papers, research papers, thesis. To explain how to cite these sources in correct APA style. So all these things we will discuss in this presentation. What is the citation? That is the basic question. Basically, we are all from the research field, so we know that. But sometimes we miss the actual the definition of that. So broadly, a citation is a reference to a published or unpublished source. Most precisely, a citation is an abbreviated alphanumeric expression embedded in the body of an intellectual work that denotes an entirely in the bibliographic references section of the work for the purpose of acknowledging the relevance of the work of others to the topic of discussion at the spot where the citation appears. So whenever we will take the reference of others, in other words, if we are using another person's material, then that is our moral responsibility to show the source of this thing. So it is called the citation. So generally, the combination of both the in-body citation and the biographic entirely constitutes. So generally, there is a combination of all about the author, about all these things, it comes into the citation. So which reference style is the right one? So today we are discussing the APA style. So we will just emphasis on the APA style. But there are lots of referencing systems. Whenever you go for the research material, then there are different types of referencing style. So we cannot be say that is the right or wrong. But whenever this style is just used, it started for the specific purpose. But after that, it is used in everywhere. So here there is some styles in practice like arts, so Harvard, Chicago, MLA, APA, University of Auckland. Business and economics, that is another use APA. Whenever we will go for the creative arts and industries, then APA, Chicago, Harvard, and education also APA. And engineering, Harvard, Chicago, engineering number style. In law, there is a New Zealand law style. Medical and health sciences, Vancouver, APA style. So you see that there are different styles, and whenever this styles is started, then it was for the specific purpose. But after that, what happened? This styles is used in another also. So now you can see that this APA style is using in arts also. APA style is using in business and economics also, art and industry also, education also, medical and health science, and somewhere in engineering also, we are using the APA style. So that is the common things about this. First of all, we discuss about the APA style. So APA stands mean American Psychological Association. So basically, it started from this, and after that, we are using normally the short form, that is the APA, and it comes from the association of the same name. Although originally drawn up for use in psychological journals, the APA style is now widely used in social science, education, business, and other disciplines. So you can see that basically this APA style is started from psychological, but after that, its importance and easiness everywhere we are using the APA style. Another thing is that is the MLA. It also used, so MLA comes from the Modern Language Association of America and used mainly in English and the humanities. There are two things. One is the APA and another thing is MLA. Third thing, that is the Chicago. The Chicago is sometimes referred to as Serbian or Chicago term. But it is also that is the one style which is used in the research papers. So basically, Chicago is used mainly in the social science. Vancouver, as we see, the Vancouver also originally came from the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, which produced the uniform requirements of manuscript submitted to the biomedical journal. This Vancouver is basically for the medical journals, and after that, it is used in another areas also. But whenever we will discuss about this Vancouver, then it is specifically used for the medical. Then that is the Harvard. The Harvard comes from originally the Blue Book, a uniform system for citation published by the Harvard Law Review Association. So this Harvard came from the law area. So here that is the things, a brief outline and difference about the APA, MN and Chicago notes. So APA is an author date referencing system common in social science basically. So it is used as parenthetical in text citation to refer reader to the list of reference at the end of the paper. So in the APA style, the refer reader to the list of reference at the end of the paper. Numbers notes or footnotes are reserved for extra explanatory information that would disrupt the continuity of the text. So here we will see the one example of this APA. So after that also we will discuss about in detail the APA style. So that is the APA style. In MLA system, this commonly in the arts and humanities and is similar to APA that is used in parenthetical in text citations key to a list of works cited at the end of paper. The author's last name appears in the text close to the borrowed material along with the page number rather than the year. So here that is the another, that is the MLA systems, and we will see here you can see that is an example of the MLA system, and that is somehow different from the APA system. Third thing is that the Chicago notes. The Chicago notes bibliography citing system used by some humanities and social science and signals to the reader by a superscript number at the end of the sentence that a source has been used. So here that is the one difference between the APA, MLA and the Chicago systems. Reader by a superscript number at the end of sentence that a source has been used. So here you can see that there is one example. That is Alzheimer's disease, that is one. It means this one is used for the reference of particular this. So this system is used in the Chicago notes. So these are the most common citations used. So that is the question arises that why should we cite? So as we discussed in first year also, so citing identifies the source used in research project. Because whenever you cite the things, then it gives the authenticity of your research paper, authenticity of your work. It means you are taking some ideas from others and then you are going to expand your ideas. Another thing is that it gives credit to those researchers, authors, and writers whose words or idea you borrow, acknowledging their role in shaping your research. So that is our system of our research. We are taking some literature review, then we have to find some research gaps, and after that we will go for our research. So basically we are taking some ideas from others, so that is our duty to show gratitude to them. and then it allow others to follow up on retry the material. Okay, so that is the thing. That is a because follow up on retry this material. So what will happen? The research should be go in a one direction. So normally we use the citation process. And another thing is to avoid charges of the pedagogy. Otherwise, whenever you will take the material research from others, then they can be claimed for the pedagogy. Another thing is that is a very big thing now. That is what is plagiarism? Plagiarism is the unacknowledged. Okay, so this all presentation is basis the use of this citing system. Okay, so what is the purpose of your system? Our purpose of our system is acknowledging. So what is the plagiarism? The unacknowledged use or appropriation of another person's word or ideas, a form of cheating or stealing, is that a serious academic offense. When we borrow words or ideas from the source to support our argument or research, we must have due proper credit. By crediting our source, we avoid the plagiarism. So basically, the plagiarism is the social responsibility of any researcher, any student, any teacher, is that whenever you are using the another person's materials, then you have to give proper acknowledgement. If you are not doing the acknowledgement, it comes under the plagiarism. If we do not cite a source intentionally or unintentionally, okay, so we are guilty of plagiarism. So when should be cited? Because in normal days also we use the others materials. So what is that when should be cited? So many students plagiarize unintentionally. Remember, whenever we summarize, paraphrase or quote another author's material, we must properly credit our source. So if we are using another person's idea, we must also cite our source. So that is the basically that is one line. In this line, we can show that if we are using another person's idea, we must also cite our source. So that is the when should be cited. So that is the things. Summary, paraphrases or quote. A summary, what is summary? That is briefly capture the main ideas of your source. Okay, what is the summary? Brief captures the main idea of your source. A paraphrase is a restatement of the text of your source in your own words. Okay, so normally what we done whenever we do the literature review on paper, then what we will do? We do the paraphrase. We rewrite the sentence from the source. So that is the another thing. In that case also you must do the credit to the concerned person. Third thing is that quotation can be direct or indirect. No quotation marks and often introduced by that. Sometimes what happens, sometimes we take the direct wording of the particular person, particular researcher. So at that time, it comes under the quotation. So you have to remember the summary, paraphrase, and the quotation. So here that is the one example. A noted psychologist states, and as recently 20 years ago, a bad water was psychologically casted by for what could have been a psychological problem. So here you can see that in the that is the example of the quotation. So how to cite? That is the important question. So there are the two parts to citing according to APA style. First, brief in-text citation within the body of your essay of your paper, and second thing is list of full citation of the research pages at the end of your paper. Here I want to say the one thing is that this APA style every year something changes there. In the present time, in October 19, there are some changes in the APA style. So basic concept of the APA style will change, but every 1 or 2 years, they produce some new guidelines for the APA style. So here we will discuss the basic things and maybe we will go for that also. So here two things. First is in-text citations, means whenever we are writing, so at that time we are showing the particular person or resources, it comes under the category of the in-text citations. and list of full citations. First of all, we will give the citations in the in-text, and after that we are preparing the full list of the references. It comes under the references. So what is the APA style? So as we discussed, that is the American Psychological Association guidelines for preparing research papers and projects, scholarly manuscript in the social science. They prepare this for social science, but now everywhere is using this APA style. So APA style is refers to system of citing research sources. For all papers in APA style, use 12 points time New Roman font. So that is the basic requirement of that. We use 12 point times New Roman. So the purpose of APA style references is the body of the paper. Okay. The reference in the body of the papers give appropriate credit to the persons whose work or idea we are using support what we have written in our paper. So that is the another thing is the same there thing is that is a serious violation of the paper. So APA provides guideline for this. In-type citations, references are cited in text with an author date and are listed alphabetically in the reference list cited. Here you can see that publication manual, that is 2010. So that is our in-text citation. Whenever we are writing something, so at the same time if we are using that is the in-text citation, and another thing is that reference list citation. This is if you use a direct quotation from an original source, we give the author's credit to her is their word as follows, where we must include the page numbers of the quotation enabled to find that. So here you can see that is one example of in-text citation, or that is the body citation. Cognitive therapy is more effective than the physical-analysis in the treatment of phobias. So here that is the John and Smith. This John and Smith are the writer, and that is 2002, and another thing is the page. So there is one by one the system, we will discuss that. So it comes into the in-text citation. If we have paraphrases from a source, it means translate it into our own words. Okay, we discussed that. If we are rewriting the sentence, okay, so we should give the author's credit to their ideas as follows. According to Johns and Smith 2002, the phobias can be treated more successfully by cognitive therapy than the physical-analysis. So here you can see that two things. In one thing, we are, now you can compare this. Okay, so here direct quotation, we are taking the direct quotation, or we are taking the direct sentence from the paper. So at that time what we are doing, we are giving the name and page number also where we taken this. And here if we are rewriting that, then in that case we will write according to the Johnson and Smith 2002, this sentence can be. Then if we will refer to a primary source, it means example a journal article by the Johns, we read about in the secondary sources. In the textbook I speak, we must create the following type of the citation. According to Johns and cited in Smith 2003. What happened? Suppose if you see the some books, okay, some books about the based on the literature review, okay. So what on research book? So at that what happens? In literature review, what happened in literature review? The person is collecting from the available literature and he summarizes. So at the time, what happens? We are using this literature review paper, but we are using the paper of third person. So here in that case, according to Johns, as cited in Smith 2003. So here both Smith is cited to Johns, and the original it comes from the Johns. Another thing is that if we refer to a personal communication, example an email, message or conversation that is not available to the readers, we must include it in the body of our paper in the following way. Here you can see that according to P.J. Johns, the director of the Counseling Center, personal communication. Here this system we use very rarely. Why we are using rarely? Because in this paper normally we not communicated on the email and we not use. But you should remember that wherever you something you are taking from the email or any electronic conversion. So at the time that is your duty that you have to show the proper citation. So here you can see that personal communicated May 1, 2002. Here we are not including the source and everything in that. That is the personal communication. And personal communication maybe in the form of the electronic source or maybe from the writer, writing letter, anything can be. Okay, so it becomes into the personal communication. This, if we refer to a online source, here you can see that previously what happens, most are the things are in the journal forms. Okay, now everything is coming into the website. So if we refer to a online source, the website of the British Psychological Association, we must include it in the body of our paper in the following way. So phobias, I'm using the same example. So phobias can be treated more successfully by cognitive therapy, that is by a British Psychological Association. So that is available on the website. So, and if you are getting something in the website, then you have to show in this type of way. So what is the APS size, the references in the body of the paper? In-text citation, now we are familiar with this in-text citations. So we must provide information that will allow to reader to locate exactly where we found information in our source. So usually this is another author's last name, and the year of publication. Here, for example, Besser 2009. Okay. So here, when the author's name is appear as a part of sentence. Okay, here that is single phase. When the author's name appears as part of sentence, do not use it again in parenthetical citation. Just use the year of publication. Okay, here you can see that. Okay, Wesser 2009 argues that bad betting is ultimately genetically predisposed behavior. Okay, do you now understand? When there are two authors, name both authors every time their work is referenced here, your paper. So here you see the one by one, that is the in-text body, and here for the website is the different, for the book is the different, if it is the personal communication, that is the different. Here we are telling that if the two authors are working on that, then name both authors every time their works is referenced in your paper. Here you can see that Salvist and Tickling 2008 found that. So here both authors' names should become into the your citation. This is the in-text citing of the electronic sources. So treat electronic sources the same as print sources. How you know that? The journals, that is the two ISSN numbers, that is electronically and that is the print. So if you are getting something from the electronic also, then that is your duty, you should treat it as a printed answer. So direct quotations from the e-source which don't have the page number, okay, are referenced by paragraph or heading and paragraph number. Here you can see that is the one example. That is the Albert, Bandit and Moher 1995 calculated something with a wide range of frequencies between population. Here that is the para number 4. Okay, so here we have to include this. That is another example is that is Souza et al. 2002 results para number 3. So what is the exact thing is that whenever the page number is not available, then at that case you have to show the paragraph number. Now we come into the reference list. The reference list appears at the end of your paper on its own page. First of all, we go for the inside body text citation, where we are showing the exact name of the author. And after that, we need to prepare a reference letter where all writers will become into the one list. So everything you reference in your text must be listed in your references list. That is very compulsory. If you are writing something person in the your in body, then its name should be come into the your reference list. So conversely, everything you list in the reference list must be cited in your essay. The reference list provided the information needed for a reader to find and retrieve any source used in your paper. So basically, you are all from researchers, so you know that in body citation, we are giving the acknowledgement of this particular person. And what we are doing in the reference list, we are giving the whole address of the particular person, particular person's journal or particular person's paper. So if anybody is interested in that case, then he can be filed out from the website, from the library. So that is the basic use of the reference list. So here you can see that some references pages. The reference is the center at the top of the page. Here you can see that. Another thing is that sources are listed alphabetically. So intent all lies after the first half inch for each references listed. The entire references page is a double spaced and all citation end in a period except those with a DOI or 2R. So be sure that include the digital object identifier. That is the new thing is CAB, that is the DOI. Now we are using for every journal, every paper, we are using the DOI. So you should use the DOI. So that is the one sample reference page. So most periodical citations will include author, date, title, source information, and digital object identifier DOI. So basically, if we want to show the address of particular research paper, so these are the main things. You know author, you know date, at what time they published, what are the title of this paper, what are the source information, source maybe it will come from journals also, and now that is the digital object identifier. So if we will discuss about this is the 7th revision of this APA style, then in that there are some revision, because what will happen in digital object identifier, everything is included in that. So if the DOI, we are using the DOI, then something is also replaced. So I will discuss that. So here this is the thing. Bennett HJ 2004, that is December. Badminton and overview of treatment options. So that is our title. This is nutrition health review, that is the source in italic specific, and after that is the comma, and then volume, and then that is the page number. So that is our APA site. Another thing is that is the digital object identifier. What is this? So a unique alphanumeric sequence starting with 10 used to identify and locate an item on the internet. So for the new researcher, that is a very everybody is familiar, but from the old one, so that is sometimes difficult to understand that. Now what is happening? That everything is available on internet. Maybe that is the print journal, maybe that is the online journal. Everything is available on internet. So that is the address of particular journal. Also assigned to the print sources in a database, the DOI sometimes hidden behind a button with the name of database or the word articles. So when a DOI is present, the URL is not necessary. So what is the URL? URL means you are giving the website address. So when you are giving the DOI, okay, that digital object identifier, DOI address if you are giving, then the URL is not necessary. Here, that is another thing, that is the books. What should be included? So in the books, authors or editors, date of publication, complete title, place of publication, publisher, and DOI. Okay. Here, there is a new things. This place of publication is removed. I will show you. So here, that is the books. That is the example of books. Okay. Here, this utilized title of the book. Use a column between the main title and subtitle, and here that is the title, and here that is the list of all authors, last name in full. Understand? Last name should be in full, then first and middle and the name is abbreviated. So everything will be used in this format. And last, that is the publisher name. If city of publication is not well known, add state postal. Okay. So date of publications. So here that is the example of book in our APA slide. That is the book continue. Okay. So editors as authors. For book with editors, list of editors name followed by NDS in parenthesis followed with a period. So here you can see that author's name, year, title, and where it published. So everything will become into the form of this. Here in the book also there is the two types. One, that is the editor as author, and book by a corporate author. Something you can see like UN is writing a book, then you have to write the name of this. So here that is periodical articles. So what should be included? Author's name, article titles, periodical title, and page number of the article, and DOI. As we discussed in the journal, we can use the same thing. What should be included in the journal articles? So here we can see that authors, date of publication, article. Here that is the one example. That is a monthly review. So we want to write the monthly review, page number and UI. So that is the ideal example of the API. So here that is another example of DOI. Okay. So here you can see that this is another example with the magazine. So magazine and journal is the different. Okay. So here this for journal year, for magazine month, because because in magazine maybe the monthly, so you should be write the month also. Okay. And if applicable, week also. Okay, so that is the one important thing is that whenever you are using the magazine or the newspaper. So that is the example. If you are using magazine, if monthly magazine, then you should use the month. If that is the daily, then you should write the date also. Okay. So that is rarely used, but that is very important. So general tips for electronic resources, digital object identifier DOI. Imperative that you are included in the DOI if it's available. Okay, so that is the uniform resource locator. Everybody you know that is the address of your research paper. And database that is not necessary to identify unless the database are shared. So some journals are preparing the database, so you can use the address of this database. So what is the purpose of all these things? Purpose of all these things that anybody, if wanted to check this particular paper, then it can be achieved very easily. So we are using all these things. Another thing is that the internet sources, what should be included? So author's name, if available, date, electronic publication was last updated, title of the document, title of scholarly project, database, periodical article, and URL. Basically, in the all case of the internet, the URL address is sufficient for that. This is the website. In website, we have to show with the URL and we have to write the exact name of the website also. See here, another thing is that in another example, www.epa.gov. So in the case of the websites only, then you should write the full name of the website. Here there is a no period is available, then volume and issue, page number should be included in the database. Here that is a newspaper, you know that the newspaper, you should remember that the data, what is the date of the newspaper, then you should write the date of the newspaper. So that is the electronic books. In electronic versions of the print book, so here is that retrieved from this net library. Electronically only books chosen, so that is creating a climate for change, community change, and facilitating the social change. Electronically. So that is other source. So other source can also be used and cited. So technical and research reports, meeting in symposia, doctoral dissertation and master thesis, audiovisual media, data sets, software measurements, instruments and apparatus, internal messages, boards, electronic mailing lists, online communicators. So here you should be remember that anything you are taking from the any source, it may be the website, it may be the internet, it may be the newspaper, or anybody is in personal message also, you should cite it the same thing. So other things also, you can take the example of technical reports. So technical reports, you should give the website address and then you to complete the URL of that. So what is the purpose of APA style references and reference section? The references in your reference section provide your readers with the information necessary to retrieve the sources you cited in the body of your paper by performing a library on the online research. So basically in reference, we are giving the whole address of the news. So here there is general question: who wrote this document? When was it written? What was its title? What was it published? And who published it? So all these things information should be covered. That is an example. Suppose you paraphrase information from a book title. So that is another thing is that was published by War Publication, Saint Paul, Minnesota in 2001. So who wrote it? Here the name of your writer. When was it written? So that is written in 2001. What was this title? Smith GR Ferguson Treaty. That was the title. Where was it published? So here we give to this information. If two or more publication location are given, use the location listed first in the book or if specified the location of the publisher's home office. So here you can see that this is MN, that is the location of the publisher. Who published it? Include only the publisher's name without an unnecessary words like publisher. Okay, so you should write only the exact name of the publisher. Okay, don't write publisher's company like that. So important details to be remembered: spacing, use of the ampersand, use of italics, capitalization, hanging identification, and primary and secondary sources. Specifying, follow each punctuation marks, comma, period, and column with one space. Then speech, gr, percussion, pp. Yes, you can see this one example of the space. Use of ampersand, use an ampersand before the final author and preceded with a comma. Why? Because whenever more than one author, then we have to use this sign. Use of the italics. So italics is the title of the book. Here you can see that the name of the book should be in italic. Capitalize only the first word in the title of a book, except the proper nouns and the first word that follows a column. So you have to remember this capitalization of the particular sentence. So all the important words in the title of the journal are capitalized, and the journal title and its volume number also utilized. If page number started 1 in each issue of a volume, put the issue number in parentheses. So here you can see that it's 1 to 18. So each issue should be also included in the your referencing style. This thing is, when a book has no author, use the publication as the author and replace the publisher with the word author. Okay, that is an important thing is that. Sometimes you get some material which have no author, only book is available. So at the time there is a clause that use the publisher as the author. Now that is Harvard University. Means Harvard University, now we are using the as an author. When referencing in online sources, follow the title with the date you retrieved it and its URL. Don't put a period after the URL. Understand now? The date, whenever you retrieve this, and don't put a period after the URL. The URL will be the last thing in the case of the online material. When referencing the publication of a limited circulation or the class syllabus or handout, sometimes it is available in the university like that. So the style will be here. Available from this university department. This is so this is the one thing. And now I will just go to another part. Sorry, time is a little less.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tata,
Yeah.
for that very relevant and comprehensive presentation. And please join us while we present to you the certificate of appreciation. So let me read the text. Certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Rabindra Tata, so Associate Professor, for sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the first College of Administration, Business, Hospitality and Accountancy, and Graduate School International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the New Normal. The theme, Fostering Culture of Research and Innovation amidst Pandemic, with this topic, APA in-text citation and referencing guide in research writing. Given this 28th day of November at the Quezon, Philippines, signed Juris Dr. Joel N. De La Cruz, Chairperson, Dr. Chona V. Kayagat, Advisor, Dean, CABHA Graduate School, Dr. Joanna Paula A. Eliaga, Program Chair of DBA and MBA, and Dr. Mary Jane A. Lee, Dean of Graduate School. Once again, thank you so much, Sir. Let's give him a virtual clap, everyone. So Dr. Tata will still stay with us a little bit, a while after the presentation of 6, 7, and 8 papers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And because this morning we experienced technical glitches, we would like to give way now to the message of our Vice President for Research, Extension and Production, Dr. Marisa C. Escaran. Let us all listen to her message.
Dr. Mary Jane A.D., the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Chona B. Kayabat, the Dean of the College of Administration, Business, Hospitality, and Accountancy, Dr. Joanna Paula Eliaga, the Director of the Office of International and Alumni Affairs, the three resource persons who will share their expertise with us this whole day activity, and they came from different places, and one of them even comes from India. So this is really an international affair. On behalf of our office, we extend our gratitude to these resource persons who spare their time in order to join us in this conference. So thank you very much, ma'am and sirs. So I'm not going to mention their names because I believe they will be introduced properly. The second year and third year DBA students who are enrolled in the Advanced Research Presentation DBA 505 and Strategic Marketing DBA 525, other graduate students, undergraduate students, professionals, industry practitioners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Research is life, and research is a part of our existence. Why I say so? It is because through the scientific investigations conducted by the people before us,
we can hear her
or
message.
even before the time immemorial, we could have not reached
And from
this
the
far.
technical committee, ma'am.
We are not supposed to enjoy the things that we enjoy right now. The convenience, the modern technology, which are all brought about by inventions, by scientific investigations, and other research endeavors. So to the organizers of this Multidisciplinary International Conference, although it's done virtual, I would like to congratulate all of you for pursuing this activity. Actually, I was wondering why is it first CABHA International Multidisciplinary Research Conference in the new normal. Because I thought this conference has been conducted several years already. Why is it the first? And then lately I realized, yeah, it's really the first in the new normal because it's the first time that we conduct this international conference virtually. So you really did a good job for taking the challenges of the current pandemic situation. Indeed, research never stops, and pandemic such as COVID-19 cannot stop research. As a matter of fact, this pandemic even pushes us to the limits, or not just to the limits, but even beyond our limits. Prior to the pandemic, we thought that we cannot do a lot of the things, that it was hard for us to do international activities. But then through this pandemic, we have proven that we can go beyond our limitations. We can cross the borders, and the evidence is here, and it is present now. We are doing this international conference in the midst of this pandemic. So we are in support to every endeavors that you conduct for the university, and again, in behalf of our office, we extend our gratitude for all these efforts that you exert for the development of research culture in the university. So congratulations to your team fostering culture of research and innovation amidst pandemic. May all of you attain the objectives of this activity, and at the end of the day, we'll imbibe in our own values, the values being taught
I think mic is
by
muted.
research activities. Again, thank you very much and congratulations.
I cannot hear Ma'am Esperanza's message. Maybe if it's not working, we should not try so hard, okay, playing it, okay? Because I think Dr. Pathak indicated also that maybe it's not muted. Maybe we have the same technical problem. So as they say, sometimes you need not force something. If it's not working, it's not working. That's just how I see it, instead of us waiting, you know?
Yes, Madam President. Sorry for that. I apologize for that. But we have sound po in our Zoom. The participants who are listening for the message of our Vice President for Research and Extension. Thank you po. So as a working committee, we're only here in Google Meet, so some sounds may not be heard in our platform. But rest assured, ma'am, that the sound is being played in our Zoom for the participants. Thank you. So now let us have the rest of the presenters. Let us have the sixth speaker. So the title is Operations Management Practices of Printing Press in Region 4A, a framework for sustainable strategic operations. This will be presented by Nona Ethel Arcevilla, DBA, and of course, Dr. Joanna Paula A.
Good afternoon. Can you see my deck?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my slide being presented?
Window, ma'am.
All right. Let me check. Let me check again. Okay. Is it being presented?
I saw the platform window, ma'am.
Not yet?
Yes.
Sorry. Let me try. All right. Let me try the... Let me try my entire screen. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to present to you our research, which is on operations management practices of printing press, which was conducted in some TCPs in the Calabarzon region. So I will be presenting the preliminaries, and the main author will be doing the presentation for the discussion of results and the conclusion. So to start with, let me give you a little background with our related literature, of which we were able to gather that according to PSA, or Philippine Statistics Authority, Philippine economy grew 3 years back, or in 2017, of which the main drivers are manufacturing, trade, real estate, renting, and some business activities. Manufacturing, for one, is recorded as the fastest growth, followed by service. Printing and services activities related to printing industry actually rank the third in the manufacturing sector. This is also based in 2012 Census of Philippine Business and Industry. Printing business comprises the creation of goods for its customers. Production or operation, as we know, is the key aspect of the business, as it is integral in combining and transforming these various resources to make a finished product. Likewise, it entails a great understanding of people, processes, technology, and how these are combined within the business system to create value. Thus, a greater understanding of operations management is necessary for a business. Despite the contribution of printing press businesses and their further potential in the economic development, the following challenges were identified. And in fact, these were the premise of conducting this study. And those were the following: common products and services, mismanaged business structure, failure to choose a strategic location, defective and unreliable suppliers of raw materials, unable to meet the schedule and delay of works or jobs. Some are frequent and unutilized maintenance of machines and equipment. And with the objectives of the study, such as determining the respondent's profile as to the years of operation, their capitalization, average net income, as well as their assets and number of facilities, likewise with the number of operators or workers, and the average number of clients and customers, and also assessing the operations management of these businesses in terms of the 10 areas, and those are design of goods and services, managing quality, process and capacity design, location strategy, layout design and strategy, human resource and job design. Of course, we also have supply chain management, or the SCM, inventory, scheduling, and maintenance. Other objectives are to determine the significant difference of those assessment on of respondents on the OM, or operations management, when they're grouped according to profile. The same thing with identifying the problems encountered by the respondents. And finally, the output of the study is to propose a framework for sustainable strategic operations management. With this study, these are very valuable to the following group of individuals, primarily for our respondents, to printing press owners, for this will be able to determine the gaps or the weaknesses of which they can take advantage of, because this can be a significant input in determining what could be the opportunities and eventually would be a source of their strengths. And for customers and clients, definitely, they are also the respondents of this study. So later we'll be presenting who are the group of respondents for this research. So this is significant for them, because this will be a guide for the businesses or for the management, how they can serve better, or how can they positively respond to the requirements of the customers or clients. The same thing with their workers or operators, because this can be useful in determining programs on how they can help better their workers to manage or to operate the business functions, and so as to upskill them. And for suppliers, this would be helpful for building a strong or a stronger relationship between them and the suppliers or the printing press owners. For debate students, likewise, because this would be a good reference for those who would be venturing in the same study. For researchers, for us, because our understanding would be enhanced on the operations, particularly of a printing press business. And for future researchers, So this would also be a good reference, a good related literature, although they may venture in other variables as they may wish to. Then for the methodology, since this was conducted in the TCTs in Calabarzon, as much as the researchers wanted to get all of the accredited business owners, accredited printing press businesses rather in the region, we were not able to get it because of a number of reasons. Like some of them are hard to find or hard to locate. Some of the addresses did not match with the list that we got from the BIR, and some are not existing anymore. And of course, we also respect the decision of some of the target respondents that refused to participate in the study. So that's why we got 67 from those TCTs. And we also had interview with customers and suppliers, customers for particularly for the design of the product, for the quality, and also for the strategic location concerns. For suppliers, we asked them about the SCM, or the supply chain management. And for the design, this is a descriptive one. We made use of a combined method or mixed method, since we had the survey instrument and also a focus interview. Regarding the instrument, we had a modification, particularly in the second part of the assessment of operations management, which was derived from Ovino in 2009, which is a related study. And the interview guide is a self-structured one. So this was facilitated through in person, and some are sent via email. And that's why we also had the gathering of both primary and secondary data. So we were accommodated by those printing press owners. Some are representatives because some are not available. And for the sampling, I failed to mention the sampling, we were able to get the customers and suppliers from the reference of the business owners of this printing press. And then for statistical treatment, we made use of frequency distribution and percentage weighted mean to present the result of the evaluation of respondents on the operations management. And of course, for the presentation of the profile of those respondents, as mentioned a while ago in terms of those areas. And for the testing of hypothesis, we made use of analysis of variance. And definitely, we followed the General Code of Research Ethics. We got the list of sole proprietors of printing press from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. We also had, as cited earlier, we asked permission from the in-person and email means of conducting the survey and interview from the concerned individuals. And there were some names of the printing press businesses or entities that were reflected in the study, but we ensured that we got the approval of the owners. I'm giving the floor to the main author of the study, Dr. Nona Del Sevilla, for the discussion of results and conclusion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eliaga. Hello, good afternoon. So I'll be discussing now, presenting the findings of the study. So first, the purpose of this study was to identify the operational management practices of printing press in Calabarzon and determine any significant difference when grouped according to profile, and aims to formulate a framework that will respond to the needs in operations management. So the findings are in line with the objectives. So first, the first objective is to know the profile of the printing press. So the business profile of the printing press as to the years in business operation resulted to an average of 22 to 25 years. Their present capitalization is about less than 250,000, with an average income per year not of more than 375,000. An average asset size of more than 1.3 million. The building and property were acquired by the owners of the printing press. The average number of machineries, workers, suppliers were about 4 to 6 per printing press, and having more than 25 clients per month. The second objective is to assess the operations management practices. So here are the 10 operations management practices. This was adopted to Hazer and Render. So as mentioned by Dr. Iliaga, so these are the design of goods and services, managing quality, process and capacity design, allocation strategy, layout design and strategy, human resource and job design, supply chain management, inventory, scheduling, and maintenance. So if you could notice, all of the results are interpretedly, verbally interpretedly as strongly agreed. That falls under 3.25 to 4.00 as statistical value. So the design of goods and services get the highest general weighted mean, while the location, strategy, and supply chain get the lowest general weighted mean. Objective number 3, with its findings, right? So all of the computed p-values exceed 0.05, denoting to no variation in operations management practices when grouped according to business profile. Objective number 4, so the problems or challenges encountered with the printing press in Region 4A were classified into primary and secondary factors. So the primary factors are controlled by the company, and these are machine failure, excessive workload, poor quality output, and employees time punctuality, attitude, and error, while the secondary factors are unabated price increase of raw materials, suppliers' terms and condition, and shortage of printing supplies. So the secondary factors are uncontrolled factors by the company, while the primary are controlled ones. And then for the last objective, okay, the fifth one, okay, is to develop a framework. So to design a framework, the the framework was formulated to focus on the indicators and aspects that augment success in the operational matters. So, next slide, Doc. Okay. So this is the formula. We formulated a framework since the output of the study. We use input, process, output. This is we titled this as Sustainable Strategic Operations Framework. So in this framework, um, um, factors on the framework were identified through the findings of the study and pointing out the low keys how to sustain the strategic operations of the enterprise. So the Sustainable Strategic Operations Framework involves four stakeholders, and these are the customers, the employees, the suppliers, and the management. So each of the stakeholders contains indicators or indicator that participates to the success of the operations. So the reciprocity of information is at the center of the framework to represent exchange of communication, and a double-headed arrow signify the two-way communication between the stakeholders. Moreover, the reciprocity of information was not directly mentioned on the problems identified, but this serves as an avenue that links the management to its stakeholders and vice versa in giving solution to the problems. So an open communication is needed to prevent disagreement among parties. So all these problems must be properly discussed by each party through having mutual agreement and sharing of information. So basically, that is our framework. Okay, Doc. Next, Doc. Okay. So as to the conclusion, so first, so these are based on the findings. So first conclusion is the respondents were classified as micro-enterprise. So micro-enterprise is also known as micro-business that employs a small number of people and started with a small amount of capital. Second, the design of goods and services got the highest general weighted mean, while the location strategy and supply chain got the lowest general weighted mean. Third, there is no significant difference in operations management practices when the responses are grouped according to profile. Fourth, The problems arise from operations management can be also attributed to other aspects of business. And lastly, the framework is a diagram used to represent the indispensable factors of operation. So that's it. That's our presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Dr. Sevilla and Dr. Eliada. And moving on to our next presenter. For the research title, Performance of Southern Luzon State University, BS Accountancy to the Board of Licensure Examination, a basis for proposed intervention program, to be presented by Ma'am Mary Ann C. Calabay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ian Kalubayan, and I am here to present my study entitled Performance of Southern Luzon State University, BS Accountancy in the Board Licensure Examination, a basis of proposed intervention program. Were you able to see my presentation po?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
It's not presenting. Thank you.
Okay. So for the background of the study, the result of the CPA licensure examination is an important indicator of school performance. It is used for a number of purposes such as program accreditation, application for centers of development and excellence, autonomy, and deregulation status. In accordance with SHED CMO 03, series of 2007, poor performance of the graduates in 10 CPA board examinations within a period of 5 years could lead to the gradual phase-out and eventual closure of the school's accountancy program. So schools shall be given a warning or shall not be allowed to offer accountancy program should the overall rating pitch lower than the national passing rate, and consequently they had to comprehensively monitor the passing performance of the graduates. It is in this foundation this research is based. For the significance of the study, so the conduct of this research provides the university, particularly the program of accountancy, a better understanding on what affects the performance of a student in taking the CPA board examination. With this, the program would be able to adapt strategies and policies and would serve as a foundation for the enhancement of the curriculum, improvement of the retention policy, and the advancement of teaching approach of the faculty members of the program. This will provide the school the basis for the improvement of the facilities, library resources and equipment, and the provision for qualified accounting teachers indispensable for learning. Through this research, students and examinees will be able to identify the factors that will help them pass the licensure examination. It will help them develop or improve their study habits and improve time management, and will assist them with factors and characteristics that they may focus on to attain their goal of becoming CPA. So for the methodology of the study, descriptive correlational design was used, wherein 419 BS accountancy graduates who took the meet.
This slide is not full visible to all.
Excuse me, Ma'am Ethel. Were you able to see my presentation, my slide?
Medyo na-full. Kalahati lang po siya.
I think that one is okay.
Pero okay na po siguro yan. It's okay.
Okay. So for the methodology of study, descriptive correlational design was used, wherein 419 BS accountancy graduates who took the May 2014 to October 2018 or 10 consecutive CPA licensure examinations were surveyed using a validated researcher-made questionnaire. Documentary analysis was used in evaluating the official results of the CPA examination collected from the Professional Regulations Commission. Quantitatively, correlational was performed to determine the relationship of academic profile of the respondents, teaching profile of accounting teachers, student-related factors, and school-related factors to CPA board. Qualitative method was employed in identifying the strategies as viewed by the respondents and to be formulated in the intervention program to improve the passing percentage in the CPA examination. For the research ethics, official results of the CPA examination were requested from the PRC. The teaching profile of the accounting teachers and high school rating of the respondents were gathered from the accountancy files with the help and permission of the program chairperson, while the results of the college admission rating and also the mental ability test result were requested from the head of school's guidance, counseling, and testing center. The names of the faculty, the respondents, and examinees, as well as the board examination results were treated with absolute confidentiality to secure their interest. And for the findings and discussion, I do not think that you're able to properly or clearly see the results. But anyway, let me read the findings. So this table is the performance in the CPA board for the period of May 2014 to October 2018, or 10 examinations which are conducted every May and October of the year. So the average passing rate of the school for the 5-year period is 27.62%, while the national passing rate is 33.29%. 19.32% successfully achieved their goal of becoming CPA in their first take of the examination, while 26.23% passed the board with 2 or more takes. Upon comparing the average of May and October examinations, the grand mean of school rating for May is higher compared to that of October schedule. And this table represents the level of performance of the respondents per subject for May 2014 to October 2015 examination, or the old CPA examination. So before the implementation of the new syllabus, every examination is composed of 7 subjects. So Practical Accounting 1 garnered the highest rating, while Business Law and Taxation got the lowest rating from the average. Auditing Problems, Practical Accounting 2, Auditing Theory, and Business Law and Taxation show a very weak performance, while Practical Accounting 1, Management Advisory Services, and Theory of Accounts resulted to weak performance. And for the level of performance of the respondent per subject for May 2016 to October 2018 examination, or the new CPA board examination, with the new set of prescribed subjects, Management Advisory Services obtained the highest rating, while Taxation got the lowest score. The overall rating for the subjects Management Advisory Services and Regulatory Framework for Business Transactions were found to be weak, while the rest of the subjects showed a very weak performance. So in this table, it shows the summary table for respondents' evaluation on student-related and school-related factors. So the student-related factors are study habits, review preparation, attitude towards accounting, while the school-related factors are faculty competency, curriculum and program of studies, admission and retention policy, and facilities and resources. So from the summary of the mean result for both factors, it is revealed that school-related factors garner the lower means than the student-related factors. So for this table shows the hindering factors encountered by the respondents before and during the board examination for CPA. So the number one hindering factor that respondents have experienced while reviewing before the board and during the actual examination was that they encountered unfamiliar questions or topics such as new tax regulations, laws and pronouncements, accounting standards that caused them a lower confidence level. Personal factors like lack of focus and failure to cope with the review discussions easily were some of the pressing problems of the examinees prior and during the examination. The least of the respondents' concern was the lack of sufficient family support, both financially and emotionally. For the significant relationship between the profile of the students and their performance in the CPA board examination. The results indicate that among the academic profile of the respondents, high school rating, college entrance OSAT non-verbal ability, college general weighted average, have significant relationship with the performance in the board licensure examination. For the student and school-related factors, the significant relationship, it shows that respondents' performance in the board examination is not dependent on the student's study habit and review preparations, but dependent on their attitude towards accounting. Among the school-related factors, faculty competency and school facilities and resources significantly relate with the performance in the licensure examination for accountancy. And for the conclusions, the school's passing percentage from May 2014 to October 2018 generally failed to surpass the national passing rate. Repeaters performed well than first-time takers, as the former have already mastered the concepts and applications, which however does not hold true for most of the studies, wherein majority of the first takers or fresh graduates pass the exam in their initial take as they have fresh memories of their acquired learning. The examinees are generally weak in taxation. This subject covers a wide range of topics and became more complicated in the revised CPA board examination due to the latest tax laws and pronouncements. Between the two scholastic abilities, respondents performed better in nonverbal than in verbal measures, which means that they are more comfortable in dealing with numbers and figures than being constructive thinker and vocabulary-oriented. Some of them really find accounting a very difficult subject that caused them to appreciate less the challenge presented by accounting. So it is a challenge for the faculty members to accomplish all the topics contained in the syllabus. Hence, it is a predicament of whether to lecture less or to lecture slower that may affect both the bright and struggling students. And finally, some topics such as latest tax laws, pronouncement, and standards were neglected in the undergraduate studies, not included in the BSA curriculum, nor discussed in the actual CPA review, but given in the CPA board examinations. Respondents consider this as number one hindering factor that they have experienced before and during the examination that resulted to a lower confidence level. So, to improve the performance of the BS Accountancy graduates of SLFU, an intervention program is proposed where objectives are developed and guidelines formulated in conducting activities and strategies to direct the persons involved. It is important, however, that to have a desired impact, as mentioned by Garcia and Al-Safadi 2014, the following must be addressed. Involvement of all the stakeholders, presence of clearly defined objectives and strategies, and strict facilitation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation by qualified and dedicated individuals who support the accountancy program's goals and objectives. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Marian Calabayan, our seventh presenter. Congratulations too. So let's move on to our eighth paper entitled The Agritourism Marketing Strategies in Luzon, be presented by Dr. Rodelita P. Villalobos. Ma'am, you are muted. Thank you.
Can you now see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You may please maximize your screen. Thank you.
How about this?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rodelita P. Villalobos, and I'm now proud to present my study entitled The Agritourism Marketing Strategies in Luzon. So for the background, let me just give you a gist of what is agritourism in the Philippines. The Philippines is a growing tourist hotspot with world-class beaches, diving, and shopping destinations. The country is now exploring another fast-growing segment, which is the agritourism, and has recently joined the ranks of the world's top 8 agritourism destinations. Agritourism has been present in the Philippines since 1990s but was not institutionally defined back then. In those early days, most agritourism farms were either privately owned or managed. The increased popularity of agritourism sites around the Philippines affirms earlier concepts that farmlands are also for tourists. As a predominantly agricultural country, it is crucial that tourism packages showcase the bounty harvests that grow on our rich soil, thus exhibiting not only our abundant natural resources but unveiling the rich cultural heritage of our people. Agritourism will not only provide additional employment opportunities in agricultural communities, but will also open additional market for local products and services. It will also facilitate transfer of income from urban to rural communities and hopefully enhance appreciation about agriculture among the people from urban areas, especially the youth. But of course, the agritourism sector in the Philippines is not necessarily a better process. It is particularly vulnerable to natural disasters such as earthquakes and typhoons, though considerable attention has been paid to disaster management. These efforts are largely concentrated on preparedness and post-disaster response, not so much on prevention and mitigation projects. Nevertheless, there is vast potential for agritourism in the Philippines, thanks to the country's favorable geographical features. The Philippines agritourism sector may also spawn imitators across Asia as other countries seek to tap into their mature agricultural sector to grow the economy and nurture high-quality jobs in the rural areas. So, for the significance of this study, this study was deemed beneficial to the community as this study would bring forth the creation of employment and decrease the unemployment rate. Moreover, they will become aware of the status of agritourism sector and improving their local to part of changes that better serve the community. The department could also think of possible innovation strategies for the agritourism sectors. So for the methodology, this quantitative study made use of a methodological triangulation which involves using more than one method to gather data such as interviews, observations, questionnaires, and documents. A total of 211 respondents comprised 40 respondents consisting of 22 manager or owner from the diverse managerial position, such as the top, middle, and the supervisory level, and 189 client respondents who were stakeholders and agritourism in the SHAS. The researcher made use of a questionnaire which served as the main tool in gathering the needed data. The researcher collated the capsule view of the locations of the selected agritourism respondents, hence, scheduled for the itinerary guided questionnaire and encourages on where to go first. The researcher personally facilitated the administration of the survey questionnaire and encourages the respondents to cooperate in the administration of the questionnaire. After the data were collected, organized, analyzed, and finally subjected to statistical treatment to ascertain the significant difference of the variables. For the research ethics, in this study, the names of the respondents was withheld or not mentioned in the study for utmost confidentiality. The following was agreed upon by the researcher and the respondent. It was explained to the respondents that the result of the interview shall be used for research purposes only and shall be no bearing on their status. All information obtained from the respondents was handled carefully and with confidentiality. There are no risks posed to the respondents. So for the findings and discussion, let me discuss it to you. based on the CABHA data, revealed that the profile of the agritourism as managerial position level revealed that in terms of job position, 9 or 40.91% are in the supervisory or managerial levels, such as accounting, administrative staff, farm manager, marketing manager, and tour guide supervisor. The demographic profiles of the respondents are as follows. In terms of age, 54 or 28.57% are aged 40 to 49. In terms of sex, 113, 59.79% are females. In terms of civil status, 102 or 53.97% are married. In terms of educational attainment, 75 or 39.68% have finished bachelor's degree. And in terms of monthly income, 41 or 21.69% earn 15,000 to 24,999 a month, followed by less than 10,000 with 35 or 18.52% and 10,000 to 14,999 with 30 or 15.87%. So, in terms of the level of assessment on the effectiveness of marketing strategies of agritourism businesses in Luzon, it shows that in terms of products, agricultural products has a grand total of 3.98, all described as effective. Therefore, the findings suggest that the marketing strategies of agritourism business in Luzon are effective based on the observation of the owners and customers when it comes to value-added products, such as the processed foods, wines, decorative items, and beer and liquors. It also means that aside from agricultural products, the agritourism businesses also involve other products to attract tourists, such as the value-added products. So in the level of assessment of the effectiveness of marketing strategies of agritourism businesses in Luzon, in terms of price, it is a grand total of 3.76, all described as effective. The owners and customers knew that the fees are important for the maintenance of the business, including the operation and salaries paid to their employees. However, the strategy of not charging any fees is not effective based on the owner's observation because it would mean lower income for them. These fees are used for the maintenance and other expenditures in the farm brought about by the coming of tourists. On the part of the customer, the strategy of not charging any fees is effective because they would be relieved of paying fees when visiting the farms. For them, the money that they would pay for entrance fees can be used in buying other products such as, such as the processed food or souvenir items. Okay. Ayan. So on the level of assessment of the effectiveness of marketing strategies of agritourism in terms of place, a grand mean of 4.18, all described as effective. So the findings indicates that the marketing strategies of the agritourism business when it comes to place are effective for them. The sale directly from the farm is the best and effective strategy. This is because for the owners, they do not need to spend extra monies for the transportation expense because their products and services are directly sold in their places. On the part of the customer, this particular place is the most effective because they can expect fresher farm products at a lower price. Furthermore, farmers market is also an effective place for the owners because they are assured of wider target market along with other farm products. For the customers, farmers market is also effective because they can choose other farm products from other farmers who also offer the same product, produce, and services. Nonetheless, hence some of them these agritourism businesses do not engage in export business. Hence, the owner thought this place is slightly effective. On the level of assessment of the effectiveness of marketing strategy in terms of products, promotion, it results to a grand mean of 4.17 described as highly effective. Therefore, it can be concluded that from the results that for the owners and customers of the agritourism businesses in Luzon, the use of modern technology and social media are the most effective promotion strategies in promoting the products and services. This can be explained with the fact that the trend of business nowadays is e-commerce. Business and buyers, whether public, private, or government, uses the internet and social media in their business. The agritourism businesses believe that satisfied customers are still the best promotional channel for their products and services, since they make sure that they have a variety of products that are affordable and reachable to make their customers satisfied. So for the impact of the marketing strategies of the agritourism businesses in Luzon, it is placed that in terms of economic, it shows a grand win of 4.46 interpreted as with great impact. The results implies that for the owners of the agritourism businesses, their business have provided a very great impact to the economy of their respective communities. This is because their businesses help residents find employment, help farmers, and make find market for their products and produce through the farmers market, thereby increasing the income of the landowners. With their marketing strategies of conducting seminars and workshops, the local issues and needs of the farmers have been raised and addressed. Lastly, the direct participation of the customers in the farming processes, such as harvesting, picking, and processing, as well as field trip like hayride and tractor rides, educated the customers and visitors about the importance of the country's economy and quality of life, especially at the farming condition. The processing of farm products into value-added products such as decorative items provided extra job and income to local farmers and households. So for the impact of marketing strategies of agritourism in terms of cultural, it has a grand mean of 4.47, which is described as with great impact. The data indicates that tourism has played a major role in imaging recreation of national cultures, incorporating aspects of modernization and globalization. It can also be surmised that marketing strategies of the agritourism businesses in Luzon have provided great impact to their respective communities. Because of the marketing strategy of seminars and workshops, educational tours, reaping the benefits and observation, participation of agricultural process, the visitors and the community are educated about agriculture, increases the engagement in agriculture. Moreover, the production of quality yet affordable wide array of products and services, the use of modern technology, social media and print advertisement and participation in exhibits and trade fairs all provide great impact to the cultural aspect of the way of life in the rural areas, including its historical values. So the impact of marketing strategies of agritourism in terms of ecological, it has a grand total of 4.55 described as with great impact. The data implies that tourism may also play positive roles in natural resource conservation, which has been verified in practice. So it is certain that there are significant differences in the level of assessment of marketing strategies of agritourism businesses in Luzon among the respondents in terms of product price and place. We computed p-values of 0.427, 0.615, and 0.582, resulting to p-values of 0.672, 0.539, and 0.561, all greater than the 0.05 level of significance. Furthermore, there are significant differences in the impact of the marketing strategies of agritourism businesses in Luzon among the respondents in terms of economic, cultural, and ecological, with p-values of 5.593, 931, 4.358, and 6.836 for economic, cultural, and ecological, all resulting to p-values of 0.000 each, lower than 0.05 level of significance. In light of the findings, the research concluded that the majority of the respondents is in their early to late 40s, female, the majority of the respondents from the agritourism businesses are in the supervisory level. The marketing strategies of the agritourism businesses in Luzon are generally effective, specifically the educational tours, food services, commodity crops, and processed foods. For the owners of the agritourism businesses in Luzon, their marketing strategies have very great impact to the community, particularly when it comes to educating the consumers and visitors about the local agriculture, issues and importance to the country's economy and quality of life, and increasing the visibility and appeal of the locally grown products, while the customers assess this as great impact. There are no significant differences in the respondents in terms of marketing strategies of the agritourism in terms of products and services pricing, while they differ when it comes to promotion. The owner and customer differ in their level of assessment on the impact of marketing strategies to agritourism businesses Luzon honors level of assessment, while the customers have slightly lower. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Villalobos, for your presentation. And now let us invite once again Dr. Ravindra Pathak for his insights, comments, and suggestions for your papers. Sir?
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And that is the first presentation is operation management practices of printing presses is the reason for framework for sustainable strategic operations by Johanna and Mohammed. That was very good insights about these practices. And then another is that the performance of Southern Louisiana State University BS accountancy to the board licensure examinations, a basis for proposed intervention programs by May. And it was also very insight about this licensure examinations. And the third presentation was the agro-tourism marketing strategies in Louisiana, that is by Rodleta. And this presentation was also nice, and that is the depth analysis of these things. So first of all, I wanted to just one clarification from Joanna side. This operation management practice of printing press. So can you just give me the insight about how you selected the sample size, Joanna?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Patar, for your question. For the respondents, we selected purposely the sole proprietors that are listed in the BIR, the accredited business owners of printing press in the region in Calabarzon.
Do you use any, formula for sample or just taken from whatever available in the market?
No, we didn't actually use the formula because at first we targeted the entire population. However, because of the reasons I mentioned earlier, we were not able to get the 100%. Some are not existing anymore. Some are with the wrong address that we based in the list of accredited printing press owners, and some are really not located, or sorry, some refuse to participate in the study.
Thank you. And another thing is that this is the second paper, the performance of Southern Louisiana State University accountancy to the board licensure examinations. So that is my, I'm asking the one side about this. Then can we use your parameters and can we use your methodology for another exams also, or it is especially will be used for this exams only?
Because the discipline in accountancy is different from other disciplines, so there would be limitations on the parameter of this study. So it can be used when it comes to the factors that affect the performance in the licensure examination. But there would be limitation because accountancy is different discipline from other courses.
And the last one presentation was agro-tourism marketing strategies in Louisiana, and that is a very important now very topic in the whole world, not only in the Philippines, in India also. Just we are working on this agri-tourism marketing because in India also the farmers are not getting the good values of the crop, and they are facing the problem also. So what do you think that what are the steps or what are the basis of your study? What you will recommendation for the society or for the country? How we can improve this?
Actually, in my dissertation, Doc Patak, I have recommended a number of ways on how we can improve this agritourism in the Philippines. One of which is to have this capacity building of agritourism industry through value addition, value added products. So we do have value added products. So, of course, to enhance the research and development of every agritourism industry in the Philippines. So, since we, upon the interview, so I have discovered that they are not really engaged in the export market. So, I am thinking of recommending them to at least have that initiative from the government to have this agritourism enters into the export business. So another one is the creation of the main depository who will gather relevant, timely, and accurate market information. Another one is agritourism traveling website or the online community for the agritourism industry. So it is also a sufficient number of investors may be encouraged to promotional, of course, with the help of the local government units. So the main or the initial agency that could help this agritourism industry is the local government unit. So maybe they could extend their effort in assisting and helping this agritourism industry in their locality. So develop systems and structures that promote development of market infrastructure. Actually, nowadays in the Philippines, there is this what we call in the road widening and the additional infrastructure when it comes to building this road ecotourism road, so which is basically the purpose of which is to easily transport the products from the farm to the market. So there are initiatives also from the government, but of course it would be a great help for them that if it would be enhanced and encourage everyone. So I have heard this one particular mentor from the UPLB. So they are asking why not give each family, especially those family or what do you call the a farmer family that could not afford to go into college. So why not give them such privilege that each family of these farmers be given an opportunity for a college degree that would enhance and that could help them continue what they have practiced in farming, and it would be of help in such a way that they can top also this agritourism industry in the Philippines.
Thank you very much. But my suggestion is here is that if we will go for everywhere, it's for degree purpose. So maybe the main motto may be changed. So that is my suggestion is that in India also we are doing on that work. We have to need the skill development rather than the formal degree. If you will give the skill to the particular person, it may be the farmer or it may be the persons are related with doing another regular work. So if we will, because we are from the field of the research and we are doing the new things, so that is our responsibility towards our society, towards our country, that how we can improve the productivity of our country and how we can better contribute. So it is my pleasure that we are interacting with very good researchers from the Philippines, and I think thanks to this online platform, then we are able to interacting. And your all the presented papers was very good and really the good insights of the research work, like printing press and exams and agro industry. So all the fields are related to the people and related to the society. So I want to give thank you this university for conducting this very good conference, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for everybody. Sometimes the name is very difficult to me, but from my heart, I want to thank you everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidra, of course. And together with him, let us acknowledge the presence of the international participants from Medicaps University. We also have Swapnil Soler and Nilesh Kumar Sahu. Aside from them, we have participants from Malaysia, India, and Sri Lanka. We have Lee Sawin, Mufad Muhammad, and Dr. Wasim Akram. So thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now we have the two remaining papers to be presented. I guess Dr. Bulfa is also ready to present his paper. Perceive the impact of Department of Trade and Industry Programs and Assistance to Micro-Enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon. Sir?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
To our university president, who willingly and patiently stayed with us. To our three expert speakers and all the attendees, good afternoon. Let me share to you my screen.
Okay, sir, your screen is being presented.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Ronaldo Gonzalez Bulfa, and I'm here to present to you a thesis entitled Perceived Impact of DTI Programs and Assistance to Microenterprises in the 4th District of Quezon.
Excuse me, sir, the slide is presented only halfway. We cannot see the whole screen. Can at least please do something?
Okay,
or we could just minimize. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Would it suffice, sir, this one? Present. Window. Share.
Okay, that's it.
How about this one, sir?
Sir, I think that would be better. At least we could see the whole screen.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
So for the background of the study, small businesses play an important role in any society. When they first established, they represent ways that business owners test their business ideas in a market. And those companies that survive over time provide economic stability for owners as well as their families. Small businesses that create jobs for workers, in addition to the owner, offer even more economic stability. There is a symbiotic relationship between micro-enterprises and the government. Micro-enterprises are paying taxes to the government in anticipation of the latter's protection, assistance, and program support. The more effective programs and assistance the government can provide, the more successful these micro-enterprises would be. For the purpose of the study, the main purpose of it is to determine the perceived impact of DTI programs and assistance to selected micro-enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon. And specifically, it's to answer the following questions. 1. What is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, educational attainment, forms of ownership, kinds of business, number of employees, length of years in business operation, number of branches, and capital. Second, what types of DTI assistance are availed by the respondents? Third, how may the respondents perceive the impact of DTI assistance in the business as to registration facilitation, training and seminar, production consultancy, access to finance, access to market, product development, advocacy, and investment promotion. Fourth, how may respondents perceive the impact of DTI program availed as to local negosyo center, Project Kapatid, and Go Negosyo. Fifth, is there a significant difference between the respondents' profile and the perceived impact of DTI programs? And last, is there a significant difference between the respondents' profile and the perceived impact of DTI assistance? The significance of the study is expected to benefit the micro enterprises because they will be the major beneficiaries of this study by providing openly inputs and feedbacks, which will be the basis for DTI in continuing effective programs and assistance, enhancing those less effective, and discontinue or possibly replace those ineffective. Likewise, consumers are expected to benefit from this study due to improved operational and administrative system of micro enterprises from whom products and services will be coming from. Improved operational or administrative processes among micro enterprises will result in greater productivity and best product or services for the customer. The public is also expected to benefit from this research out of greater profitability among micro enterprises, which would mean more taxes to be collected by the government, thereby providing greater liquidity for more services and projects. Lastly, the DTI is expected to benefit from this study by coming up with an enhanced program for micro enterprises. And to this end, they are expected to be able to perform their mandated tasks. The methodology used was a mixed method utilizing both quantitative and qualitative approach. The quantitative is through the administration of the survey instrument, while the qualitative was through a focus group discussion method. The questionnaires contained 4 parts. Part 1 involves the demographic profile of the respondents. Part 2 consists of multiple answer checklists that tackles the type of DTI assistance availed by the business. On the other hand, parts 3 and 4 encompass the perceived impact of DTI assistance and program using the Likert scale. The study used quota random sampling using Sloven's formula to determine the sample size. An invite was sent out to respondents who were able and willing to attend the focus group discussion. The FGD was composed of about 4 to 5 participants, and the conduct of which was based on the intent of the survey instrument. For the research ethics, in as much as the study will focus on the DTI assistance and programs among micro enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon, the researcher personally submitted a request from the provincial manager of the DTI purposely to ask clearance for the conduct of such study, which was positively or favorably acted upon, after which such approved letter from the DTI provincial director was attached to the survey questionnaire and letter to the different micro enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon. And it's no less than the DTI who provided the researcher the checklist of those registered to DTI micro enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon. And after which the researcher personally distributed those questionnaires together with all attached documents. And they were assured that they will be treated with utmost confidentiality and will be used solely for the purpose of the research. For the findings and discussion, as shown on Table 1 is the distribution of respondents as to age, sex, education, attainment, and forms of ownership. The table shows that the majority of the respondents' age range from 31 to 51 and above years old. This implies that the entrepreneurs' population is dominated by matured age group. Based on the distribution of the respondents in terms of sex, the table on this slide reveals that the number of female respondents is in a slightly larger number of 90 or 54.55% as compared to the number of male respondents, which is 75 or 45.44% only. This implies that the sex does not affect the capabilities in managing business. Moreover, the educational attainment of the respondents reveals that most of the respondents have earned their college and high school, which accounts for 99 or 60% and 57 or 34.55% respectively. And this implies that majority of the respondents have theoretical understanding and practical experience in handling their business. Lastly, with regard to the forms of ownership, 151 or 91.51% of the respondents are sole proprietors. The table clearly reflects the majority of the respondents' form of ownership or corresponds with their preference as micro enterprises. For table 2, distribution of respondents as to kinds of business, number of employee, years of business operation, number of branches, and capital, the table presents that majority of the respondents' business are merchandising with 122 or 73.94%, which implies that the population is quite passionate and more inclined to merchandise type of business. As to the number of employees, it shows on the table that 149 or 90.30% of the respondents have one employee, clearly signifying that respondents prefer to have a very minimal employee whom they can rely on, and is indicative of the very simple characteristic of micro enterprises. Furthermore, it reflects that 61 or 36.97% of respondents were in business for 1 to 5 years, while 44 or 26.67% in 16 to 20 years, and only 15 or 9.09% were in business from 6 to 10 years. The result therefore signifies that the respondents' length of business operation is in the range of 16 and above, and 1 to 5 years, which is indicative that more of the respondents are new and fresh in their business venture. While for the number of branches, 144 or 87.27% of respondents has no branch. The table clearly shows that the majority of the respondents' business has no branch, and this therefore implies that the population is dominated by small businesses. Lastly, it reveals that 77 or 46.67% of respondents have business capital of 50,000 and below. Only 11 or 6.67% and 30 or 18.18% of the respondents have capitalization of 151,000 to 200,000 and 200,000 and above respectively. The result is stressed that most of the respondents belong to low capital status, which is cognizant of the being micro enterprises. Table 3, distribution of respondents as to DTI avail. The table reflects that 114 or 69.09% of the respondents availed registration, facilitation, and the rest of 30.91% of DTI assistance were almost equally availed by the respondents. With this, the table implies that the awareness of the DTI assistance is not well enough to be known for many. For the perceived impact of DTI assistance in business, table 4, the extent of DTI assistance in business conveys that indicator 1, registration facilitation, earned the highest mean of 3.63, interpreted as much extent. They suggest that the microenterprises owners were able to avail and enjoy DTI assistance with regard to registration and facilitation. While Indicator 6, product development, received the lowest mean of 2.94, interpreted as moderate extent. This implies that the procedures taken were not that effective to help develop a product that will be availed by the community. Thus, it should be given importance since it will help microenterprises owners in their business. These findings were in conformity with the response of the focus group discussion, which states that they benefited almost only on registration facilitation. On table number 5, the extent of DTI programs in business, as shown on this slide, local negosyo center attained the highest mean of 2.85, interpreted as moderate extent, which means that among the DTI programs, it is the most interesting for the entrepreneurs. While Project Kapatid received the lowest mean of 2.73, interpreted as moderate extent and is therefore considered as less enjoyed by the micro enterprise owners. These findings were in consonance with the response of the focus group discussion expressing that local negosyo center was of predominant help to them. On table 6, ANOVA and the extent of DTI programs in the business as to respondents' profile, table shows that the forms of ownership and kinds of business with a p-value of 0.034 and 0.006 were lower when tested at 0.05 level of significance. Since the computed value was lower than the A level, the null hypothesis was rejected. This simply indicates that partially there is significant relationship between DTI programs and respondents' profile. However, other variables such as age, sex, educational attainment, number of employees, years of operation, number of branches, and capitalization did not appear to be significant with the extent of DTI programs, with their p-value higher when tested at 0.05 level significance. For table number 7, ANOVA and the extent of DTI assistance in the business as to respondents' profile, the slide presents the test of difference in the extent of DTI assistance in the business as to respondents' profile. The table clearly shows that the number of employees and capitalization, p-value 0.014 and 0.00 respectively, were lower when tested at 0.05 level of significance. Since the computed value was lower than the A level, the null hypothesis was rejected. This simply indicates that there is a partial significant relationship between DTI assistance and respondents' profile. Based on the gathered data, the following conclusions were drawn. Majority of the respondents' age ranged from 31 to 51 and above years old and have reached at least high school and college level. They prefer merchandising type of business under sole proprietorship, having one employee without branch, with length of business operation and range of 16 years and above and 1 to 5 years. Second conclusion, in terms of types of DTI assistance, registration facilitation was predominantly availed by 69% of the respondents, while 31% availed of other 7 DTI assistance. Third, the respondents perceived the registration facilitation earned the highest mean of 3.63, interpreted as much extent, while product development received the lowest mean of 2.94, interpreted as moderate extent. Fourth, in terms of the respondents' perception on the DTI impact, on the impact of DTI program, local negosyo center attained the highest mean of 2.85, interpreted as moderate extent, while Project Kapatid received the lowest mean of 2.73, interpreted as moderate extent. Number 5, The study reveals that there is a significant relationship between DTI programs in the respondents' profile. And lastly, the study also indicates that there is a significant relationship between DTI assistants and respondents' profile. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much and good afternoon again.
Thank you, Sir Bulfa. So moving on to our last but definitely not the least paper for presentation today. So this paper is entitled Awareness on Gender and Development of Local Government Officials. And because one of our presenter has a difficulty in her internet, so I'll be the one to present our paper. So let me present to you my slide. Can you see my slide? Can everyone see my slide? Thank you.
Yes, Doc.
So once again, our title po is Awareness on Gender and Development, or GAD, of Local Government Officials. So the principal author is yours truly, Edelmira Romero, and my co-authors are Maria Alojajin Tiabolencia and Justiniano L. Santos. As for the background, I just put the key points of the research. It's all about the municipal government of Pila. It's located in Laguna with 14 barangays. So it deals with the study on the LGU official awareness on GAD advocacy, because there has been ongoing GAD-related violence and address GAD-related issues as seen. So for the significance of the study, we mentioned the beneficiaries are the municipal government. Of course, if there is a GAD-related or GAD-sensitive service within the local government, it will benefit the municipal government as a whole, the LGU officials of the Pila Laguna, of course the community that the LGU officials are serving, and of course the GAD advocates, for example, the advocates like the state universities who are doing the lectures and so on, and also the future researchers. For the methodology, this research is a descriptive study. We impose or implement the non-probability purposive sampling, and we have 150 LGU officials who were given a questionnaire, and for the treatment, we do the computation of mean, standard deviation, and we apply the t-test for the computation. For the research ethics, we ensure the objectivity of the study, and we also impose use the data that really came from the authorized persons to answer. And of course, the integrity of data is used for a research purpose only. Same with the confidentiality. And then for the social responsibility, this research could be used as a tool for IGST, as mentioned in our paper, or gender sensitivity training for the LGU officials or for all the municipalities that should have been implementing the GAD policy. And of course, the legality, as we all know that GAD is a national mandate of our government, and we should have been implementing this to our service. For the findings and discussion, the summary, so respondents' age range below 30 to 70, so majority are male and married. So for our GAD training and seminar and LGU official policies, it resulted to a very satisfactory rating, then less satisfactory on gender issues, and satisfactory on gender roles. So there is a significant effect on given GAD awareness issues. So So for the demographic profile, so 12 are below 30 years old, 31 or 26 are 31 to 40 years old, 43 are 41 and to 50 years old, and 47 of them are 51 to 60, and 22, 61 to 70. So for the gender, 93 are male and 57 are female. And then for the, as for civil status, so 34 are single, 81 are married, 2 divorced, and then widowed, and then we have 14. So for table 1, awareness on training and seminars. So as I've mentioned, the variables were resulted into a weighted mean of 4.32 with a standard deviation of 0.64 with a very satisfactory score. For table 2, awareness and policies, it also has a weighted mean of 4.36 and 0.59 standard deviation that resulted to a very satisfactory rating. While on table 3, awareness on gender issues, it has a less satisfactory score with a mean level of 3.64 and a standard deviation of 1.07. And the last table is awareness on gender roles. Had a score of 4.08 and a standard deviation of 0.6. And for the table of significance, it's been said that there is a significant effect. So training and seminars has significant effect on the intervening variables. So as for the conclusions, LG officials are fully aware on the conducted GAD-related trainings and seminars. They are also fully aware on the implementing policies of the municipal government of Pila Laguna. But they are not fully aware on the gender issues, and they are somewhat aware in their gender roles, and there is significant effect between the GAD-related issues. So that's all for our presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much po. And now for our panel reactor, let us request again the presence of Dr. Ulfa. Sorry. Dr. Kapulso.
So good afternoon once again. We now came to the last part of our presentation, and the last two presentation were, of course, not the least presentation. In fact, these are two of the most clearly presented paper. So I would like to congratulate the two presenters, or the two groups who presented their paper. Let's start off with Sir Ronaldo Bulfa with the title Perceived Impact of Department of Trade and Industry Programs and Assistance to Micro Enterprises in the 4th District of Quezon. So, Sir Ronaldo, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the data were actually very well presented. The tables were very clearly presented, particularly the quantitative data. That is why my concern is only on the methodological part. It was mentioned in the study that the study adopted a mixed method approach. And throughout the discussion, indeed, the presenter mentioned how the data from the qualitative analysis was incorporated in the qualitative analysis. I just wonder, sir, what kind of mixed method approach did you use, and how did you integrate your data from quali and quantity into arriving a mixed method analysis?
Actually, sir, the survey questionnaire were distributed to 200 respondents provided by the DTI, but only 165 out of 200 responded. And from the 165 who responded, we tried to further validate their answers by inviting them for a focus group discussion. And in between the focus group discussion, the researcher was able to validate congruency of their answers to the survey questionnaire with that of the results of the FGD.
Okay. Yeah, yes, sir. You're correct in that part. No, when you try to compare your quantitative data to the qualitative data, and actually that is where my question lies. What when I ask what kind of approach, what kind of mixed method you use, because again, this is for everybody. I think this is also the right time for us to share insights on conducting research, particularly mixed method. Sometimes young researchers, even some researchers, would mistake mixed method when they just integrate some qualitative elements to their quantitative study. So for example, just like what our presenter said, you initially conducted a quantitative study, and then in order for you to triangulate your data, you ask them this time to focus group discussion just to at least sift some information that would try to validate your quanti data. But mixed method is a little bit complicated because basically you are doing a separate study. So mixed method is actually a three-form of research. So you do a separate quantitative study, a separate qualitative study, and then you make a contrasting study, okay? And normally, based on your explanation, sir, it seems that it is a kind of explanatory mixed method, a sequential explanatory method, because you base your question from the result of your quantitative data. And normally, the most challenging part of the mixed method, as I would always share to our colleagues, is that when you try to, that's why I really appreciate your quantitative data. It was very well presented. But in presenting our merging themes, because from our focus group discussion, we must have our separate data analysis. That in that case, you could have created themes. And those themes could have been contrasted to your quantitative data to see if there are congruency of data or discord. Okay? That is why normally people would hardly use mixed method because that's very complicated and very time consuming. But you could simply use like what other researchers did. Like, I do quantitative data. I just want to know if the same data would be the same coming from asking people an ordinary, a simple conversation as a form of your triangulation of data, not necessarily using a mixed method. But I think that's justified already because your quantitative data alone is very full of information, and they are very well presented through your table. So for that, sir, congratulations. And it's so very interesting that I want to know maybe for the future researchers who would like to adapt your study, and if they want really to go deeper into the mixed method, I think that's one thing they have to consider. What area of those quantitative data would actually merge into qualitative data in order to have some impact, particularly because what makes our conference very special is our last two words, new normal. There had been a lot of study conducted about this. That is why I suppose we started by determining our gaps. what is new in my study, but what will be the implication of my study to the new normal is equally important. That is why if I want to replicate your study, that is the challenge from my end. No? Because we always remember that as researcher, we must do something which was not yet done. That is, we always try to tell the world, this is something new in my study. That is why if you really pursue in your mixed method, that will give us a more and a richer idea. Kaya nga sir, very promising yung inyong paper. So you could actually continue your paper. Maybe you try to go another perspective at you might discover another perspective or another direction of your study. But as of now, the study was very well presented, except from those point of clarification. So once again, sir, congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
To the last presentation, which I said is never the least, it was seemingly a very simple study, but very timely. Gender and development is actually very urgent and relevant. As people, as I mentioned in my talk, in the previous studies that I have read as to the adoption of online learning, a lot of studies mention that online learning is not sustainable. It is saturating. That is why if you try to review other literature, in other countries, there are actually bigger possibility of dropouts because students are actually burned out because of too much exposure to the internet. That is why in one of my talks in Vival, I discussed about digital detox, no? And that is exactly one of the concern of gender and development. My end, I am coming from the academy, and Department of Education also have our Gender and Development Program. I will just ask, ma'am, how was the program, the GAD for LGU, different from the GAD in the academy?
So it's the same actually, because we as the academy, we are the one who are advocating the gender sensitivity training, because some of the LGUs are asking for our professional help to do the discussion for them.
Okay, that's great. I'm just interested because my wife is a doctor of medicine, particularly in occupational health medicine. She's concerned with the well-being of the safety of employees in the workplace. Why did I open that up? Recently, there were numbers of cases of teachers who got cancer. And study would say that cancer normally develops because of too much stress in the workplace. That is why in the academy there had been a lot of gender and development programs to distress and to debrief teachers. And I said, now that the study was actually focusing on the assessment of gender and development program, I just wish that your findings will indeed make impact not only to the LGU but also to the academy, the basic and higher education. Because now, as much as we honor the health practitioners, the academicians and even business owners and consumers are now bombarded with stress. And that is where gender and development is actually of importance and essence. So actually, that's the only comment I have. So congratulations to all the presenters. Congratulations to the organizing committee, to Southern Luzon State University. Congratulations for a very successful first international multidisciplinary conference. To the President, to Dr. Achona, to Dr. Attorney Jewel, thank you for inviting us, and we hope to have more collaboration in the future. So good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Capulso. The pleasure is really ours. Thank you so much, sir. And also, we would like to thank our university president for being present today. Thank you so much, ma'am, for guiding us throughout the event. And also to Dr. Marisa C. Esparal, our Vice President for Research, Extension, and Production. And also to our Dean of Graduate School, Dr. Marijit A. Lee, and of course to our program chair, Dr. Joanna Paula A. Elliott. Thank you so much for guiding us throughout the event. And there being no other comments and suggestions from our panel reactor, let us have the closing remarks to be rendered by Dr. Joanna Paula A. Elliott. Let us give her our warmest virtual clap.
Thank you. Having this virtual international multidisciplinary research conference is a concrete evidence that the big circuit breaker isn't actually that big, for we were able to hold today's worthwhile activity. Our resilience is stronger than this global pandemic. I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this conference, the DBA students who are at their second and third year levels, under the supervision of their subject professor and the Dean of the College of Administration, Business, Hospitality and Accountancy, Dr. Shona Kayabat. Likewise, to the plenary speakers, Dr. Capulso, Dr. Sirug, and Dr. Pata. And to all the presenters, thank you for sharing your insights and the salient findings of your study. Of course, to the key officials of the university for their support, headed by our president, Dr. Dorothy B. Soleta Nantes, who had been in tune with us, or who has been in tune with us until this afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam. Our VPs for Academic and Research and Extension and Production, Dr. Radovan and Dr. Escoral, respectively, and the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Mary Jane Lee. Also, our appreciation to the participants, our dear MBA and DBA students, and other attendees from institutions or from other institutions outside SLSU. Thank you for positively responding to our invite. I am certain that you got a lot from today's research conference, that you have been more motivated to write your research and present them in the future. Those presentations from the plenary speakers will be a useful guide in completing your papers, as they also give you strategies and techniques in conducting and presenting the findings of your study. We just hope that your research engagement will be driven by more than the requirement of your course, that the culture of research will be embedded to each one of us as we aim to probe and contribute new knowledge. And with that, this wouldn't be the first international research conference via an online platform. This is just the beginning of the many research projects, whether in the new normal or another new normal that is yet to be discovered. Again, congratulations everyone, and we hope to see you again in the next research conference. Next time, those participants will be in our places. They'll be the presenters then. A pleasant afternoon, everyone. Thank you and keep safe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paula Ayala. So before we end, please bear with us still, because we are going to acknowledge first the presence of the academe and the DBA students, MBA students, undergraduate students, industry practitioners, professionals, of course, the local government units, GOCCs, international participants from Medicaps University, and of course, participants from Malaysia, India, and Sri Lanka. Once again, thank you so much for your participation. And of course, together with me is the hardworking conference committee that despite the pandemic, together we brought your present today. So let us witness and present the slides of the working committee. By the way, our evaluation link will be posted in our chat box, so don't leave for the presentation. Sir Jewel. Oh, sorry, photo of daw po muna before we present the committee, the working committee. So everyone, please, you may turn on your cameras for the photo, please. And please wear your very, very sweet smile.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we done, Sir Jewel? Can we proceed with the presentation of the working committee? Once again, thank you so much for participating. Wait lang po na si Sir. Once again, applause for us, the working committee, for this very successful research endeavors. Thank you so much, and God bless us. Thank you.
Hinaya mga kapag-video. Ay, gusto mo pa na? Congratulations everyone. I hope that there will be another conference maybe next year, or and I really appreciate the fact that part of the discussion is about some gender concerns. No? I think that we should explore that further also, because I hope that we will also look at the effects on local economies. I think that this is something that needs to be researched on. Because I think that this is the scale that we can be more effective if we're going to have some interventions. I mean, things that can be done by members of the academy, okay? And I think that this will be a very good way of educating and instilling the sense of responsibility among our students also, amidst this pandemic. So thank you very much. Okay. Even if you didn't ask me to say something, I learned a lot today, and I hope that we will continue on doing this. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much. God bless po. See you all next year.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you po. Thank you.
97? Bye-bye. Hi, Sir Justin. How's your BP? Okay. Lynn.